Again. Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Welcome to SetOfMoon.com. I'm Joe Dumond. And today we are going to be discussing something that was in the newsletter this week. And so our Torah portion could be at the end or later on. But before we do, we're going to ask Kay to do the opening prayer for us today.
Good morning and Shabbat Shalom, everyone. Father, thank you for this beautiful day. I'm so grateful that here in Texas, it's not raining today. So thankful for another day of life. I'm so grateful that we have a place to meet on your Sabbath day that you have made holy and set apart for us to meet with you. I'm so thankful for this team, Lord, our leader, Joseph, and all the team, the beautiful music and the organization that takes place before we even start, Lord, so that we can honor you and learn from you and receive from you and hopefully bless you as well by our presence here, wanting to be with you. And so now I ask you to bless this time. Bless every man here, Lord, to be the great leader you would have them to be in their homes and community. Bless every woman here, Lord, and all you have created a woman to be and serve and shine for you. Now bless this time. Open our ears, Lord, to hear things that you want us to hear. Open our eyes to see, illuminate our eyes as your Torah does, and change us to look more like you, Father. And then we just bless you and love you and thank you. In the name of your Son, Yeshua, our Messiah. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Kay. Now, I had everything lined up, ready to go last night. And then I went to bed and came up this morning and my computer had shut down and everything I thought I had is now gone. So I'm just remembering stuff that I wanted to show you to start this off. And I'm going to pull this up right now. Come here. Because I want you to realize what's going on. I want you to look at what we're going to talk about today from a bigger picture and not just be, looking at it from your own little perspective in your own home. Oops, that's not the one. Okay, that'll do. So share screen. As many of you know, we are in the last Jubilee cycle. For those of you that are just tuning in, we are in the final Jubilee cycle, the 120th one since the creation of Adam, the 70th one since the Ten Commandments were given to Moses when he was at the burning bush. We're in the end. We're in 2024. And our understanding is that these are the last 10 days or 10 years, the 10 days of awe leading up to the Satan being thrown in the pit in 2033 on the Day of Atonement. So the 10 days of awe represent judgment. Judgment. Not just on the world, but on us as well. Are we going to obey God? How is he going to know that we are? Well, we've been showing up for Sabbath every week. How do you keep the Sabbath? You just show up on Saturday, you sit down and you listen. That's not keeping the Sabbath. We wrote it in the newsletter, which I thought when I read this, I thought that was so profound. You keep the Sabbath by preparing for it. That's how you show Yehovah You're getting ready for the Sabbath. Your preparation on Shabbat, cooking all your food beforehand. You're having the house clean for Shabbat. You're organizing yourself so that you're not working on Shabbat. Organizing yourself so that no one else is going to work for you on Shabbat. If you have to drive, you've already got your tank full of your car full of gas. So you're not buying or doing business on Shabbat. How do you prepare for Shabbat? That determines your faith. Then Shabbat. Actually following through on it. And then it goes for it's the same thing for the holy days as well. When are they? How do you determine them? All the preparation goes into that beforehand. We just had an announcement preparing for the holy days. What do you do? How do you get ready? That's your faith. That's your faith being walked out in real time. Have you put away money to keep the feast? Are you planning on it? Are you getting ready for it? That's your faith. Showing up at the last minute, totally disheveled, totally unorganized, not ready to do anything, totally unprepared for the holy day or the Sabbath, shows your lack of faith. Okay, so that's how you got to think about things. So we're in that final 10 days of awe, the final 10 years. We're in the 2024, the first one. And we got a lot of things going on this year. Tomorrow, I believe it's tomorrow. Am I correct? Tomorrow, May 19th, that's Shavuot for the other group. Yeah? Yeah, okay. Tomorrow's Shavuot. We've been showing you pictures in Israel for the last month of the wheat being harvested. Long before Shavuot that people are keeping tomorrow. Are you prepared? Are you studying? Are you getting ready? Or are you just fighting? There's another group, the Karaites and the Hillel people, who will be keeping Shavuot next month. Okay, so these calendar issues are going on right now amongst those who keep, the crescent moon and the barley, and the Hillel people who are just going by the calculating. And I bring this up because we're being tested today the same as they were being tested back when Yeshua was here. And after Yeshua left, the temple was destroyed. So, Sarkis talks about patterns. Here's a pattern that we should be looking at and paying attention to. It's a pattern that's taking place right now. It also took place at the time of Yeshua. So this past week, I learned that Monte Judah put out a Zadok calendar. And I was shocked because I know Monte Judah to be a Hillel calendar endorser. And, this teaching that I'm going to do today is not an attack on Monte Judah. And it's not an attack on Eddie Chumney. And it's not an attack on anyone who keeps a different calendar. Those people, as I said, are just tools Yehovah is using. And I don't mean tools in a derogatory meaning. I mean tools that Yehovah is using. He's using them to test you. Mike wrote me this week, and it's in the comments, about the prophet who was told to go and do something. As soon as he did it, he was supposed to leave town, not stop and do anything, or just get out of town. And another prophet, a false prophet, came up to him and said to him, I'm a prophet also, come and eat with me. And he convinced him to come and eat with him. So they went and ate. And then that prophet that was supposed to leave town was killed by a bear or a lion. I forget what it was. And the false prophet says, well, he died because he didn't obey God. But the false prophet never took any responsibility for misleading him with a lie. And it reminds me of Ahab. Yehovah sent a lie to Ahab to go to battle, and Ahab died. He's testing us all the time. This Zadok calendar thing that I've just found out is much bigger than what I realized it was. is another test. So are you ready for it? Are you prepared for it? And then once you've passed or failed this test, are you ready for the next one? Because there will be another one coming next. And there will be another one after that. And there will be continued tests until you are taken to the place of safety. And then you'll be talking with Yehovah face to face. Are you ready for these tests? So this is a test. I am not attacking Monty or Eddie. I received an email this morning from Avi Ben Mordecai. Avi Ben Mordecai also is in support or believes in the Zadok Calendar. This is not an attack against Avi Ben Mordecai. I've interacted with all these people. Avi and I have done tours together in the past. I hope that we can all still remain the friends that we are after this, but I am not attacking them personally. They are tools that Yehovah is using to test me and to test you. So today, I'm going to walk you through my beliefs, why I believe I can prove these gentlemen wrong. Eddie's very smart. Monty's very smart. Avi's very smart. These are people that are studying the Torah, and yet I believe they've been deceived. How do we go about doing this? How did that happen? How did they get into the Zadok calendar? Okay, so the first scripture I want to go to, I'll pull it up here on the screen. Nope, wrong one. I got to share the screen, sorry. This is what happens when I got too many buttons to push. And we're going to go to 2 Thessalonians 2:10. Therefore, I endure all things for the sake of the elect, that they may also, am I in the right one here? That's Timothy. Let me, Thessalonians, 2 Thessalonians 2:10. And with all deceit, all unrighteous in those who perish, because they did not receive the love of the truth, so that they might be saved. These men are supposed to be searching for the truth. You are supposed to be searching for the truth. We're striving to be saved at the end of this age. Now, one of the things that I did in 2005, when I first came into the Hebrew movement, what's going on here? I was in Don Esposito's group in Israel, my first time to Israel, and it was the last day. And Don Esposito had Avi Lepkin come and speak to us for 3 days. And for 3 days, we heard nothing except conspiracy teachings. If some of you think I hate conspiracy teachings today, it's a brand new thing. You're wrong. I've hated it since then. I came out of there after 3 days and I went down to the Gihon Spring. I was about 25 yards away from what was going to be later discovered, the Melchizedek stone or Temple Zero. And I prayed. I prayed to Yehovah and I said, there's nobody teaching the Jubilee cycles. There's nobody teaching this teaching. I will teach it if you will keep me away from all false teachings and all conspiracy teachings. If you will separate those two from me, I will teach your sabbatical and Jubilee years. And I've been doing that. I'm not the best at it, but I've been doing it. And Yehovah, I believe, has shown me these conspiracies for what they are and how they mislead people and how people accept them as doctrine and then get deceived into other false doctrines because of that. And if I would encourage you all to make that prayer for yourselves. to ask Yehovah to bless you with eyes so that you can see conspiracy teachings and avoid them like the plague. So I've been able to do that. And so when I see a false teaching or when I see false doctrines, I get upset because I know there are brethren who are going to fall for it and be led away. So that's why I'm talking to you today about that. I want you to have the ammunition so that you can prove these things true or false. In the newsletter, I gave you Eddie's teaching. I think 3 teachings that Eddie did at 2 different conferences. I shared Monte's declaration that he was now going to keep it. So you can weigh their evidence. Avi Ben Mordecai's got a podcast. You can go and listen to it. And I don't have it handy to tell you where it is, but he's also endorsing it. And I believe he's also had an interview with Eddie, and I have not listened to it. Rico Cortez, on the other hand, another scholar, is dead set against the Zadok Calendar teachings. He is now in opposition to Eddie and Monte and Avi. And this is not a majority vote rules. It's just like in the days of Judges. We are here, we don't have a king. And everyone did what was right in his own eyes. That's what's going on today. So in the time before Yeshua, in the time of the Hasmoneans, now we've just written another book. No, we haven't written. We got it half written. It's supposed to be explaining the sabbatical year proofs, each one step by step. But in order to do that, we had to go through how we got to the confusion part. And that same confusion that was then is what's happening now. And this is part of that same confusion. So I'm probably going to publish that book unfinished, and it's going to be free, and it'll be online so that you can read this history. And if you don't know the history, you're going to be deceived by it being repeated in front of you. So I'm going to do that very soon. I'm trying to get this video done. I put the book on hold to get the video done for the Harmon brothers. I'm still having troubles getting that wrapped up, but we're working on these things. But now I see why I did this book, because of this situation that's come about. So the Sadducees came about after Simon Maccabee came to power, after John Hyrcanus came to power, one of the sons of Simon. And we're talking about 162, 167, in that time period BC. They had the Sadducees as one of the sects. Now, the Sadducees comes from the word Zadok, the English word Zadok. Zadok is Sadducee. That's where they come from. That's the name. It means what's it mean? The righteous ones? Yeah, I believe it's the righteous ones. In with the Sadducees. Now, John Hyrcanus had a difficult task in front of him. He had to cleanse the temple. Now, you read about that in Hanukkah, but you miss everything else that went on. What else went on was he tore down the Acra. The Acra was the city of David. The city of David is not the temple, but it's the fortifications, or the Acra that overlooked the temple. And John Hyrcanus tore that down. He tore it down to the very foundation, right to the bedrock. And took him 3.5 years working 7 days a week, I believe, day and night, to get it done. At the same time, he also had to cleanse the temple, which is right beside the Acra, over top of ground zero, or the Melchizedek stone. And he tore that down as well, and down, even removing the topsoil. Out of this controversy, people began to believe it was the end of the age, or the end of the world. And they were looking at the Daniel 9 prophecy and applying it to them. This is the first time the Daniel 9 prophecy was being applied to a time period. The Essenes came out of this. And the Essenes separated themselves because they wanted to be righteous, and they moved down to the Dead Sea, Qumran, in that area. And there, even in the Essenes, there are different groups, there are different factions. And the Essenes wrote the Dead Sea Scrolls, and they called themselves the the sons of righteousness. And the sons of evil, or the evil kings, was John Hyrcanus. John Hyrcanus, who, because he's tearing down the temple, he's tearing down the Acra, he's destroying everything. Now, in our newsletter this week, we quote from the book of Enoch, and we quote from the book of Jubilees, showing you where they're talking about this destruction that John Hyrcanus is doing. At the same time, another group of people come up, and they were called the Pharisees. This did not all take place in 1 year. This is something that's taken place over about a 100-year period. And then in the time of Yeshua, the Nazarenes come up. They're the followers of Yeshua. But before them was also the Boethusians. What I'm pointing out here is there was a number of different sects taking place or acting, all believing they had the truth or parts of the truth, and getting followers to follow them. And that's no different than today. And you could say Eddie Chumnites, Monte Judahites, Sighted Moonites, we got the Karaites, we got the Hillelites. We got this 5 different groups today, the same as they did then. And there's possibly even many more. So it's history being repeated is what I'm trying to show you. Now, in the book of Jubilees, on chapter 6, I believe it's chapter 6, they attack anyone who's keeping the crescent moon or the barley to begin the year. Now, what that tells you is that the crescent moon keepers and the barley keepers were well established before the book of Jubilees came into existence. See, you got to think outside the box. What is that saying? Why do they say that? Because they're already established. The Essenes, or groups within the Essenes, wrote the book of Enoch. The book of Enoch is not written by the Enoch that lived before the flood. That is a false teaching. Pseudographic books were books that were written about the Bible and taken different aspects of the Bible and were written by famous people in the Bible, or not famous. They had their names of famous people in the Bible applied to those books. Apocryphal books, which also came up this time, were also written by people, many of them anonymous, ascribing things to angels and to Moses and things that were not found in the Bible. And they're trying to fill in the Bible what the Bible doesn't say, or what the 5 scrolls did not say. These apocryphal books tried to fill in those blanks, such as the angel that, I forgot his name, whatever that angel was, that these people are talking about. It's like the Harlequin romance books, or the, Nancy Drew Hardy. Oh boy, I'm really dating myself there. Those books, those series of books, talking about the Bible and filling in the blanks that, Moses never spoke about. And then 1,000, 2,000 years later, the Nancy Drew books, the Drew Hardy books, are now becoming part of the doctrine of theology in 2,000 years to help fill in the blanks. That is what the book of Enoch and the book of Jubilees are today. There are no Jewish groups keeping the Enochian calendar. I do know of a couple people that are Jewish who are looking into it, and their theology is totally messed up, but they're looking into it because they don't know any better. So when we look at the books of Enoch, the Dead Sea Scrolls, when we look at the book of Jubilees and the Zadok calendar, or the new Zadok thing, is just a modern reinvention of Enoch and Jubilees. They base themselves on a 30-day month or a 360-day year. And then Zadok comes along, and it's a little bit better than them, because there's always been a problem with a 360-day year, because there's 365 days in a year. So the Zadok calendar now has 4 quarters going from equinox to equinox. Each quarter has 3 months, and each of those 3 months has 30 days. There's your 360 days, but there's a problem. So they also make the 3rd month of each quarter 31 days. So if you believe that, then you've just been hoodwinked into believing 2 things that are false. First of all, you've subjected yourself to believing the equinox. Then the second thing is you subjected yourself in that a month can be 31 days, because that's what we have in the Gregorian calendar. So you've already fallen for 2 deceptions right there. So now, if you've fallen for that, now we can build the rest of this case and prove to you that Zadok is correct. Okay. Eve in the Garden of Eden fell victim to Satan because she accepted the fact that Yehovah lied to her. You shall not surely die, Eve. You're going to live forever. Yehovah just doesn't want you to know the truth. Go ahead, eat the fruit. It's the same thing. You've already fallen for the lie. So a lie is deceiving you before you even get out the gate. A good lie. And this is a good lie. So a year is 365 days. It's not 365 days. It's 365 days, 5 hours, 48 minutes, and 45 seconds. Now, that year fluctuates by 30 minutes each year. So this year can be 30 minutes earlier, and next year can be 30 minutes later. And that's how much because of the ecliptic traveling around the sun. We don't go in a circle, we go on ellipse around the sun. The moon also, so that proper, if you want to do that properly, is 365.2419 days in a year. Julius Caesar tried to solve this, but he made a slight mistake, leaving out that little extra half hours or so. And that's where we get the Julian error. It's not just a half hour, it's the number of days. That's where we get the Julian error. And a lot of calendars were built on the Julian error, and they had to adjust themselves in 1582, which the Gregorian solved the problem, fixing the Julian error, because we were out of sync with the equinox. Uh-oh, there's that equinox thing again. We're out of sync with the seasons. Now, it's not just the Catholics, the English and the French also recognized this error in 1700s and 1600s, and Russia changed it in the 1800s. There's a number of different countries that changed the calendar to fix the Julian error over about a 300-year period. It's not just the Catholics that saw the error, or Pope Gregory. That's where we get the Gregorian calendar from. But this error is still in the Hillel calendar because they've never adjusted for it. And it's also because they use the Metonic cycles, and Metonic cycles also have this error built into it. And because of that, the Hillel calendar is out by, this year, 49 days. The 30-day month plus the 19-day error for the Julian error in their calculations. I'm trying not to get too technical, but I got to get a little technical here, because if you don't understand these things, it'll go over your head, and we're going to walk you through this stuff so that you can know. There's another thing that people do, and they do it just not even thinking. It says that the months are 30 days each month based on Daniel 12, 1,290 days, 1,335 days. Another scripture in Daniel, 1,260 days. Those are all 30-day months. And they go back to Noah, and Noah had, 5 months of 30 days each, and Noah, therefore, that's 1,150 days, right? Therefore, that proves our case. Noah was going by the calendar, and when you don't see the moon, which he didn't see because he was inside the ark, it's 30 days per month automatically. There is no 31 day. Notice Noah is in the ark for 5 months. 1, 2, 3. The Zadok calendar, every third month is a 31 day. Oops. Noah didn't do that. Noah had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months in a row, no 31 days. Okay, so there's the first error that people overlook. But Noah is looking for the moon. And if you don't see the moon on the 29th or 30th day, why? Because the moon goes around the earth in an ellipse, and it goes around 29.53 days per month. Sometimes it's longer, sometimes it's shorter because of the ellipse. And the earth actually only takes 27 days for the moon to go around the earth. But because the earth is also going around the sun, it takes the moon that a little bit extra time to get caught up to the earth as it's moving around the sun at the same time. So, if you understand that, Shavuot, okay, we're told to count 50 days. Why didn't Yehovah tell us to count, 2 months and 2 weeks? He said count 50 days because it starts at a distinct time and ends at a distinct time, not necessarily the same date every year. Now, Hillel, they go by 7/6. So, 7/6 is the third month, the 6th day. And that's how they end up, because they start on Aviv 16th. And they end up at the same date every year. And they're not doing what the 50 days are telling them to do. The 1,290 days are not monthly. They're not 30-day months. As we've just found out recently, Prime Minister Netanyahu locked down Israel, stopped the daily offering on March 25th. 1,290 days later was October 7th. So we've had that. That's not 30-day months. That's a 1,290-day period. The 1,335 days turns out to be, that was the day the hostages were freed, or the deal for the hostages was agreed on, and the hostages began to be freed after that for, what was it, 2 weeks? Again, is that prophetic? Is that coming true? It seems to be coming true that way. So we have these things that we are noticing and looking at, and to assume that the 1,290 and 1,260 is all talking about 30-day months, again, is wrong. Now, I used to believe that, but I now see that that's not exactly right. It can be, but it can also be something else. Okay. So that is a lot of the things I wanted to get through beforehand. Yeah. So I want to read, and we got it in the newsletter this week. So I'm going to read it with you. Why do I keep hitting that button? I want this button. And we are going to go. Yeah, I'll go here. So this is the teaching on Ezekiel. 2 reasons I wanted to do. I wanted to present it to you because I know some of you don't do your homework. Fine. But I also wanted to record it so that we can have everyone else listening to this in the future to contest this stuff with these other teachers. And I hope that, if you're sitting in the audience, you will raise your hand and ask Monty, and raise your hand and ask Eddie, and raise your hand and ask Avi, or any of these other teachers that say that we're supposed to be following the Zadok calendar, and you'll bring up these objections to them. I've got the wrong thing here. I want to go to one other article first, and I want to go to this one. Let's see if I get it right this time. No. Okay, now it should work. There we go. So this is something else you got to keep in your arsenal and not forget it. Too many people forget it. A lot of people won't believe this. They want to discredit it. They don't want to have anything to do with it because it's from Nehemiah Gordon. Now, he wrote this in what his old website called Karaite Corner, and it's a very good article. It's on the vernal equinox. The vernal equinox. Does the Bible teach you to follow the vernal equinox? So the Zadok calendar, it works because you've already accepted the error that the vernal equinox is biblical. So we're going to chop that one away right now. We're going to go through this. It's a very short read, and this is from Karaite Corner, and you can get this, read it, copy it, print it off so you have a copy. The claim has been made by proponents of the equinox calendar theory that the word equinox actually appears in the Tanakh. They're referring to the word tekufa, or tekufa, with a Q instead of a K, which appears in the Hebrew Bible 4 times. Tekufa is, in fact, a post-biblical word for equinox. However, it never has the meaning of equinox in the Tanakh. In the biblical Hebrew, tekufa retains its literal meaning of circuit. That is, something which returns to the same point in time or space, from the root nun kuf pe, meaning to go around. To claim that tekufa means equinox in the Tanakh just because it has this meaning in later Hebrew is an anachronism. This would be like saying that there were handguns in ancient Israel because the word ekdak, the post-biblical Hebrew word for handgun, appears in Isaiah 54, verse 12. Let us consider another example of this anachronistic use of language. Before the invention of the electronic computer during World War II, the word computer referred to a man who sat at a desk computing mathematical equations. That's like Moses came down with 2 tablets. One was a Mac and one was a Dell computer. Imagine if we found an 18th century document mentioning computers and proclaimed to the world that there were really electronic computers in the 18th century. This is exactly what the equinox followers are doing with the word tekufa. To better understand this, let us consider the 4 appearances of tekufa in the Tanakh. The first appearance of tekufa is in the list of pilgrimage feasts in Exodus 34:22, which refers to the agricultural character of the Feast of Booths. And this is Exodus 34, verse 22, and the Feast of Ingathering at the circuit of the year, Tekufa Hashanah, the circuit of the year. Being misled by the post-biblical Hebrew meaning of Tekufa, some have interpreted circuit of the year anachronistically to refer to the autumnal equinox. It is doubtful whether the ancient Hebrews even knew of the equinox, or they certainly had no way of calculating when it would be. This anachronistic reading leads to the suggestion of fixing the beginning of the year so that Sukkot, the Feast of Ingathering, falls out at the time of the autumnal equinox. However, a closer investigation shows that the circuit of the year has nothing to do with the equinox. The list of pilgrimage feasts also appears in a parallel passage in Ezekiel 23:16, which describes Sukkot as follows. And the feast of ingathering at the going out of the year, Zet Hashanah, when you have gathered in your work from the field. Exodus 34 is actually an almost verbatim paraphrase of Exodus 23, and it is important to compare and contrast these two passages. The differences are often very enlightening. Comparing Exodus 34:22 and Exodus 23:16, it is clear that the going out of the year and the circuit of the year refer to the same time. The going out / circuit of the year is described in Exodus 23:16 as when you have gathered in your work from the field. The agricultural ingathering is also described in Deuteronomy 16:13. You shall keep the Feast of Booths for 7 days, when you have gathered in from your threshing floors and from your wine presses. The Feast of Booths ingathering is described as the going out of the year because it takes place at the end of the year, the agricultural cycle of planting, harvest, threshing, and ingathering. At the same time, Sukkot is described as taking place at the circuit of the year because one of the agricultural cycles ends it, then immediately because once the agricultural cycle ends, it then immediately recommences making a circuit, returning to the same point in time with the planting of the fields after the first rains, sometimes during or shortly after Sukkot itself. Psalms 119, verse 7 is another tekufa. The term tekufa appears in Psalm 19 in reference to the sun. But here too, it has nothing to do with the equinox. Psalm 19 describes the heavens and the sun, and from their unique vantage point are witnesses to all things in creation, and thus metaphorically testify to the incomparable glory of God. Verses 5-7 describe the sun. Verse 5, he, Yehovah, placed a tent among them for the sun, which is a bridegroom going out of his chamber, and which rejoices in as a strong man running a race. From the end of heavens is the sun's going out, and its circuit to Kufato is to their ends, and none is hidden from its heat. Verse 6 describes the sun as a bridegroom that bursts forth out of the chamber and as a hero that runs along a path. Verse 7 then describes the going out of the sun at one end of the heavens and the circuit Tekufato of the sun at the other end. Clearly, what is being described is the daily path of the sun, which rises at one end of the heaven, its going out, and sets in the other end, its return, and none is hidden from its heat during the course of the day. What has confused some readers is that the going out or exiting of the sun refers to sunrise, but this unusual terminology is used throughout the Tanakh. For example, we read in Judges 5:31, thus shall all the enemies of Yehovah be destroyed, and all those whom he loves shall be as the going out of the sun, Kizet Hashemesh, in its might. Judges 5, verse 31. Those loyal to Yehovah shall shine forth with glory as the going out of the sun, that is, sunrise. It may seem strange that sunrise is referred to as the going out of the sun after all. After all, in Exodus, we saw that the going out of the year was the end of the year, whereas the going out of the sun is the beginning of the day. However, this is consistent with biblical usage, and in fact, the common biblical way of saying sunset is the coming in or entering of the sun. This is related to the ancient Israelite conception of the sun, which at night was thought of as a metaphorically dwelling in a celestial chamber, Psalms 19:5. At dawn, the sun goes out of its metaphorical chamber, and the earth is lit, while at night the sun comes into its metaphorical chamber, and it is dark. This is also the thought behind the comparison of sunrise to a bridegroom coming forth from his chamber, Psalms 19, verse 7. Psalms 19, verse 7 refers to the going out of the sun, sunrise, at one end of heaven, and its circuit returned to the same place, to its nightly chamber at the other end. That is sunset. For a similar thought, see Ecclesiastes 1:5. We see that here too, Tekufa, circuit, has nothing to do with the equinox. Tekufa in 2 Chronicles 24, verse 23. As seen above, the Tekufa circuit of the year in Exodus referred to events in the autumn, the time of ingathering. The same expression, circuit of the year, is also used to refer to events which take place in late spring, as we see in 2 Chronicles 24, 23. And it was at the circuit Tekufa of the year that the army of Aram went up, and they came to Judah and Jerusalem. In this instance, the circuit Tekufa of the year comes in place of the common expression return, Teshuvah of the year, which appears several times in the Tanakh as the time when kings go out to war, as in 1 Kings 20, verse 26. And it was at the return to Teshuvah of the year, and Ben-Hadad counted Aram and went up to Aphek to war with Israel. 2 Samuel 11:1. And it was at the return to Teshuvah of the year, at the time the kings go out to war, and David sent Joab, and they smote the Ammonites and besieged Rabbah. The time that the kings went out to war was the late spring, before the oppressive heat of summer and after the winter rains, which made the mud roads in the land of Israel impassable. We see here that Tekufa, circuit of the year, is used interchangeably with the more common Teshuvah, return of the year. Whenever this annual set time for kings to go out to war comes around, it is a circuit of the year, returning to the same point in time as last year. 1 Samuel 1, verse 20, Tekufa, again. The term Tekufa circuit also appears in 1 Samuel 1:20, which says, and it was at the circuits Tekufot of the days, and Hannah conceived and bore a son. Here, the circuits of the days referred to the same time the following year, or possibly to the completion of a term of pregnancy. It is worth noting that Tekufa is plural in 1 Samuel 1:20, as Tekufot, circuits. If we apply the anachronistic meaning of Tekufa as equinox, then we get an absurd translation. And it was at the equinoxes of the days, and Hannah conceived and bore a son. There's no such thing as equinoxes at one point in time. This emphasizes how important it is to understand Scripture and its historical and linguistic content. None of the four appearances of Tekufa in the Hebrew Scripture have anything to do with the equinox. Instead, this term is used in biblical Hebrew as a primary sense of a circuit that is a return to the same point in space or time. Only in post-biblical Hebrew did Tekufa come to mean equinox. And to read this meaning into the Tanakh creates an anachronism. So what I told you before, how accepting the equinox as the base of your understanding, you've now fallen prey to the rest of the Zadok teaching. By understanding where the equinox comes from, it doesn't come from your Tanakh, it's not found in your Bible, is to eliminate that one little piece of arsenal that they use to try and deceive you. So now let's go to what I was going to read before. This is part of the book. This is also part of the explanation that we've given in this week's newsletter. In 2007, my friends, I forgot their names, my friends at the time, let me just get up here. Oops, now I've really messed up here. I shouldn't have done that. Now I've lost my place. Oh, Larry and June Atkinson out of Texas. So they wrote this on their website, and part of their findings was based on some of the teachings that I was doing at that time. And so they came up with this teaching, and the teaching is quite brilliant. Where did I have it here? So we know that. I'm going to start here. I'm not sure if I got the right spot. I had that marked out. I moved my page. Now I'm messed up. So I apologize. This is in the book that we're about to publish. It's also in this week's newsletter. You can read it there. This article was written not to disprove the Zadok calendar. This article was written to prove that there's a 13th month in the calendar. Because at the time, people are saying there's no such thing. There's no proof of a 13th calendar in the Bible. Therefore, we shouldn't be keeping it. Well, if you don't keep a 13th month, then you're going to be keeping Passover on November 20th some years and June 50th, other years, because that's just an impossible situation. So let me just start in here. I'm going to read it. We're going to go through this because this is your homework assignment. We're going to do this today. But then you are going to go home and you are going to do this yourself. So right after Sabbath, after this service, after we shut down the meeting, get out a pencil and paper, open this up in the newsletter, start to read it, write this down, do the calculations, get your calculator out, and do the math. Once you've done that, once you've proven this to yourself beyond all doubt, then all talk about Zadok calendars, Enoch calendars, Jubilee calendars will go down the toilet where they belong. The Hamashit that they are promoting. That's where they belong, in the toilet. But until you can prove that, you're going to be susceptible to their teachings. And when they mix it all up with a whole bunch of scriptures, if you don't do your homework, you're going to fall prey. Again, we're in the last 10 days. We're in the last 10 years. False teachings are going to come out. If I bring out a false teaching, you have got to do your homework and determine why and how it is false. Okay, so thus are the individuals who rely on maturing barley crop. So he's just read about the barley being the beginning of the year. Let's start here. This month shall be unto you the beginning of months. It shall be the first month of the year to you. Thus, the first month of the year was observed right around the time of the maturing barley crop. Now here, you guys have got quite an education on that. You're quite capable of that. You understand that. But with no further information to guide us, a controversy emerges. Shall we use the maturing barley crop to be our measuring stick in setting the first month of the year? If so, what about those who live in different areas of the world? Barley can mature sooner in Egypt than it does up in Israel. Here in Texas, most crops mature at least 1 month before they do in the northern states. The question then is this: do we require that the barley crop in one location of the world determine when the rest of the world begins its new year? The answer is yes. Or do we allow different localities to set their own new year based upon their own maturing barley crop? As you can see, this issue can become extremely complicated. Controversy abounds among those of opposing persuasions. Many sincere individuals eagerly await news that the barley is in the green ear in Jerusalem before they begin their first month of the year. Indeed, the first month of the year is termed Abib, which means green. And we pointed that out this year in our teachings, i.e., a young ear of grain or barley that is still young and green. According to Strong's Exhaustive Concordance, number 24, those who question the requirement that Jerusalem be the determining location of the maturing barley crop are quick to point out that not so long ago, residents of different regions of the world would not have had the means to have known when Jerusalem barley crop was maturing. And this is why Hillel developed. As our modern communication system is only of recent invention, how would Americans have learned of Jerusalem maturing barley crop 100 years ago? Again, those are good questions, but they're not relevant to what we're talking about today. Thus, there are individuals who rely on the maturing barley crop of their own local area to determine when the start of the first month of the new year. Of course, this method has its problems. Let's skip this. We know we're rehashing all this. Well, maybe I should, because it leads into the next part. Of course, this method has its own problems. As many of us are aware, one of the purposes behind the observance of Yahweh's feasts is to bring the believers together in one place. When individuals or individual groups rely on their local maturing barley crop to set their first month of the year, the end result is that there will often be discrepancies, meaning that a group down south may observe Passover in March, whereas a group up north may observe it in April. Certainly, our desire should be that each of us be in unity, that we come to a mutual understanding of Yahweh's calendar that will keep us all on the same page, so to speak. Our purpose in this study is not to make suggestions or how you should set the new year. Nevertheless, in these calendar discussions, a parallel topic frequently surfaces, that of whether Yahweh's calendar is a solar calendar or a lunar solar calendar. So a solar calendar is one that's determined by the sun, which is what Enoch, Jubilees, and Zadok are all doing. A lunar solar calendar is one that uses, like here at Sight of Moon, the barley and the moon to determine when we keep the feasts. And we are occasionally asked to explain why we believe as we do. We hope this study helps to clarify our rationale. Those who promote a solar calendar base their year on the period of time it takes for the Earth to make a complete revolution around the sun, which is approximately 365 days. Some sources list the solar calendar as having 364 days. All the Zadok calendars are 364 days. There's a problem. Thus, a solar year can never be shorter than 364 days, nor longer than 366 days in a leap year. Those who promote a lunar solar calendar rely on the observance of the first visible crescent moon after sunset to start each month. In ancient Israel, both the vernal equinox and the agricultural conditions were used to determine when the first month of the year began. I disagree with that. As we mentioned earlier, the first month of the Israelite year was called Abib, meaning green, i.e., young ear of grain. This greening of barley occurs in spring. Once the barley was observed having green ears, the next visible new moon, again, I disagree with that. You can know when the barley is green. You just have to look. Is it going to be roastable and ready by wave sheaf day? That's what you have to determine. The chief characteristic of this lunar solar calendar is that it can contain 13 months in certain years, whereas the solar calendar is preset with 12 months. The year marked by a solar calendar exceeds the lunar calendar by about 11 days. Without involving ourselves in the controversy that surrounds the calendar promoted by the opposing sides, we will simply turn to Scripture in an attempt to discern whether or not any solutions to the dilemma are presented. Yehovah does not tell us in his word to set our year by a solar calendar of 365 days, nor does he insist that we abide by a lunar solar calendar that will occasionally have years consisting of 13 months. Had such instructions been inspired to have been included in our Bible, this controversy, and again, this controversy of the Zadok calendar would never have surfaced. Since those instructions are missing, it is up to each of us to search out our scriptural evidence that can clue us into the calendar used by Yahweh's people. As the title of this study implies, there is a passage of scripture that provides strong evidence that a lunar solar calendar was used by the people of Yahweh in the book of Ezekiel. Now, the book of Ezekiel, you got to understand, Ezekiel was taken prisoner in 604 BC. 604 BC is 500 years before the Zadok, Enoch, and Dead Sea Scrolls were even thought of. So that's important. When was Ezekiel writing this? In the book of Ezekiel, we are given a month-by-month account of Ezekiel carrying out Yahweh's instruction pertaining to his bearing the iniquity of both the houses of Israel and the house of Judah. He was told to lie on his left side for 390 days to bear the iniquity of the house of Israel, and then on his right side for 40 days to bear the iniquity of the house of Judah. Ezekiel 4, verses 4 to 6. We are given a time frame in Ezekiel demonstrating that the year in which he did this had to contain 13 months. Think about that. This article is to prove that there's a 13th month. And we're going to show that to you. To begin our investigation of the above claim, we need to start at the beginning of the book of Ezekiel, in chapter 1. Ezekiel receives a vision from Yahweh. Let's read the first 3 verses of that chapter. Ezekiel 1, verses 1 to 3. And it happened in the 30th year, in the 4th month, in the 5th of the month, as I was among the captives by the river Chebar. The heavens were opened, and I saw visions of God on the 5th of the month, the 5th year of King Jehoiakim's captivity. The word of Yehovah became known to Ezekiel, the son of Buzi, the priest in the land of the Chaldeans by the river Chebar, and the hand of Yehovah was on him there. So you need a pencil and paper to write the dates down. The 4th month, the 5th of the month. Okay. In the passage above, we're told that the word of Yahweh came to him in the 5th day of the month, which was the 5th year of King Jehoiakim's captivity. We know from verse 1 of this chapter that this was during the 4th month. This is a good starting point for us. The key time frame at this point is that it is the year 5 of King Jehoiakim's captivity. After receiving this vision, Yahweh commissions Ezekiel to go to the children of Israel to warn them of the consequences of the rebellion. This commission occurs in chapter 2. Who is Ezekiel? Ezekiel is a Jew. When did Ezekiel go into captivity? 604 BC. He's told to go to the children of Israel. Where is Israel? Israel no longer exists. They've gone into captivity in 723 BC. They're taken to the same area where Ezekiel is, though. That's another point. But is this prophecy for us today? Ezekiel 2, verse 7. And you shall speak my words to them, whether they will hear or whether they will forbear, for they are rebellious. Thus, having been commissioned, we read on in chapter 3 that Ezekiel visits his fellow brethren of the captivity at Tel Abib. Not Tel Aviv, but Tel Abib. Then I came to the exiles at Tel Abib, again, so it's the hill of green ears, who lived by the river Chebar, and I sat where they sat, and I also dwelt 7 days, being stricken dumb among them. Ezekiel 3, verse 15. Ezekiel was clearly overwhelmed by the vision that he had seen, coupled with the virtual hopeless mission to which he had just been assigned, a mission to bring Yahweh's people back to the faith. The key words in the above verse, though, for purpose of this discussion, are 7 days. He remained at Tel Abib for 7 days, according to the above verse. Ezekiel's vision came to him on the 5th day of the 4th month, during the 5th year of King Jehoiakim's captivity, 592 BC. If we were to draw up a calendar to depict this time frame, it would look something like this. So there you see the 5th day circled. 7 days later is how long he's sitting there in despair. And that brings us to the 12th day of the month. Okay, now you can take a screenshot, shift, command, and the number symbol, take a screenshot so you have this. You can also get it from the newsletter. And if you go to the our funnel about Zadok, it's in there as well. As displayed above, you will notice we have circled 2 dates on this calendar, the 5th and the 12th. We circled the 5th because that is the date on which Ezekiel received his vision from Yahweh. We circled the 12th because this marks the end of 7 days that he remained there astonished among his brethren of the captivity. At the end of those 7 days, at the end of those 7 days, the 12th day of the 4th month of year 5, the word of Yahweh came to him again. It was during this event that Ezekiel was given an astounding directive. He was told to lie upon his left side for 390 days, followed by 40 days on his right side. He was also given specific instructions as to what he was to eat and how he was to cook his food during this time frame. Keep in mind that during this entire period, he was not to turn from one side to the other. Ezekiel 4, verse 8. Let us read this amazing set of instructions given to Ezekiel as found in Ezekiel 4, verses 1 to 11. And you, son of man, take a tile to yourself and lay it before you and portray on it the city of Jerusalem and lay siege against it and build a fort against it and cast a mound against it. Also set the camp against it and set battering rams against it all around. And take an iron griddle to yourself and set it for a wall of iron between you and the city. And set your face against it, and it shall be under attack. And you shall set a battle against it. This shall be a sign to the house of Israel. Also lie on your, and again, remember, Israel has already gone into captivity. They're already gone. Also lie on your left side and lay the iniquity of the house of Israel on it, according to the number of days that you shall lie on it. You shall bear their iniquity. For I have laid on you the years of their iniquity according to the number of days, 390 days. So you shall bear the iniquity of the house of Israel. Verse 6. And when you have fulfilled them, lie again on your right side, and you shall bear the iniquity of the house of Judah 40 days. A day for a year, a day for a year I have set for you. And you shall set your face toward the siege of Jerusalem, and your arm shall be uncovered, and you shall prophesy against it. And behold, I will lay bands on you, and you shall not turn yourself from one side to another until you have ended the days of your siege. Take also to yourself wheat and barley and beans and lentils and millet and spelt, and put them in one vessel, and make bread of them for yourself. According to the number of days that you shall lie on your side, 390 days you shall eat of it. And your food which you shall eat shall be by weight, 20 shekels a day. From time to time you shall eat it. You shall also drink water by measure, the 6th part of a hin. From time to time you shall drink. Repeating what we have already outlined in our comments above, this passage clearly presents the seemingly bizarre instructions that were given to Ezekiel. He was ordered to conduct a mimic siege against Jerusalem as a sign against the iniquity of the house of Israel and the house of Judah. Furthermore, he was told to lie on his left side 390 days, followed by 40 days on his right side. Again, remember that during the entire period, Ezekiel was not to turn from one side to another. We do not read of any further time reference until we arrive at the 8th chapter of Ezekiel. In Ezekiel chapter 8, we learn that the time frame has advanced from being the 5th year to the 6th year. By this time, Ezekiel had completed his act of obedience to our Heavenly Father. He had by now lain on his left side for 390 days, followed by his right side for another 40 days, a total of 430 days of lying around. We read of this time frame in Ezekiel 8, verse 1. And it was in the 6th year, in the 6th month, on the 5th of the month, I was sitting in my house, and the elders of Judah were sitting before me, and the hand of the Lord Yehovah fell on me there. Notice that Ezekiel was sitting in his house with the elders of Judah on the 5th day of the 6th month. Clearly, as an obedient servant of Yahweh, he had completed his days. He was commanded to lie on his left and right side. The question we are left to answer is this: given the premise that Ezekiel observed, let me get rid of that. No, can't do that. So you see the comments on the right. These are editorial comments to the article that we're working on. This is from my book. So just never mind them. The question we are left to answer is this: given the premise that Ezekiel observed a solar calendar, could he have possibly completed the day of lying around by the 5th day of the 6th month of the 6th year of Jehoiakim's captivity? To best answer this question, we are displaying a solar calendar in which we use the dates given in Ezekiel as displayed below. Since the 12th day of the month was the last day of 7 days, during which Ezekiel sat astonished, we will present a calendar depicting him wasting no time in following through on Yehovah's directive to lie down. Thus, as shown in the following sample solar calendar, again, these are 30-day months, day 1 falls on the very next day, the 13th day of the 4th month. So here's the 4th month. There's the 12th day that he was lying around, and day 1 is now starting to count here. And these are 30-day months. This is a solar calendar. So this is the Zadok, this is the Enoch, and this is the book of Jubilee calendar that we're going to use here. Again, they are doing this back in 2007, which is absolutely brilliant because here it is. This is the big problem today. So we start the counting. Now you can do this on your own. The 4th month, start counting from 1 and continue through. And we keep on going. So I'll count the months for you. There's the 5th month, the 12th. There's the 6th month, the 12th. There's the 7th month, the 12th. There's the 8th month, the 12th. There's the 9th month. There's the 10th. There's the 11th. There's the 12th month. Now we're back in the 1st month of the year. And we have the 2nd month, we have the 3rd month, the 4th month, and the 5th, and we come to the 6th month. Okay? You're following me here in the charts. If the ancient calendar used by Ezekiel only consists of 30-day months, this is the Zadok calendar, the Enoch calendar, the Book of Jubilee calendar. This is the one that everyone's pushing for today, which doesn't have 30-day months anymore. It has 30 days plus every 3rd month is a 31-day, so they've changed it. If the ancient calendar used by Ezekiel only consisted of 30-day months, the above scenario at the very least serves to demonstrate that something was lacking. Did you see it? We went through it all. Did you see it? It would have Ezekiel sitting in his house on day, what day? On day number 413. Ezekiel was charged to line aside 430 days. 430 total days. So he was at least 17 days shy of reaching the goal, if that's the calendar that he used. I'll go back up here and look at it again. On the 6th month, 430 days, the 12th of the 6th month, right? It doesn't add up. We got a problem. Unless we ignore all of our options, we should remember that with a solar calendar, there must be 365 days in the year, whereas we only allow 360 days for the above calendar. Nevertheless, if we were to generously add 7 extra days to the 412 days we gave Ezekiel, this would only give him a total of 419 days of lying around. Still far short of the 430 days he was allotted. Moreover, if each month during that 12-month time frame were to have 31 days, let's give him 31 days, Ezekiel would have still risen too soon. Are you following what they're saying here? We realize this is an impossible scenario, but for illustration purposes, in order to give skeptics the benefit of the doubt, if each month were to have contained 31 days, Ezekiel would have been sitting around on day number 427, 3 days shy of his required completion date. Okay, and think about that. If each month, we're not going to have a 30-day month, we're now going to give you a 31-day month for every month. It's still not 430 days, it's 427. Not only do we believe the above calendar is unrealistic due to its not allowing Ezekiel to complete the command 430-day lying mitzvah, but we also believe it is very unlikely that each month contained 30 days. Okay, so now we're getting into real science. A lunation consists of 29.5 days, 29.53059 days to be more precise. That's how long it takes for the moon to go around the earth. This is why some months, when you go by the lunar cycle, consist of 29 days, whereas other months have 30 days. Some are persuaded that in ancient times, the months always consisted of 30 days. Velikovsky's theory, and taking the 1290 and 1260 days of Daniel, and then taking the 30 days for 5 months of Noah, and they believe that they are going to end up with a 30-day month calendar. This is all false theology. Where was I? Some are persuaded that in ancient times, the months always consisted of 30 days, and they recite the Genesis flood account as evidence validating their claim. Regardless of whether or not this claim has any merit, by the time of Ezekiel, the current lunar cycle was in place, as verified by ancient sources, including an ancient Greek calendar known as the Attic calendar, A-T-T-I-C, Attic calendar, which was in place during the 4th and 5th centuries BCE. The preponderance of evidence supports believing that the ancients, including those of Ezekiel's day, did not recognize a calendar that contained only 30-day months. The following information is taken from the Interpreter's Dictionary of the Bible. Title, the lunar month. There is no direct evidence that the ancient Hebrews ever observed anything but a lunar month, i.e., a month of 29.5 days, requiring alternation of 30-day months with 29-day months for practical purposes. Speculations concerning a purely solar reckoning, according to which the year was mathematically divided into 12 30-day months, without reference to the lunar phases, fail to explain why there should be months at all, and do not take into sufficient account the widespread popularity of lunar calendars in very ancient times. Again, the word month comes from the word moon. And if we could just count by 30, then you don't need the moon-month relationship. It is true that 30 days are generally reckoned as a month's length. Genesis 7:11, 8:3-4, Numbers 20, verse 29, Deuteronomy 21, 13 and 34, 8, Esther 4:11, and Daniel 6, 7 and 12, 6, 8 and 13. And that the year contained 12 months. 1 Kings 4:7, 1 Chronicles 27, 1-15. Apart from intercalation. This formula is, however, only a practical way of reckoning and leaves undecided the precise calculation of the calendar. Arguments for a year of 7 50-day periods, the so-called Pentacontad calendar, are even more precarious. We concur with the Interpreter's Dictionary of the Bible that the ancient Hebrews calendar consisted of months containing both 29 and 30-day months. This raises the question as to how such a calendar, known as the lunar solar calendar, could have worked out for Ezekiel. Now the one that we at Sight and Moon believe in is about to be tested. Will we pass the test? Presuming that the year only contained 12 months. There's a flaw there. The following calendar demonstrates that he would have fared even worse than he would have with a 30-day month only calendar. Oh no, Joe's been proven, he's about to be proven wrong. Oh no. Read carefully, brethren, read carefully. So here it is again. We're now going to begin with on the 12th day of the 4th month. And we're going to start, so you can see here on the chart, the 13th day is now day 1 in our count. And we're going to count this out using 29 30-day alternating months. Yeah, there he goes. So some months are 30 days, and sometimes there's 2 or 3 months in a row that are 30 days, and other months that are 29. So this averages out. Okay, and we come down to the end here in the 6th month. In the 6th month, it is 420 days. As shown by the preceding 12-month lunar solar calendar, Ezekiel prematurely ended his 430-day ordeal, i.e., he disobeyed the instructions given to him by Yehovah. He should have been lying around on the 5th day of the 6th month, not sitting around. Keep in mind also that we have already given Ezekiel a bare bones amount of time during which he had to prepare for this period of adversity. As you may recall, he was told to prepare a certain amount of food and water for his adventure. Without a doubt, it would have taken some considerable amount of time and effort for Ezekiel to have made all the necessary arrangements for his siege. Notice how Adam Clarke in Clarke's commentary explains Ezekiel 4, 9-10. Take thou also unto thee wheat in times of scarcity. It is customary in all countries to mix several kinds of coarser grain with the finer to make it last the longer. Thus, this which the prophet is commanded to take of wheat, barley, beans, lentil, millets, and fitches was intended to show how scarce the necessities of life should be during the siege. Verse 10, 20 shekels a day, the whole of the above grain being ground was to be formed into one mass, out of which he was to make 390 loaves, 1 loaf for each day, and this loaf was to be of 20 shekels in weight. Now a shekel being in weight about half an ounce, this would be 10 ounces of bread for each day. And with this water and with this, water to the amount of 1/6 part of a hin, which is about 1.5 pints of our measure. All of this shows that so reduced should provisions be during the siege that they should be obliged to eat the meanest sort of ailment, and that by weight, and their water by measure. Somehow Ezekiel had to come up with enough grain and water to last 430 days worth of baking bread. For us to presume he was able to come up with the necessary provisions on the same day he was granted his vision from Yahweh, this would make for a very lenient and unrealistic time frame. Nevertheless, for the sake of our friends who insist that a strictly 12-month calendar was in use during the days of Ezekiel's siege, we produced the above sample calendars to illustrate that the only way either calendar could have been in use would have been if Ezekiel was disobedient to Yahweh. Realistically, he needed some extra days to have prepared for his ordeal, which means he should have begun lying on his left side later than on the 13th day of the 4th month of the 5th year. Had we taken this factor into account, then by the 5th day of the 6th month of the 6th year, he would have clearly spent even less time on his right side and left side. The difficulties in reconciling those 430 days with a solar calendar or even a 12-month lunar solar calendar are just too overwhelming. As mentioned earlier, it is possible for a lunar solar calendar to have 13 months in the space of a year. Again, this article is to prove that you need a 13th month. He's not trying to disprove the Zadok calendar, but we are. Most years will only contain 12 months, just like a solar calendar, but occasionally a year of 13 moons is necessary to keep the seasons balanced with the months. For example, during the time of the wave sheaf offering of the Feast of Unleavened Bread, the omer measuring consisted of the first fruits of the barley harvest. In order to be able to produce those grains necessary for the offering, the barley crop had to be in the green ears by the time of the sight. Oh, okay, I disagree with that part. By wave sheaf day. That same cycle continues year after year. But what if 12 months later, at the sighting of the new moon, that should have marked the first month of the new year, the barley was only half grown, not even having any heads, let alone green ears? The Israelites knew that they could not have proceeded with the count to the Passover, for there would certainly have been, and there certainly would not have been any barley first fruits available for the wave sheaf offering. They had but one option: declare that new month to be the 13th month of the year, Abib. Abib, the name of the first month of the following year, would have to wait a few more weeks. Is there scriptural evidence that Israel used a lunar solar calendar consisting of 13 months? Well, we've just examined Ezekiel's mimic siege, using both a solar calendar and a 12-month lunar solar calendar, and have discerned that neither calendar could have been used unless Ezekiel broke the commandment of Yahweh by getting up too early from lying on both his left side and his right side. Let's examine the time frame of Ezekiel's adventure one more time. This time, reconcile the 430 days with a lunar solar calendar consisting of 13 months in order to determine if this is the calendar that was regularly employed by Ezekiel. So there we are again. We're going to go to on the left-hand side here, the 12th day of the 4th month. We started counting 1 there, and the 5th and 6th, and then back up on the right-hand side of the page, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and then 13. The 13th month is added here in blue. And then we begin the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th month. Or the 5th, 6th month here at the bottom of this chart. As indicated on the preceding pages, this 13th month lunar solar calendar would have given Ezekiel the necessary time to complete lying on both his left side and his right side. So again, looking at the chart here again, the 430 days ends on the 28th day of the 5th month. The 28th day of the 5th month. On the 5th day of the 6th month, according to Ezekiel 8:1, Ezekiel was sitting in his house visiting with the elders of Judah. 1 week after he finished this 430-day lying around, he's now sitting in his room. Let me read that again. As indicated in the preceding pages, this 13th month lunar solar calendar would have given Ezekiel the necessary time to complete lying on both his left and right side in time to be found in his house, sitting with the elders of Judah on the 5th day of the 6th month. Based on this evidence, Ezekiel could not have observed a solar calendar. He definitely could have reckoned a time with a lunar solar calendar, however. Although many are of the mind that Yahweh intends for us to use the solar calendar, i.e. the sun, to determine our years, and hence the seasons of the years, there are some verses in Scripture that indicate otherwise. Again, let me point out here, brethren, the 430-day count that Ezekiel had to keep ended on the 5th month, on the 28th day of the 5th month. Ezekiel 8, verse 1, using the alternating months 29 and 30, ends up on the 5th day of the 6th month, 1 week later, sitting in his house. Does that work with the solar calendar? We've just shown you that it does not. And we've also shown you that there's no 31-day months. Psalm 104, verse 19. He appointed the moon for seasons. The sun knoweth his going down. Right? There's the word again that we just looked at. In the scheme of things, those who seek the truth of Yahweh's will are going to find plenty of topics on which to disagree. The issue of which calendar he intends for us to employ is at or near the top of the list. And why is that, brethren? Why is that so important to get the calendar right? Because the calendar determines when you keep the Moedim, when you have those appointments to meet with Yehovah. And if it doesn't matter which calendar you keep, if it doesn't matter whether you keep the Zadok calendar or the Crescent Moon Barley calendar or the Hillel calendar, then it doesn't matter. We just keep the Gregorian calendar and we start going to church on Sundays again, because it doesn't matter. But if it is important, if keeping the Sabbath is important, if keeping the holy days at the right time is important, then having the right calendar to determine when those holy days are is also equally important. And here at sightofmoon.com, we've made the big stink about this since the beginning. Getting this right is always very important. It seems that for every conclusion one reaches, there is someone ready to point out its error. This controversy, as we indicated earlier, traces back to the fact that there are no clear-cut, concise, to-the-point passages of Scripture to which we can refer for an absolute solution to this enigma that has puzzled believers for centuries, even eons. We can all rejoice in knowing that there are many believers who care enough about the Creator, what the Creator wants us to do, that are willing to study out this matter. May Yahweh bless our study of this subject as we seek to gain understanding of His will for us. So now he's just got some comparison charts in there. So those of you who are listening won't be able to see this, but if you go to the website, it's there. If you go to the Zadok funnel that we have, they are there as well. Yeah, oh, this is the appendix. This is where he talks about what I taught him. Anyway, you can read that later. This is important. We're near the end of this age. Are you about to be taken out of the race? Are you about to be sidelined by a false teaching because you have not done your homework? You have not proven that the months are 29 and 30. You have not, and you're, so if you don't do that, you're susceptible to believing in a 30-day month. You're susceptible to believing that in a 30-day month, there are exceptions every quarter of a 31-day month. You know, Ezekiel just proved to you the 300 or 430-day count that he did is done by a lunar calendar with a 13th month. So what are you going to do now? Again, I am not attacking Eddie, Monty, Avi. But there are a lot of people out there who rejected the Jubilee cycles. They rejected keeping the sabbatical years. It's only for in the land of Israel. It's not for us. We don't have to do that. When I look back at all the questions I get, the questions, the emails I get, is because people are confused. They got in their brain, they got the lunar Sabbath lie, which means the Sabbath is every 7 days, or on the 7, 14, 21, 28th of a calendar, or the 8, 15, 22, 29th of a calendar. And they're trying to fit that with the things I'm teaching here about the sabbatical and Jubilee years. And it doesn't work. Then there's the other bunch of questions I get are people who are locked into Zadok or Zod, and their thinking doesn't fit with the Jubilee cycles and that thinking, and they're messed up. And these questions keep coming up. And I did not understand why until this past week, and especially in the last couple of days when I posted that newsletter. The people are objecting, the people that are leaving, the people that are cussing me out and storming off have swallowed the Zadok calendar hook, line, and sinker. The Zadok calendar that came about by the Assyrians, written between 160 BC and 70 AD. A novel that people have accepted on the same level as the Torah. You are not to add to Torah, and this is why. You're not to take away from Torah. Again, this is why. How many times does it say not to add to Torah? Do not add, do not add, do not add. It's half a dozen times for sure. Do not add. Yet we're going to add the books of Enoch, Zadok, and Jubilees, plus the other pseudographic books, because, you know, we really just did not have a love of the Torah in the first place. We need these extra things to fill our mind. Again, it's your life, it's your soul, it's your, you know, whether you're going to make it through this next 10 years or not, it's your choice. I could say, frankly, Scarlett, I really just don't give a damn, but that would be a lie. I actually do. And because I do, I come on here and do this teaching like I did today. I do this teaching like I did in the newsletter. I promote this stuff. I do the videos. I do the books. I do all this stuff because I do care. If I'm if I'm doing this to get rich, ask James how rich I am. Just ask him. It's not for the money. It's because I care. So, but if you want to fight and argue and cuss, take a hike, get lost. We've had a bunch of people do that this spring. I don't care, go, leave. As soon as you're all gone, I get my Shabbats back to myself. So I'm not, you know, I want to teach, I want to build this up, but I don't want you here if you're not happy. leave. But you are going to be tested. From now on, you are going to be tested. Is the Sabbath only the day part? That's another teaching's coming about again. Is it only the morning? Is it from sunset to sunset? Are the holy days? Which calendar? Is the barley aviv? Is it green ears? Is it brown ears? You know, tomorrow's Shavuot for some people. Where's the wheat? It's gone. What are you doing? Are you going to prove these things? You're called to be a priest. You're not called to be a dumbass sheep. Stop being one. Prove these things. We've given tons of proof. Prove what I say is true or false. Prove it. But if you're going to fill your brains full of Nephilim, Illuminati, if you're going to fill your brains full of conspiracies, if you're going to fill your brains full of other stuff, then you're not studying Torah. You're not asking Yehovah for knowledge and understanding and wisdom in Torah. And if you're not doing that, when these other, good teachers come along, they've been deceived. But when they come along, because they are reputable, they're going to deceive you. Can you see through their faults? Again, we go back to the Tekufa, the equinox. As soon as you accept it, you've fallen for the trap. It's not there. Was the book of Jubilees, did it come down from Moses? That's a lie. That's an apocryphal book. Did the book of Enoch, was it written before the flood? That's a lie. It did not. We read about, I believe it's Enoch in Jude. When did Jude live? He was, around 30 AD. These books were circulating at that time. The Zadokians, Sadokians, Saduks, Sadducees, who's Yeshua rebuking? The Sadducees, the Zadoks, and the Pharisees. In all of these teachings, does Yeshua ever once quote from the book of Jubilees? Does he ever once quote from the book of Enoch? No. No. So I think I've now covered it all. We've been here a couple hours and a bit. Does anyone have any questions on this? Because I want you to understand, if you don't understand that, if you don't understand what I've just explained, now is the time to ask. And I don't want you to feel stupid. Stupid are the people that don't ask. Stupid are the people that go home and just dismiss this. So don't be afraid to ask a question here now. I'm giving you the opportunity. That's what this midrash is for. Randy, I haven't been able to see the chat for a long time. How are we doing?
It's all good there. Brian's got his hand up for you.
Brian, go ahead, sir.
I just want to clarify in my own thinking. It might be helpful to somebody else. You're coming to the conclusion based upon Ezekiel sleeping on his right side, left side of 430 days, and the days that he started this process on one day in the calendar, and when he finished it, concludes that there's got to be a 13th month in that process. Just concisely speaking, in like one sentence, is that what you're? Is that the gist of it?
That is what the article was originally setting out to do, and yes. So
Okay.
by counting those days, 430 days, if you did just the solar calendar or you did just a lunar solar calendar using both calendars, but you only did a 12-month because people didn't say there was a 13th month. If you did just that, both of them fall short. But when you add the 13th month, then this lunar solar calendar works, but these solar calendars don't have a 13th month.
Right, right. I just want to be able to explain this to someone in a short, abbreviated, understandable explanation, because I know there are people that I've fellowshipped with in the past, and they're promoting the Zadok calendar because Monte Judah, because these notable scholars have come to that conclusion. And I'm with you right along. It's like, well, wait a minute, just because they've understood all this and they've got a reputation, now all of a sudden, because they jump on this bandwagon, we jump along with them. I want to be able to say, time out, hold your horses. Let's look at this a little different way. And I appreciate your presenting it to me. It's a lot of detail. I'm gonna have to go back over the video for the details, but the gist of it, to comprise it into one sentence or two, I think you clarified it for me, so I appreciate it. Thank you.
No, I think you've said it correctly in one sentence. Understand, like Joe Dumont, the Torah to me is the book of law. It's the law. And you're all lawyers. And when you go to court to fight your case, I bring the whole book. I don't bring, cherry pick a couple of verses here and there to prove my case. I bring the whole book. And then some things like this, there's outside sources that I can use to demonstrate what the Torah is saying. I bring them as well. I don't come to a gunfight with a penknife. I bring cannons. And I use them. I don't hold back. I don't care if it hurts your feelings. And I'm not talking to you specifically, Brian, but I don't care if it hurts your feelings. I want you to know the truth. And if I'm teaching you a false thing, then I hope that you guys will stand up and say, Joe, this is where you're wrong. I've got James doing that. Randy, Shane, Glenn would never let me get away with anything. But I hope you guys will stand up and do that. I want to teach the truth. But when I see my friends, Avi is a friend, Monty and Eddie, they're not friends. They're, I've associated with them, but we've had our disagreements in the past. But I also want to see them. If they're willing to change from the Hillel calendar, again, I don't agree with the Hillel calendar, but if they're willing to change from the Hillel calendar and start adopting the Zadok calendar, that means that they're also willing to change again when the truth is pointed out to them. Now, I may not have the gift of being able to explain that to them, but one of you can. I know my newsletter got to all three of them before I woke up this morning. So yeah, it's a very small world out there, and we hear about what each person's talking about. The fact that I'm coming against this got them all up in arms. The fact that I'm not attacking them personally, as I put Eddie's email to me in the introduction, in case you missed it, I put it in after I got it, and you can read it. He thanked me for not attacking him. It's not about personalities here. It's about the Torah. Let's argue, like we argue here each week about different things that are gray. There are gray areas. The calendar is a gray area. Why? Yehovah made it that way. Why? So that you dig and dig into it. Why? So that you get to know him. You get to know Yehovah. And the more you know Yehovah, it's like your husband or your wife. You're drooling and gaga and stupid when you're first dating and see them. And then afterwards, about their mole on their butt and the receding hairline and their little things that they do that just annoy you, or the little things they do that you just love that you didn't notice before. But that comes with time as you get to know each other better. Digging into the calendar, digging into all the nuances of the calendar and all the nuances of the holy days helps you to know our husband, our father, our king, Yehovah, much more intimately. But if you don't do that, if your Bible study consists of TikTok or YouTube videos, then you're screwed. You really are. Because when it comes time for the test, you're going to fail because you don't have the backup. You don't have the ammunition. This stuff I've been offering, it's been on my site. That article was written in 2007. It's been on my site since 2007. But here I am teaching it today. And I know there's a lot of stuff on my site. There's a lot to go look for. I understand. But it's been available. It's always been free. I've never charged for it. I put you in a funnel to try and direct you to it. The Zadok people, that's what that Zadok funnel is about. So people go there and learn about that. And then I get their email and then we can start teaching them more stuff later on. That's part of the process. So again, I'm not very good at putting things in a one sentence thing. I got to bring all my books with me. So I thank Brian for being able to do that, but I can't do it. Janet. Janet,
not
are
much.
you trying to
I'm coming. I'm coming. Okay, we'll just have to not show my face, which is fine. All right. So this teaching has my heart thumping so hard because I have to make a public repent. You allowed me to put a calendar on your sighted moon, and there was an error in it, and that error could be very devastating, and we must fix that. It was unintentional, and the Lord has shown me about intentional sins and unintentional sins. When David committed his sin with Bathsheba and murdered her husband, that was an intentional sin because he had the word, he had the commandments. And so the prophet came and showed him it was him who was the bad guy and that it was intentional. Well, my sin is unintentional. In the process of making these calendars that we posted on your site, on the charts, there was multiple PDFs, and either I picked up the wrong one or I did not catch my error. And it shows in 2024, a 13th month that is not the 13th month. So we will get that fixed. I've been busy and I've had it on my mind for a long time to get it fixed. And one of our members here saw a posting I did on Facebook about my electric tricycle. And I had gotten scammed by the first one and I got my money back, but I didn't go back and tell people my embarrassment that I had been scammed. And so this person also bought the bike and was scammed. And so now I realize how important it is to come back and admit your faults, your errors as quickly as possible so that this error doesn't spread like a disease. And that's what I just wanted to say. And I thank you for all the work that you've allowed me to do. It's given me great understanding.
No, I thank you for, the help that you've been through me and doing some of this work that, some of the, you guys don't know, but some of the stuff that Janet's working on is the
Metonic.
880-year calendar and trying to determine that in 13 months cycles based on the tombstones and our recent history. And so she's been doing that, and we are going to show that when a 13th month year shows up in the calendar in history, and to see how that plays out. And it's demonstrating that Torah calendar consistently is off because Torah calendar uses the equinox to determine when the beginning of the year is. So the work that Janet is doing is monotonous, it's boring, it's big, and it's deep. And for her to admit she made a little mistake this year, who cares? Thank you though, Janet. Whenever you get that fixed and you want me to update it, let me know and we will do that. There's also a calendar on there that goes right up to the end of the 7th millennium. I think we put it on there. So
yeah, it does. And I know when we talked before, you were kind of excited about the 2043 and 2044 lunar and solar eclipses because time and date shows that 2043 and 2044 have a super tetrad those 2 years. And a super tetrad means total, 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 total. Total lunar, total solar, total lunar, total solar, and then repeated the next year with all totals. No partials, no however you say that word, penumerable. And you seem like you were like, wow, that was really cool. So yeah, it is cool.
Yeah, now I can't say that word either. Now I'm trying to say, how do I say it? So, yeah. So yeah, there's a lot of different things that we're looking at in the future and trying to understand. These are things, but I used to believe that the 1290, 1260 were 30-day months. And I believe that because in the tribulation, you're not gonna be able to see the sun, moon, or stars because of all the smoke. I used to believe that. I don't believe that anymore. I believe these are just different days of counting because Yehovah told us to count from a certain event to a certain other event, which would be on a different day, that you can't just count the months. So I've learned that. So I'm just catching up on some of the messages here on the side. So I'm thanking you guys. Thank you guys for understanding what I'm trying to say. You call this a Jubilee calendar. No, I don't call this a Jubilee calendar. The Jubilee calendar that is our, the 5,880 years of the Sabbath Jubilee years. That's what we call the Jubilee calendar. The regular calendar is the yearly calendar. I just call it the barley and crescent moon calendar. I would also call it the Karaite calendar, except the Karaites are now 2 months different than us. So I got to be careful how I use that term. Okay, so I caught up in the chat. Anyone else got any other questions or comments they want to make on this? Did I make myself clear? Do you guys understand this now? Who's that? Kurt.
Shabbat Shalom, Joe.
Shabbat Shalom, Kurt.
So you said something, I'm going to nitpick a little with you.
Yep.
You said something about that the calendar determines the Moedim, right?
Okay, yeah.
Just a short time ago. Because that's still in my mind, so that means it's a short time. This is what I want to nitpick on you. I don't think the calendar determines the Moedim. I think that's the wrong way to put it, because Genesis 1:14 says specifically that the sun, moon, and stars are for the determining of days and years and moed
And
and
the
oaths.
Zadok people will quote that same verse to
So
justify the keeping of a 30-day month and the solar calendar.
I'm not talking about Zadok.
I know, but I'm
my
just saying,
focus.
I'm just saying,
I'm
that's
just
what they
pointing
do.
out that the very first time that the word moed is used, and that's what their purpose was for the moed, the sun, moon, and stars. That was their distinct purpose, and it says that's their purpose. It's not very many places that says it that plainly.
Yeah, okay. So those, I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you. The sun, the moon, and the stars determine the calendar. The calendar determines when you keep the holy days. There are different calendars out there, and depending on which one you follow, you keep the holy days at different times. That was the point I was trying to make.
Yeah,
You're nitpicking, I know.
the calendar doesn't precede. The calendar follows, is what I'm getting at, I guess. It doesn't come first. The first thing is the sun, moon, and stars, not the calendar.
And what we're doing here today is showing you how to use them in order to end up at the right Moedim at the right time.
Right, that's the whole purpose.
Yeah.
So I don't disagree with anything you had said. I haven't studied it out that deeply yet that I can comment on it.
Yeah, and and I understand that. Now, a lot of people are in the same boat. That's why we took today and we went through this step by step. I'm sorry, I'm not laughing at you, Kurt. I see Eric number one has got his hand up again. Now I forgot what I was going to say.
Is there more than one Eric? You've been blessed with more than one Eric now?
Just laughing at Eric, that's all. I forget. I don't even know where I was going. I'm just totally thrown off. Eric's messed me up again.
And I got one more question, I guess.
Go ahead.
While I'm still here. You mentioned something about the word tekufa.
Yeah.
That it's not related to the equinox.
Not at all.
Well, when I read Psalm 19, verse 6, I'm not sure if you addressed that one when you were talking. I didn't.
We did.
I don't get the same thing. I see that as a description of the year, the beginning.
It's a circuit of the sun, moon, and stars around the earth. It's not talking about the equinoxes.
So if you just, a circuit has like in this case, it's talking about a beginning and an end, right? A going forth and an end of the circuit. Well, where's the beginning of a circle?
There isn't one.
It's where you put your pencil on the paper first in order to draw the circle. And then once you've drawn a circle, there is no beginning and end. But as far as the year goes, you have to pick a beginning and therefore an end. So I actually do see the equinox in that.
Then you've taken a modern word and force fit it into a biblical word that's not there.
Well, I'm not. See, the thing about the word equinox is everybody gets.
does not mean equinox. That's why we went through and
No,
read
it doesn't.
4 verses at the very beginning. It has no meaning or no connection to equinox until modern times have applied it to that.
I agree. It doesn't mean equinox, but it does mean a revolution of the sun.
Yes.
Coming around, a circuit of time or space.
Yes.
A period, an epoch, a circuit, a revolution, and it also means season.
Yes.
So.
But it does not, and just to make sure we drive this point home, it does not mean, and you agreed, it does not mean equinox.
Right. So here's the thing about the equinox. I wish everybody wouldn't get so wigged out as soon as you use the word, because it's a celestial term. It's an astronomical term. Astronomers use it, and it just happens to be that the equinox is the beginning of their whole survey system. For some reason, they chose that.
But it's not the beginning of Yehovah's survey system.
No, but astronomy's been around for a long time.
Modern astronomy has not.
Well,
the term equinox is only a modern terminology. And because the reason we jump on this, Kurt, is because people don't understand Hebrew, which is why I went back to a Hebrew scholar who knows the language instead of me trying to just say it. He knows the language. He knows what it means.
So I'm not disputing the word equinox.
But hang on, I am.
I'm questioning the reason why astronomers picked that point in time, that day of the year, at least a circle, and it's visible in the sky. You actually can see the day.
Kurt,
and I'm wondering why
you use the equinox to determine your calendar. You've erred.
I'm not saying that it determines the beginning of the calendar. I'm questioning why the astronomers picked that date. What purpose and why? The word tukufa actually means also it's related to the eye of a needle. And so to me, it's a very specific point in time is what it shows in that revolution.
The moment that you accept Tekufa as a starting point,
It's
then you
irrevocable.
are, no, then you've given into being susceptible to accepting the Zadok calendar as your calendar.
He
I'm
didn't
not-
read Nehemiah's explanation, I don't believe, and I thought that was the best response within.
I have not read any of the stuff that has been sent out lately.
You should read it. It really is
time-
open.
That's why we
mind
took today, that's why I took today to read it so that everyone could hear it. Now, unless you fell asleep during that part, Kurt, it was part of today's teaching and it's there. You can go and read it. It's it'll be in the YouTube. It's in the newsletter this week. You can go and read it.
Well, I will. I
Okay.
intend to. It's just something that I wanted to, I think that does speak about the year and how it's divided into two halves.
No,
And,
that's not what the kufa means at all.
well, it means a revolution, just like I said. I know what it means. And the word katsa before it and after, the word tekufa is actually the center of a chiastic structure, which is interesting.
Okay, go and read what we said there that you missed and then come back and argue it from that point of view.
Well, I'm not arguing. I'm just trying to point out facts.
I'm
So
not
anyways.
going to yield. I'm not going to yield to the kufa being a point in time to start the year.
Well, you have to pick
hang on. I'm not going to yield to the kufa meaning the equinox.
I didn't say that it does.
No, but you're indicating that it does. You are indicating.
Well, on the planisphere that the astronomers use to map the sky,
which is not Torah.
No, but what did Abraham get told?
Well, Moses
was
came
told
down
to
from Mount
separate the
Sinai
stars.
with 2 tablets. Moses came down from Mount Sinai with 2 tablets. One was a Mac and one was a Dell.
He was told to separate the stars if he could.
Moses came down with 2 tablets.
Yeah.
One was a Mac. They had Mac computers when Moses came down off Mount Sinai.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. Mac computers. Exactly.
Exactly.
So-
That's the same thing that you're doing with Tekufa.
Anachronism.
Joseph and Kurt, I hate to interrupt, and I'm so not knowledgeable as you or understood a lot of what you presented, Joe, but someone helped me by something Kurt said from referring to Genesis 1:14. Could I just have permission to share for 1 second that could possibly settle this for Kurt? Permission granted?
You've already taken it.
Please,
Go for it.
please.
Yeah,
Oh,
Randy can give you shared abilities.
well, I haven't learned anything wrong. I've just learned what you've taught, Joseph. So, and so I've been teaching that. And I got tripped up on the Genesis 1:14 thing too, because it's the first mention of the feast, and it's to set, the feast times. But then I learned Genesis 1:13, and I'm going to read it. So the sun, moon, and stars and the mention of the feast hasn't come up yet. It says, then God said, let the land sprout grass, green plants, yielding seed, fruit trees, making fruit, each according to its species, with seed in it upon the land. And it happened so. The land brought forth grass, green plants, yielding seed, each according to its species, and trees making fruit with the seed in it, each according to its species. And God saw that it was good. So there was evening and there was morning the 3rd day. You have no sun, you have no moon, you have no stars, and yet all because Yehovah's word, you had everything green. So the equinox is not mentioned, but yet everything needed that was green, like barley, could have, depending on what day this was or what time of year this was. So what I understand Joseph is teaching is it depends on the sighted moon and the green ears of barley. That's it. And you don't need the sun or the moon or the stars to tell you when to start. When you have the barley and you have the sighted moon at the same time, then that's when you start. The sun, moon, and stars can start Yom Teruah and other things. And so that's what I wanted to tell Randy, is that he brought forth everything from he doesn't need the sun, moon, and stars to start the season. He needs the barley and the sighted moon. And that helped me. Randy, I don't know if that helps you. And I'm sorry if I sound really ignorant.
No, I think you're talking to Kurt, though, not Randy.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
Don't,
Randy.
don't worry, it's all good.
Randy's my red-haired brother. Okay,
Randy's
sorry.
better looking than me anyway, so I'd rather be called
Oh,
Randy.
y'all are both perfect.
So, well, it's not that I don't disagree with what you said, but I don't see, like it says specifically that let them be for signs and for seasons and days and years. That's very specific.
And may I? Like, signs are a witness to an event that has occurred. So I can see where she says
We're
in verse
going to.
13 happens, and then 14 tells you the signs which show that the event has happened. Just like the sliver. We know the conjunction has happened only if we see the sliver. Mathematically, we can equate it, but it doesn't prove it until we see the sign. I hope that helps.
Yep, it's all good.
Okay, are you done, Kurt?
Yeah, I'm good here.
Okay.
I've said my piece.
Let me move on to number one there, Eric.
Well, so I a lot of times I look at the patterns that are set up, and maybe this is a false pattern, but I seem to see in the scriptures the sun, the moon, and the stars. I see the days, months, years in that pattern. The days determined by the sun, the months determined by the moon, the years are determined by the stars. Do you see that?
Okay.
But he's not saying that. It's almost like he's putting it in the scriptures and is going to let us figure it out, which I think he does with a lot of the patterns in the scriptures, like, chiastic structure. A lot of people don't know what the chiastic structure is, but it's just another form of centralizing the key point he's trying to make. It's a way to paragraph the words he's trying to talk about. But most Westerners don't know what a chiastic structure is. There are some that are in 2 or 3 verses. There are some that are in 1 verse. There are some that are in multiple chapters of multiple books. So the chiastic structure can be one inside of another. You could have 3 or 4 chiastic structures inside of each other. But when I hear the sun, the moon, and the stars, it's almost like he's saying these are for the Moedim. These are for the times. These are for the season. In order for you to figure out when the Moedims are going to be done, you have to know that it's the day, month, and year. And in those patterns, you see sun, moon, and stars.
Okay.
It's probably the simplest way in my mind to explain a very complicated situation, I guess.
Yeah. And the subject that we're talking about today is deep and complicated. And that's why I read it, so I didn't miss anything, but I tried, I think what I presented today is very simple. It's black and white. The charts are there. Anyone can do this.
Yeah, but its simplicity in time, it was not. It took you a little while to make your position. I'm saying if you get it down to something just real simple and real short.
Well, like I said to Brian, I bring everything to the court case. I don't leave it at my home.
Yeah, but sometimes you can overwhelm people in doing that.
Yeah, I know. And James gets mad at me. He says, "Can't you write a 2-page article? Why does that even take maybe 80 pages?" I don't know. That's just the way I am.
Okay.
Frank, go ahead, sir.
Hello, Joe. Good job there. Well done. there's 50 people or so that were listening into you today now that should be able to do the maths on the Enoch or the Zadok calendar from now on. And the thing I smiled about at the end of it all there was he had a week off before he met the boys to get over it.
Put a little food back in his stomach. Yeah.
Yeah, to get to sit up straight too, like, you know. But it's a great way to have spent this Shabbat just running it out there, because it'll be on YouTube for people tomorrow, and that and the articles are online there. So it's a great resource to, you know, charitably deal with Eddie and his friends, you know what I mean? Because there's lots of people that take their lead from Monty and Eddie, and it was lovely to see the email that he sent to you, because you know, charity edifies and love covers a multitude of sins. So that was great to see that coming from him, you know, because he was accepting that you were taking his position apart, but you weren't taking him apart. It was brilliant. Well done.
When I saw his email there, I thought, oh, here we go. He's about to get me blast. But he didn't, and I really appreciate it. I wrote him back and thanked him for that, and thank Monty for that as well. Again, I'm not condemning these guys. I'm not.
I know that.
No.
I'm hoping they will hear our presentation, because, you know, now they somebody brought my email to them right away, and they'll hear this presentation and they'll go out and they'll start to examine it, and maybe they'll see some flaws in their understanding. I reached out to some other people that haven't got back to me yet. If they do and they show me something that I've missed, I will present that next week. But yeah, this is an important subject. And again, I've had mistakes that I've made in the past, and when I see that, I correct it and change and move on. But there are some people, all they want to do is point and accuse. They do the work of Satan, never letting you forget your sin that you did many years ago. But yeah, those people, they're there for a reason. I don't know what it is, be a pain in the butt, but some people just don't grow. I'm not condemning anybody to hell. I want everybody to grow and be in the kingdom, but we got to study and stop wasting time on conspiratorial stuff. Especially now, we're in the, you know, the gun lap. It's right there. You can see the light at the end of the tunnel. It's right there. So we got to go. You good, Franks? Yep.
Yeah. Thanks, Joe.
Thank you very much. Ella, go ahead. Paul,
The question was,
Paul, you had your hand up. If you want to talk, just put it back up. Ella.
the question was, when did he have time to make preparations for all of this that he had to have every day? It takes a village to feed somebody that long, so he had to have neighbors, family, good restaurants close by that would bring that to him every day. Surely, I mean, he couldn't have had it stacked up for a whole 390 days. It had to be provided to him every day.
That would be an assumption to believe that. It's possible. We don't know. We're not told. And in the presentation, we said that he went straight on his side the next day. But even if we gave him a couple of days grace to get things ready, it still isn't enough time for the lunar Sabbath people, or not the lunar, the solar people to get it to work out. It only works for the lunar Sabbath with the 13th month. So by the time he's sitting up, there's 7 days gone from the 430th day to the time he's sitting up. So there is 7 days grace in there that you can get things ready. Or he could have people
do lots to get ready though for 390 days.
Yes,
430 days.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's the thought.
Yeah, I would love to have a community feed me every day for that length of time, but I'm looking around, there's nobody coming through the door with food yet. So I'll have to move down beside Ella, because Ella's got huge chocolate cakes to feed me. Paul, go ahead.
Oh, he could always come down and see me, Joe. I go down around the community food bins
Paul,
and trying to find lots of things.
I just before you get going here, I just announced to everybody that we've now got on the website in the upper right-hand corner, we can now click that button. You can put on any flag in the world and you can understand what I'm saying in the newsletter. And we're trying to get a button on there. I've asked James to find me a button so that when I push on the Australian flag, I'll understand what the heck they're saying.
Wow, that's awesome. Just like you all up there, all right?
Go ahead, sir. I had to get that shot in.
You did well. You've floored me now. The thing that I'm finding is that the day starts when God deems it. And if we're not watching for it, which He's given us plenty of understanding, I think, in saying that, yes, the sun, moon, and stars are there, but so is the seed, and it's in its season to grow. And He said, present an offering, the first offering for the year, which is to watch for it and to be aware. And it's simple, and a child does understand it. And, you know, I didn't understand my dad, although he understood a little bit of it a long time ago when I was with him and he was doing share farming and I was only about 10 or 11. And he'd let a paddock rest for a year and wouldn't put a seed in. I said, well, you know, he just mentioned it. Well, no, we just let that rest for the year. It'll grow better next year, you know. And I'm going, well, the year after. And I never understood back then. And I said, God, when did my dad ever do covenant? Whether he tried to do it or whether he understood it in the farming. And Dad did that, you know. So it was a witness, even though I didn't understand it, God showed back to me, you know. He tried to understand the time slots and he knew it was real. And people today don't want to listen to that. And it's sad. But then I'm finding out just a little scripture, 1 John 2, verse 4, it says, those who do not the commandments don't know God. And I'm going, oh, so that's why God gives them a kick out of the pants, you know, and kicks the virgins out. They don't know Him. So doing the commandments is very important. And then the next verse says, if you do them, you love God. And I'm going, that's what I want. That's what I want. So I've got to learn to do them by loving Him and respecting His wishes, that we learn to do them. And yet people, oh, but Galatians says this. And I said, yeah, I know where you're coming from. You know, you want to whitewash God. And they didn't like that. So, and sad, because people just think that they've got it all down pat. We don't have it down pat. We're just learning step by step as we go. Some of the Jewish people have it down pat better than us, and yet they still miss some of the little things that lead them in the better path. That's what we've got to look for. That's what we've got to keep digging for. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no more talk about the subject I just talked about, and then we will move on and we will start doing the Torah portion and see how much we can get done before we run out of time. And I'll shut down the time in about 2 hours time from now.
I just want to say one thing, Joe. I read the newsletter and I was waiting for this. I know you had posted that letter from your friends way back in 2007. I remember that. It was awesome. And I was actually looking for a review of that because this Zadok, Enoch, whatever is really blowing up now. And we need to be able to have an explanation to people that is, though yours is very detailed like a court case, which is good because that's where you lay out all your facts, but you can compile it a little bit shorter. Even we can explain it a little shorter and it makes sense. So if we can get this word out, hopefully some of these people that are falling for it will be able to prove it out themselves. And I think you did a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Glenn. I was oblivious to all of this. I get we put out different ads or different campaigns. We're shutting down the ad part right as of this month. We just ran out of money to do it. But we've been putting out ads to encourage people to learn this information and at the same time become subscribers to our newsletter, and then hopefully come and join us on Shabbat. And we're reaching into the Christian community who don't know any of this stuff is going on. So that's what we've been trying to do. One of the two big ones are the Mark of the Beast and the Bismillah. And then the Zadok one has been coming up lately, and I didn't know why it was taken off, but it was, and I'm getting more questions about that. Until this week when somebody told me Monte Judah just published a calendar for the Zadok calendar. And I said, what? And like Monte Judah is Hillel calendar all the way. And then I thought, after I seen that, I said, well, what's Eddie doing? And I checked Eddie. Eddie's been teaching this since October, at least since October, maybe earlier. And then I found out this morning, Avi's been teaching it since 2021. And wow, I've been living in a corner here. Nobody told me. I had no clue.
May I say one more thing?
Yep.
The simplest thing is to think about this. Every calendar, because you can't divide 365.2 days equally between months and weeks, you need to intercalate something. And what we have is all the calendars, other than Sighted Moon Sliver Aviv one, makes man intercalate, which now you don't have God determining the feast days. You have man adjusting it towards their whims. What with the Sighted Moon Aviv, barley and sliver moon, it's all in his hands. He's doing it. We're not doing it. We're not making that decision. He is by signs. And that's where it becomes clear who's in charge. That's my my thoughts on that. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, Glenn. Orion's asking, how many tombstone proofs have I got for the sabbatical cycles? I've counted some of them twice by accident. So we're up in the upper 70s, low 80s, and we're putting them into this book that I'm working on, which I may publish without them very soon because of the Zadok thing. But in those tombstones, and I was going to read that today and I forgot, but we have an article and I couldn't find the actual article. I believe it's 45 tombstones, or can we keep Passover before the equinox? And I pull up all these tombstones. I know of at least 12, and we just got a bunch more last year that Ella found for me. And we may be 15 or 16, and I don't know exactly right now because I've forgotten, tombstones that mark or show us that Passover in the year that this person died was a month before the equinox. The equinox used to be March 19th, now it's March 22nd, and February, at the end of February, the 1st of March, these people were keeping Passover. This is a Jewish Christian community south of the Dead Sea in what is today the land of Jordan. It's called Zoar, the tombstones of Zoar. And we've got all these tombstones. We've got over 100 tombstones, but only can read, I don't know, 30, 40 of them. I'm not sure. And out of those 30 or 40 that we can read, we got 15 or 16, or I don't even know the number anymore, that prove the sabbatical year, not the sabbatical year, the holy day of Passover and unleavened bread was kept before the equinox. Not all the tombstones in the same year. These are spread out over a 200-year period of time. That's a hard proof. That's a hard fact proof. They were keeping Passover before the equinox. So is the equinox part of the equation that you're using? Then you got it. These Jews at the time didn't know what they were talking about. And they wrote it on the tombstones. So yeah, I wish I could read those, but I've lost them for today. I'll find them. They'll be in the book. They'll be in the book if I ever get to the book. I got to get these things done. Get this video done, then get the book done, then get all this stuff done. Okay, Ryan.
Yeah, Joe, thank you. I know God's shown you all this stuff, but what's it going to take for people to get it? I just don't get it.
Well, so go on Facebook and look at what people are posting. I call it BS or memes, right? M-E-M-E, you know, they don't say nothing. It's all, it's nothing. No, but that's where people are learning. That's where they learn their stuff. There's no one being brought back to like sightedmoon.com where they can study into the subject deeper. Like, you know, some people are, you know, saying that I'm too deep. Okay, I'm deep. I don't, you know, it's taken me 19 years to be able to tell you about the sabbatical Jubilee years in 2 minutes. But it's taken me that long. So if we want people to learn this stuff, then that's what we got to be talking about on Facebook. That's what we got to be talking about in our social media. That's what we got to be talking about on Shabbat. You know, we do that here, but not everyone else does that. So if we go to Monty or Eddie's Shabbat service, okay, Monty's Friday night update, what's he talking about? Whatever's going on in Jerusalem and his understanding of that according to the way he sees prophecy. Nothing wrong with that. Where's their teaching about, I don't know, something? You got to go get his videos or DVDs or be a part of his service. And everything on our books is on my website for free. If you want this subject, it's in the books and you can go deeper into it. Okay. This book about the calendar, this book about the history of how the calendar got screwed up, how everything got changed during the Sadducees, Sadokians, Zadok, Pharisees, Boethusians, and the Essenes, how everything got screwed up is going to be free on my website. But will people read it? How are they going to read it? It's up to you guys, right? It's up to each one of you to take that article and give it to somebody and say, you need to study this. And not just say here, you need to say, this is why you need to study it. Because in this article, this guy is going to prove the equinox, or this guy is going to prove the 30-day month doesn't work. Or, you know, I'm speaking about today, but, you know, I get sent, people send me, you got to watch this video. No, I don't. No. And if you send me a video like that, I've never watched it because I don't. Why do I need to watch this video? Well, because it's going to explain to you about such and such a subject or something that I'm interested in. Then I might be interested in watching the video. But you got to do that. You guys are the teachers. You're supposed to be the priests. So start to teach people these things. Open up your social media programs. Don't just post a cute little cat video. I like the Bushman right now. He just makes me laugh all the time. But post something there and make it attractive so people want to read it. Why do they want to read this? Well, you're going to learn this, this, and this. This is okay. Then they'll read it. So you got to do that. But it's hard, and it's getting harder because we're running out of time. And now, on top of all this stuff, all this here, we're supposed to be on top of all this confusion about the calendar in the messianic movement, or whatever you messed up followers of Yeshua. You've also got Satan coming at you full guns blazing. These pro-Palestinian marches and demonstrations that are happening as a result of Israel attacking Hamas are also coming at you at the same time. These things are coming at you at the same time because your rights are being taken away so that you cannot talk. The video that I'm about to produce, I cannot show on YouTube. I cannot share it on Facebook. I can only do it on BitChute, I think, or Rumble. I'm not sure, one or the other. I'm not sure which one. But you can't share that type of truth anymore. We're already under the gun. The stuff that I'm teaching, I can't even speak in public in Canada. I will be arrested and put in jail. This YouTube video could put me in jail. And on the other hand, if I don't tell the truth, Yehovah could execute me. You know, it's a rock and a hard spot. But you're also in the same position. You've got to speak up. It's not just me. It's all of us. You got to do it on whatever means you got. But you got to do it in such a way that you don't get delisted from Facebook or YouTube or whatever means but you got to speak up. You've got to do this. And it's hard. But that's the time we're in. Again, right there is the end of the tunnel. You know, let's go for it. Okay, if there's nothing else, we're going to start the Torah portion and we'll see how far we get on it. We're going to start reading. Today is Genesis 14, Judges 17 or 7 and 8. And we'll see how we get there. And I have Johan.
Got a blessing the readers?
Yes, we're going to bless the readers. Go ahead, Shane.
He who blessed our forefathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, may he bless Johan, Eric, Glenn, Bree, Kay, and Nick, because they have come up to raise the Torah, and because they shall re-roll the Torah. As a reward for this, may the Holy One, blessed is he, protect them and rescue them from every trouble and distress, from every plague and illness, and may he send blessing and success in their every endeavor, together with all Israel, their brethren. Now let us respond. Amen.
Johan, you have Genesis.
On to you. Genesis 14, I'm reading from Scripture's 2009 version. And it came to be in the days of Amraphel, sovereign of Shinar, Arioch, sovereign of Elasar, Kedorla Omer, sovereign of Elam, and Tidal, sovereign of Goyim, that they fought against Bera, sovereign of Sedom, Birsha, sovereign of Amorah, Shinav, sovereign of Admah, Shem-Eber, sovereign of Zeboim, and the sovereign of Bela, that is Zoar. All these joined together in the valley of Siddim, that is the Salt Sea. 12 years they served Kedorla Omer. In the 13th year they rebelled, and in the 14th year Kedorla Omer and the sovereigns that were with him came and struck the Rephaim in Esteroth, Karnaim, and the Zuzim in Cham, and the Emites in Shaweh Kiriathim, and the Horites in the mountains of Seir as far as El Paran, which is by the wilderness. And they turned back and came to En Mishpat, that is Kadesh, and struck all the country of the Amalekites, and also the Amorites who dwelt in Chatzetzon Tamar, and the sovereign of Sedom, and the sovereign of Amorah, and the sovereign of Admah, and the sovereign of Zeboim, and the sovereign of Bela, that is Zoar, went out and joined together in battle in the valley of Siddim, against Kedorla Omer, sovereign of Elam, and Tidal, sovereign of Goyim, and Amraphel, sovereign of Shinar, and Arioch, sovereign of Elasar, 4 sovereigns against 5. The valley of Siddim had many tar pits, and the sovereign of Sedom and Amorah fled and fell there, and the remainder fled to the mountains. And they took all the goods of Sedom and Amorah and all their food, and went away. And they took Lot, Avram's brother's son, who dwelt in Sedom, and his goods, and left. And one who had escaped came and informed Avram the Hebrew, for he dwelt by the terebinth trees of Mamre, the Amorite, brother of Eshcol, and brother of Aner, and they had a covenant with Avram. And when Avram heard that his brother was taken captive, He armed his 318 trained servants who were born in his own house and went in pursuit as far as Dan. And he and his servants divided against them by night and struck them and pursued them as far as Yehovah, which is on the left of Damascus. So he brought back all the goods and also brought back his brother Lot and his goods, as well as the women and the people. And after his return from the striking of Kedorlaomer and the sovereigns who were with him, the sovereign of Sodom came out to meet him at the valley of Shaweh, that is the sovereign's valley. And Melchizedek, sovereign of Salem, brought out bread and wine. Now he was the priest of the Most High El, and he blessed him and said, Blessed be Avram of the Most High El, possessor of the heaven and the earth. And blessed be the Most High El, who has delivered your enemies into your hand. And he gave him a tenth of all. And the sovereign of Sodom said to Avram, Give me the people and take the goods for yourself. But Avram said to the sovereign of Sodom, I have lifted my hand to Yehovah, the Most High El, the possessor of the heaven and the earth, not to take a thread or a sandal strap or whatever is yours, lest you should say, I have made Avram rich, except only what the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men who went with me, Anar, Eshcol, and Mamre, let them take their portion. Thank you.
Thank you, Johan. Okay, I say we're going to read the Torah Portion. We may not get much past this one here today before we run out of time.
No kidding, right?
Wow. Okay. Let's start off in verse 1. And it came to pass in the days of Amraphel, king of Shinar. Who's that? Arioch, king of Elasar. Chedorlaomer, king of Elam. Who's that? And Tidal, king of nations. Who's that?
Is not one of them Nimrod?
One of them is Nimrod. Who's the other one? It's Ham. I mean, not Ham, Cush. Cush.
Cush, yeah. Okay.
You got Cush and Ham in here. And this is the first League of Nations. King of Nations. So this is the first empire. Before Daniel starts talking about the Babylonian Empire, there was the Nimrodian Empire. And out of this empire that he has, he will start another one called the Assyrian Empire. And then he begins the Babylonian Empire, and which is passed on down to history to Daniel. What you see going on here is, okay, so now here I am just land-based. No, I'm not even going to go there. Okay, forget that. I'll stop that line of thinking now. Let me show you the chart though. Why did he come against the people in the Sodom and Gomorrah? I'm going to share my screen. No, not ready. Why did they come against the people of Sodom and Gomorrah? Why did he want to pick a fight with them?
Because they weren't paying the tribute.
Exactly. Does that say that there, Paul? Does it say that?
No, I've heard that in previous discussions. I don't know whether that was the case or not, but I think it was.
That is the case. So we have to go back. We're going to go back here to the time of Abraham when this takes place. There it is here. This takes place in the year 1824 BC, which is 2013 after creation. So this is a rebellion of the cities against Ham, against Cush, against Nimrod. How many kings was there? 4 kings? Or 5? Because then if we could probably figure out if that's Horus or not. It could very well be. And the amazing thing about this is these guys were pulling apart and they're being overcome, and brought back under authority by being destroyed and having their kingdom or their leaders killed. That's where the story comes in. Now, what we did here in the Prophecies of Abraham book, the first book I wrote, was we compare this to our modern day. So we come back up here to our modern day. That turns out to be 1999. And what happened in 1999? That's the day the euro came together. So the splitting apart of the nations at that time, potentially even of the building of the Tower of Babel, and that all spreading apart back in Abraham's day, is our day. 1999 is when the euro, bringing those Babylonian countries back together from all the different languages under one umbrella. Now, they're not all speaking the same language, but there's just a pattern there that I could not ignore.
Joe, would that also mean the tree that was referred to in Daniel that was cut down and regrew again? Is that what that means?
Well, the tree in Daniel is talking about the Babylonian Empire. So Daniel talks about, it starts with the Babylonian Empire, which was carried down to our time today.
Yeah, but also there was the judgment in that it was so many years before it restarted again. Didn't the tree start to regrow again? 2520,
it began, I believe, that's when Pope John Paul II, says to return to your roots. That was exactly 2520 years later.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, but that, the Babylonian tree, the roots of that go back down into Nimrod, Cush, and Assyria.
Yeah.
Okay, no one else got their hand. Okay, verse 17. When Abram comes back in verse 17, and the king of Sodom went out to meet him at the valley of Shaveh. That is the King's Valley. Where's the King's Valley? It's no longer called the King's Valley today. It's called the Valley of Jehoshaphat. Oops, that's what it's called in the future. What's it called today? It's called the Kidron Valley. So Abram's meeting in the Kidron Valley with the king of Salem. Who's the king of Salem?
Shem.
Shem. Shem is the king of Salem. And Shem is also known as Melchizedek. Now, recently, in the last 7, 8 years, I think now, I'm losing track of time, they discovered a stone there. I've taken Randy there a couple times to see the Melchizedek stone. I think we took our group there last fall to see the Melchizedek stone. This is Temple 0. This is the first temple built by Melchizedek. This standing stone stood beside the altar where the sacrifices took place. And we've seen that. We've seen the olive press. We've seen the altar. We've seen where the place where the stanchions was, where the animals were killed. It's just above the Gihon Spring. It's just below the entrance. It's actually at if you look over the place where you're sitting to go into Hezekiah's tunnel, if you look over the edge there, you're looking right at it. That's Temple 0. So in the valley right in front of you, to the right-hand side, if you go down half a mile, not even, you'll be standing in what was the king's garden. That king's garden was buried when the great earthquake of 863 took place, and that part of the mountain fell down and buried that part of the valley. Paul.
Joe, if that's where all that happened, and today
that's where Abraham met Melchizedek. That's not where
that's right.
This war all happened.
No, but in the process of meeting Melchizedek there, and knowing that only the old city of David was there at that point,
Well, it wasn't
nothing
the old city
new.
of David. It became, after Melchizedek died, after Shem died, it became known as Jebus.
That's right. So it changed, but the stone that they found, and that's Temple Zero. Why haven't the people in the city of Jerusalem come to understand that that's Temple Zero, not the Dome of the Rock?
Well, okay, Eli, what's Eli's last name? I forgot Eli's last name.
Shukron.
Zukron, yes, thank you. He's very careful in what he says. If you go against the establishment and you say, and I've even had people from archaeology who use the sabbatical and jubilee or chronology to date their findings, they cannot say that publicly because they'll be delisted or blackballed, because it goes against the recognized chronology. So as an archaeologist, he's only allowed to say certain things. And if he says that this is Temple 1 or Temple 0,
they're going to bury him.
yeah, he'll be out of a job. So he's got to be very careful in how he says it. He gives you every indication when he's talking to you, especially if you're Christians, as to what this is. A Jewish audience, he'd probably speak a little bit differently. So, yeah, if for a rock, just an ordinary rock, they've spent a fortune building a viewing center just to the east of it, so that people can come through the viewing center and look at this rock and then move on. So the rock is highly significant. They know it is, but they can't tell the Jewish population this is where the temple was, because it goes against everything that they've been saying for, what, 80 years now? So, yeah, that's the problem they got. Eric.
Thank you.
Yeah, when I go to Hebrews 7, I'm kind of curious, how does the description in Hebrews 7 match Shem?
Do you want to read it?
Yeah, it's Hebrews 7:1, for this Melchizedek, king of Salem, priest of the Most High God, who met Abraham returning from the slaughter of the kings and blessed him, to whom also Abraham gave a tenth part of all, first being translated king of righteousness, which I don't think any human being can be declared a king of righteousness. Also the king of Salem, meaning king of peace. Again, I don't think any man can be called the king of peace. Without mother, without father, we know who Shem's mother and father were. Without genealogy, we know his genealogy. Having neither beginning of days nor end of life, he had both, but made like the Son of God, remains a priest continually. Now, I believe Shem could be the priest after the order of Melchizedek, but I don't think he was Melchizedek.
Okay, so let me throw. I was waiting for this question, and
you knew it was coming.
I knew it was coming, and if I'd taken a bet, I would have bet you. Okay, so let's go back here. You guys see that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go back here to that's Joseph. Okay, so this is, I'll go over here and use this side. This is Abraham. This is the battle here. This is the time of the battle that he goes out. Okay, so now let's find out where. So 2 years before the flood, 1948. Here's the flood. Shem is 98 years old at the flood. So let's see where Shem is born. That should be 58. Shem born 1558 to Noah. So 1558, right here, Shem is born. 98 years later is the flood. Then Shem lives all this time until we get to, so there's there, When does he die? Does he die in this period? Abraham dies. Terah, Noah, no. No. Moses born. When does Shem die? He died before the Exodus. Did I miss it?
Something right there, Joe. 2158. What's that? Shem. I don't know if that's it.
58.
Oh.
21. When did Shem die?
Yeah,
it's right there.
2158. Yes, sir.
2158.
Where do you see that?
Right there by your mouse. Look at your cursor.
Oh, right there. Yeah, 2158. Okay, yes, 2158. So he dies here. This is before Jacob goes for 7 years to work for Leah and Rachel. And this is up here is the time of Joseph, 7 years of plenty, 7 years of famine. So he dies here, 2158. Shem also called Melchizedek and Typho. He's known in Typho as in Egypt, age 600 years old. How many people you know are 600 years old? So during this time, from the flood, right? From the flood, the birth of Abraham, right there, 1948, to the Abram making the covenant. Now, Abram also lived with Noah, and Abram would have known Shem.
Yeah.
And then Abram's son Isaac and Esau, and they're fighting. And then Jacob and Isaac and Ishmael, Jacob and Esau, and then he dies.
He has no beginning and no end until that point.
Yeah, he hadn't, in Genesis, he's still alive, right? So in Hebrews, the book of Hebrews that you're talking about, they're talking about this guy who lived forever, or so it seemed. And let me go back to Hebrews now, Hebrews 7. For this Melchizedek, the king of Salem, so he's the king of Salem, there's no dispute about that. A priest of the Most High, he's a priest. Again, there's no dispute about that. And who met Abram returning from the slaughter of the kings and blessed him. Okay, so that's what we just read. To whom also Abram gave a tenth of all. Okay, we're going to talk about that in a moment. The king of righteousness. The king of, so both in my Hebrew translation, they don't recognize this as Yeshua because they didn't put it in capital letters. It's all lowercase. I know there's not that in the Hebrew, but this is the Greek version. The king of righteousness, and also the king of Salem, meaning king of peace, or Salem means peace. Salem means shalom. Shalom is where we get the word Salem from. Without father. Okay, so like he's 600 years alive. Where was his father? He died, Noah died a long time before. Without mother, without genealogy. Okay, so this is hyping up. You can argue your case that this is about Yeshua.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to beat you up and say no. I'm going to disagree that this is all about Shem.
But even the Levites would tithe to Yeshua also. That's the only person they would ever tithe to. They would never tithe to a human being.
Well, the Levites never tithe to Yeshua.
Well, they tithe to God, and Yeshua is God.
The Levites gave a tithe to Aaron.
And Aaron, that was for God. If you read Numbers 18,
yes.
It talks about that they were expected to tithe to God from the tithes they received from the people.
Yes. But Abram didn't give a tithe.
It says here he gave a tithe.
In Hebrews, it says he gave a tithe. Let's go back to the original.
Well, in 4, it says Abraham gave a tithe of the spoils.
Yeah, I know. So
and the Levites were in the loins of Abraham, and it says later on, Here mortal men receive tithes, but there he received them, of whom it's witnessed that he lives. Even Levite, who received tithes, paid tithes through Abraham, so to speak, for he
So
was
let's-
still flowing,
Let's
for
go
he was
back. Let's go back to Genesis.
So
Hang on, Paul.
can I go back to David before he was king, and when he was dealing with Abigail and her husband, the Abigail had the covenant issue of supplying food to David, who looked after her men. And so when an army goes out to war and protects your property, you are responsible by giving them a tithe of your food to the men who protect you. And this is what the tithe is, to protect the army.
No, Paul. King David, it wasn't required from Abigail's husband to give a tithe.
No, but because he looked after him, he requested it, and it was something that they were required to do.
He didn't
it was
ask
in the
for
law.
a tithe. He just asked
No,
for
he asked food, yes. But
So
it
you
was
made
part
an
of,
assumption that it's a tithe here, and you
Well-
can't do that.
well, it is part of the requirements, though, that they
Well, there's no
supply.
law requiring you to pay anything for an army to protect you.
I thought there was, because there's somewhere in there, I thought something was there like that.
That would have been an offering maybe, but not a tithe.
Yeah, so let's go back to Genesis and read what it says. Okay, then Melchizedek, okay, I'm saying this is Shem, king of Salem, the king of righteousness, brought out bread and wine. He was priest of God the Most High, of God Most High. So he was a priest. He wasn't his son. And
he's also a priest.
Pardon me?
He's also a priest. That's
Yeah.
the advantage of Yeshua. He's a son and he's a priest. He's both.
Well, this one here says he's just a priest. He doesn't say he's a son.
Right.
Okay, and he blessed him and said, "Blessed be Abram, God of Most High, possessor of heaven and earth, and blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hands." Who's speaking here?
Melchizedek.
Right?
Yeah. Melchizedek is blessing Abram.
Melchizedek is blessing Abram.
Right. And the greater blesses the lesser.
Melchizedek is blessing Abraham.
Right. Melchizedek is blessing Abraham.
Okay, and then Melchizedek, gave him a tithe of all.
Abram.
Melchizedek is giving 10% of what Abraham brought back to Abraham.
And that's the question that I asked David Foreman. I asked a straightforward question: who's blessing who and who's tithing to who? And according to him, Melchizedek is blessing Abram, and Abram is tithing to Melchizedek, like it says in Hebrews 7.
Well, hang on. Where does it say Abram is tithing Melchizedek?
Hebrews 7, it says.
Oh, hang on. You're talking to David Foreman. David Foreman does not believe in Hebrews.
But he knows I know he doesn't believe in Hebrews, but he understands and knows the Hebrew language intimately, more than any of us.
And what did he say? He said that Melchizedek.
I just asked an open question. I said, who's
Yep.
blessing who and who's tithing to who? And he said, he came back, one of his assistants, Jennifer, came back, wrote me and said that Melchizedek is blessing Abram, and Abram is tithing to Melchizedek. And that lines up with Hebrews 7.
Okay. So I've also got a Hebrew scholar that I learned this from, which blew me away. And it's Melchizedek gave him, Abraham, a tithe of all. Period. There's no second part here saying that Abraham tithed back to Melchizedek.
It depends on who he is, and he in the first sentence is referring to Melchizedek. And so the second.
So let's just hold on a second. I'm hearing you, but let's read now verse 21.
Okay.
So this is all taking place at the same time. Now the king of Sodom, who just saw Melchizedek, the king of Salem, give Abraham 10%. Now the king of Sodom said to Abraham, "Give me the persons and take the goods for yourself." What's he trying to do? he's trying to do the exact same thing, or even more so than what Melchizedek just did.
He wanted the souls.
It's got nothing to do with soul. Well, he wanted the people. Give me the
Right.
people, but
He
you take
wanted the
the goods, you take the possessions, you take all the booty, and you keep it for yourself. It's more than a tithe. But Abram said to the king, Sodom, I have raised my hand to Yehovah God, the possessor of heaven and earth, that I will take nothing from a thread to a sandal strap, and that I will not take anything that is yours, lest you should say, I made Abram rich, except that which the young men have eaten, and the portion of the men who went with me, the other guy. So Abram had what, 390 people working for him that became his army? That's a substantial thing. Abram's not just a poor little sheep herder. 390 people working for him is a huge enterprise.
Yeah, 318.
Sorry, Ella?
318.
318, yeah.
Yeah. But I have a complete Jewish Bible, and it says after Melchizedek did the blessing to Abram gave him 1/10 of everything.
Where does it say that?
That's verse 20. And I have a complete Jewish Bible.
So then
The
this
old King,
requires us to go to
the
the
old
Hebrew,
King
the
James
original
says,
Hebrew.
and he doesn't
Do what?
mention Abraham.
Sorry, Paul, I didn't hear anything you said.
Sorry, it's in the King James it says, and he gave him tithes, but in the HNV it says, Abraham gave him 1/10 of all. There's confusion here, and we need to maybe look at
Okay,
it.
so let me pop up the screen here. Oops, wrong one. Genesis 14. What verse is this? 19, 20. And he gave him tithes of all. Okay. Let's go to the Hebrew. And gave. So let's see what this word says. Give, a generic verb and wide application meaning to give. So you have to go back to the sentence before to see who it's talking about, who's doing the giving. And it's Nathan. No, it's not Nathan. Nathan is the word give, to give, put. Okay, so that's the word give. I'm not seeing anything other than that out of this word. Tithe. Gave tithes, to give 1/10. Okay, so we know what a tithe is. The 10th. A 10th, especially a tithe, 10th part of all. So all is a complete vessel, the whole, completion. So this is not helping me.
Just a thought,
Sorry, Joe, you're starting with the translation. You need to back up and start with the original, because you're looking for something that is in the original or isn't in the original, but you're starting with the translation and trying to look back.
Okay.
And so you got to start with the Hebrew first.
Okay. The problem is I don't speak Hebrew.
I understand that.
So that's why I have to use the King James to get the Hebrew words that I'm looking for.
So we're looking at Genesis 14, verse 20.
Yep.
The word that's in question to me is he. Which he is it talking about? Melchizedek giving it to Abram, or Abram giving to Melchizedek? He.
Right. Right.
Your subject matter
did.
of English when they stay in the same,
So
yeah, Abraham. It's the subject of the sentence is Melchizedek, and it stays in the Melchizedek until the name is changed. He is still Melchizedek.
So what we're looking for is to find out if there's an et in there that would point to, right?
I don't remember the sentence, but the laws of English are the pronoun follows immediately the noun. So whatever the first noun was previous to he is what that he is.
Exactly.
And then the next him goes back to the only other available noun prior to the second one. You have to go back to the first one, which is him, and whoever that was. That's the laws of English.
If you read Hebrews 7, if you keep reading, it says, therefore, if perfection were through the Levitical priesthood, for under it people received the law, what further need was there that another priest should arise according to the order of Melchizedek, and not according to the order of Aaron? For the priesthood being changed of necessity, there's also, and unfortunately, he uses the word change in the Greek. It should really read, there's a transfer of the law. For
we're not, we're getting way off subject though. We're trying to figure out who is the person giving the tithe here to. And
right, but you said, but you were talking about him not being a priest. Yeshua is a type of priest. Otherwise, you couldn't.
No, I didn't say Yeshua is not the priest. I'm saying that Melchizedek is the priest here.
Right.
Melchizedek is Shem.
Well, okay, that's your opinion. No, I think he was a priesthood after the order of Melchizedek, and you could say that it was Shem. But
if you were to write David Foreman, Rabbi David Foreman, and ask him who Melchizedek is,
I didn't want to bias him one way or the other. So I asked the question very openly because I want to learn the truth. So I asked two questions. Who's tithing to who, and who's blessing who? That was the two questions that I asked because I want to know the truth here. And both his answers, like you said, he knows nothing about Hebrews because he doesn't study the New Testament that I know of.
Yeah.
His answers lined up with what's going on in Hebrews 7. It lines up.
It is. It's a change of the priesthood in Hebrews 7.
Right. And I the way I look at it is God gave the priesthood to the Levites, but he knew that they would corrupt themselves. And unfortunately, in Hebrews, it makes it sound like there was something wrong with a covenant when it doesn't say covenant. If the first covenant had been perfect, it hints at the covenant of God has got a flaw in it. I'm going, God doesn't give us covenants with flaws.
Well, what does Melchizedek? What is Melchizedek? Is it not the firstborn of each family, or after certain demises of some of the siblings, it passes down to the next remaining, just like Shem was the last remaining patriarch of that family, and it was still the Melchizedek priesthood until Sinai, and then it changed to Levite.
Well, because Yeshua has always been the great high priest, I believe that both,
Yeah, no, I agree. Yep.
Okay, because he was when he created Adam and Eve, because he was over both of them before the fall, that makes both of them, regardless of gender, because there was no issue of blood, they were both priests at that point, because he was the king, the righteous king, the king of peace. He was the great high priest, and both of them were priests. That's why Cain and Abel could both offer up a sacrifice.
But that doesn't answer who's giving the tithe to who here.
Well, but first you got Shem as Melchizedek, or at least that answers that in my mind. But
in Numbers, I mean Hebrews, it says even
what
Levi.
right does Abraham?
Sorry, one person at a time. Go ahead, Eric.
I was saying, even in Hebrews 9, it says, even Levi, who receives tithes, paid tithes through Abraham, so to speak, for he was still in the loins of his father when Melchizedek met him. So they are the
But
only
where'd you get that from?
in Hebrews 7:9.
Oh, Hebrews 7:9. So you're still in Hebrews, okay?
Right. I'm just talking about it's going back to this incident. It's clarifying what's going on.
Yeah, but if the guy who wrote Hebrews 7:9, we don't know who that is. If
Okay.
he's got a misunderstanding, he's going to be forwarding that misunderstanding in his writings.
So now you're saying that there's part of the New Testament that has mistakes?
I'm saying there's part of the Old Testament that has mistakes. Why not the New?
Okay, so this is a mistake.
I don't know
Based-
yet. So
but
in
based-
order to figure
okay.
that out, we have to go back to the original.
And that's what I did. That's why I asked David Foreman, who is intimate with the Hebrew language and he's not biased one way or the other. I said, who tithed to who and who blessed who? And that's why I asked that question in an open forum. I didn't say according to Hebrews, because
Yeah.
like you said, he doesn't believe in Hebrews.
Okay, I also have this, what I'm presenting today, from another Jew
Okay.
who doesn't believe in the New Testament, but who's familiar with the New Testament. And he says that this is, reading it the way that I'm reading it, and he read it in Hebrew, is Melchizedek gave a tithe to Abraham.
But that doesn't agree with Hebrews
It
7.
doesn't agree with the book of Hebrews, and it doesn't agree with Rabbi David Foreman.
But a tithe is always given to God. A tithe is never given to a man.
Well, not in this
What right
case.
does Abraham, what right does Abraham have to receive a tithe?
Exactly.
Well, Abram is the seed of Levite, and the Melchizedek priesthood is going to be passed on through him.
It looks to me like Melchizedek is giving him the blessing. He is the king who would deserve a tithe.
Right.
And that's why Abraham turned around and gave him the tithe.
Right.
That's not what it says here.
Back from
It says that
father.
blessed be Abraham. This is Melchizedek speaking. Blessed be Abraham of God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth. This is still Melchizedek speaking. And blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your enemies into your hand. That's Abraham. That's Melchizedek saying that. That's the subject of this verse. And now, as I think it was Hope that said it, the person that the he that now and he, which is the person speaking, which is Melchizedek, gave him, who is Abraham, a tithe of all. Or does that say, and he, Abraham, gave Melchizedek a tithe of all?
And
So
see, the reason why I have a tendency not to believe it that way is because there's no human being that is the king of righteousness, nor is he the king of peace. There's only one person that I know of in the entire universe that we could look at and say, he is the king of righteousness and he is the king of peace. And that's Yeshua.
Shem is the king of righteousness.
No. There's no
And he's
human
also the king of Salem.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion, Joe.
That's the
your
scripture.
opinion.
That's what the scriptures say.
No, it
No,
doesn't.
it doesn't say that.
It does say that.
It
No, it
does
doesn't.
not say that because you're
Melchizedek, it's right here, verse
you're-
18. Melchizedek, king of Salem,
right.
right? That's the king
But
of
you're assigning Shem to Melchizedek. It doesn't say that. That's your opinion.
Did you ask David Foreman who Melchizedek is?
No, I did not. I only wanted to know two questions.
I would encourage you to ask him who Melchizedek is. Every
Okay, I
Jew
mean, more
believes that
likely-
Melchizedek is Shem.
Well, more likely he can say it's Shem. It doesn't make him right. There's no proof
Hang
in the
on,
scripture.
you can't say that he's both right and wrong on the same subject here.
What do you mean? I'm saying Hebrews is in agreement with the interpretation that I'm giving you.
You're saying that if David Foreman says that Melchizedek is Shem, he's wrong, but that he's also right about him giving a tithe to Abraham.
I'm saying that is an assumption on his part, just like it's an assumption on yours. But there's no scripture that backs that up.
I have historical evidence that backs it up.
And history has been proven. History's been proven wrong over and over again, but it's not scriptural.
True. Okay.
Okay.
Brian, is your hand still up, or did you already say what you wanted to say?
I'm tired of holding it up. I'm still here.
Go ahead.
I'm looking at verse 19, and you come to the conclusion. You said that.
Who said?
You did. You said where it says, and he blessed him and said. So in other words, Melchizedek blessed Abram and said, correct?
Is that not what it says?
I'm agreeing. No, I just want to establish that before I go into what I'm trying to explain.
Okay, so we're talking about Melchizedek. Okay, go ahead.
Melchizedek blessed Abram. So if you're believing that Melchizedek is Shem, then you have to look at what does Shem say first. He said, "Blessed be Abram of God Most High." If Shem was a true priest of God, he would not be blessing a man before he would bless God. It would be totally inappropriate for a man to bless another man before he bless God. That's just the typical way. Oh, no. Because
Blessed be Brian of the God Most High.
But Shem was proclaiming, Melchizedek was proclaiming a blessing. Only God can.
Did you just call Melchizedek Shem?
I'm referring to what you're based upon your premise.
Okay, go ahead.
Premise is saying that Shem is Melchizedek, and I'm saying if Shem is Melchizedek, he would not bless Abram before he would bless God. It's the order that a man would bless, it's the order that God would bless Abram first, not a man could bless Abram first.
Blessed be Abram of God the Most High. So it's the same as me blessing you. Blessed be Brian of God.
And then he says, and blessed be God Most High, further on in that verse. So he's blessing Abram first, and then he's blessing God. And Shem would not be blessing Abram before he would bless God. Only God himself has the authority to bless somebody lower first.
But the scriptures are saying that you're wrong in what you're stating. Because he did bless Abram first, and then he blessed God after that. That's what it says so right here. Like that, you're reading it, it says that.
Well, you're saying Shem is blessing a man before you bless God? Is that what you're saying?
Melchizedek is Shem, yes.
I'm saying is Yeshua, pre-incarnate evidence of Yeshua, that Yeshua could bless Abram first, and then he would acknowledge El Elyon, God Most High. Only God can bless somebody lower before he blesses himself. A man has no right to bless another man before he blesses God. In accordance with
we do that every week here. We ask the Aaronic blessing upon everybody.
Yeah, but if you're talking about the priesthood and you're talking about the order of blessing in the Old Testament, that's the way they would have done it. Shem would have known better. Shem would have known.
Anyone can bless anyone.
If he was Shem.
Can we not argue about that and get back to the topic?
This is part of the topic. So part of the history here is that Abraham was supposed to be killed by Nimrod. Now I'm going to the book of Jubilees for this. I don't know if this is true or not. And he was supposed
we don't accept that. I thought.
I know. I know.
So that doesn't count.
My story in here.
That doesn't count. We can't talk about that. Nope. That's conspiracy.
So Abraham lived with Noah, and he got studied under Noah, and he became familiar with the God of Noah by studying there. And that's where Shem would have known him through that time that he spent with Noah. And the lineage comes down through there. So I'm just throwing that in. You want to dismiss it? That's fine. I got it from the book of Jubilees. I can understand your dismissal. It's a fictitious book. I get it.
You're entitled to be wrong, Joe. That's all.
That's right. Brian, go ahead.
That was me.
No, I said Ryan. Ryan's up next.
Right. Yeah, so I got a commentary here real quick, and it says he gave him tithes of all. It says here is an evidence.
First, Ryan, who's your commentary by?
Commentary on the whole Bible, Jamieson, Fawcett, and Brown.
Okay, go ahead.
From the book of Jubilee.
All right, he gave him tithes of all. Here is an evidence of Abram's piety, as well as of his valor. For it was to a priest or official mediator between God and him that Abram gave a tenth of the spoil, a token of his gratitude and in honor of a divine ordinance. And they refer back to Proverbs 3:9, where it states, honor Yehovah with your wealth and with the first fruits of all your income.
Okay, so then the next part, verse 21, is that Abraham giving a tithe to Sodom?
He wouldn't do it.
No, but is that what is being implied here, that Abram was going to tithe Sodom, but Abram refused?
He refused to do it because I think Sodom is a representation of Satan going after
Forget
the
who Sodom is or what Sodom represents. Is
Okay.
Abram about to, because, you know,
He doesn't.
verse 19 to 20, where you're now saying that Melchizedek is receiving the tithe, then in the same breath, is Sodom receiving a tithe from Abraham?
No, because he refused to do it.
He refused to tithe it, or he refused to accept the tithe from Sodom?
He refused to give the tithe to Sodom because he was rich, a rich man, and he knew who made him rich was Melchizedek, God.
So why wouldn't he give the tithe to Sodom?
Because Sodom didn't do anything for him.
Neither did Melchizedek. Melchizedek
Yeah, he
was
did
victim
because
of
he
Shem. I
he
mean,
broke
Nimrod.
he had a covenant meal with Melchizedek, not with Sodom.
No, he didn't have a covenant deal. There's no covenant deal here.
He brought out wine and bread with him.
Yeah,
That's
not
a covenant
meal.
It's a covenant meal.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
I had wine and bread the other day by myself. Who'd I make a covenant with?
Yourself.
That's also a pre-incarnate what Yeshua would then do at the final Passover Seder when he brought forth bread and wine.
You guys
That's
are
another-
reading way too much into bread and
Oh
wine.
no, you do too, Joe. Don't do that now to us. You do the same thing.
Okay.
You don't read it enough there, Joe.
Paul,
Isn't
Paul,
there
go
one of
ahead.
those Bibles that have the reference in the middle where you can look up where all the rest of the Bible has a reference back to that event? Because there is probably somewhere where it says what happened between Melchizedek and Abraham, somewhere in another scripture.
Have you got
Says
that scripture, Hope?
No,
Says it
I
in
don't.
Hebrew.
But I remember being a little girl and having Bibles that had that stripped down the middle where they would have like a little B or something, and then you'd go look and it'd have all the different places in the Bible that talk about that verse.
Okay.
So there's probably one if anybody has that kind of Bible anymore.
Well, I'll wait. In the meantime, Paul, go ahead.
If Sodom tried to push onto Abraham all the monies that Abraham brought back, what did Abraham go out with when he went to save them? All his armor, no coins. He went out with just army to defeat a battle. He had no coin to give a tithe. When he came back, he gave what he brought back was everybody and everything that was stolen, and gave to the king of Salem and to the king of Sodom.
Okay, so
when that happened, only how are you supposed to give a tithe when you have nothing with you to give a tithe?
So
No.
let me
Can-
just
can
hang
I-
on. Let me just wait. Hang on, Glenn.
Yeah.
If Abram didn't have nothing when he went out, as Paul just said, and he's making an interesting point, but all the stuff that he brings back is booty or loot
Yes.
that he confiscated, that was stolen from Sodom, that was stolen from Salem, because Salem was also defeated by this Nimrod. If Abram is now going to give a tithe back to Melchizedek of the stolen loot, but he's not giving him a tithe of any of Abram's stuff that he earned or that he produced, that's kind of like silly. He's not giving a tithe to Sodom, but Sodom is trying to give Abraham a tithe or to outdo Melchizedek and be more righteous, but Abram refuses it because that goes back to the sentence before, the verse before. Melchizedek gave Abram a tithe of all the stuff that Abram had just returned to Melchizedek.
Correct. Bingo. That's
Okay.
exactly it. Because think about
so-
this. Abraham has just saved everybody. He's just brought back everybody's stolen loot and says, here, have your stuff back. And now Abraham's sitting there. He just spent his 318 people with food and arms. And what does he have? He didn't go to get booty. He went to retrieve their stuff and the people that were taken. Now he gives them back to the 5 kings, away from the 4 kings. And then Melchizedek goes, here's 10% for your efforts. And King Sodom says, no, I don't want the stuff back. You go ahead and keep it, Abraham. And Abraham says, listen, I don't want nothing from you, you evil king. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it makes sense to me. That's what happened. Just exactly what you said, Joe. And I've thought this since way back. That's what the case was.
Now, the thing is there too, it's not just about what he was trying to give back. It was contaminated coin, and he was returning it to all the people. The only way that he
You're
could
reading
receive a
that in
tenth.
here, but we don't know that. You're just, at this time,
but
we don't know if Sodom is a bad place or a good place.
we know it's bad, but you know.
No, we don't, not yet, not unless you've read ahead.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? We've got hindsight. We can look at that. That back then they didn't know, and Abraham was an honest man. He was righteous before God. He was declared righteous. Who are we to judge
Hang on.
otherwise?
Are you saying that Abram can be righteous, but Shem cannot be righteous?
They both can be righteous, but
So
the thing
Shem
is
can be a
here.
righteous king, right?
The thing is here. David before realized with Abigail that if you're to look after and care for a land, the land is to look after the soldiers in the land. There is a
You're
law.
making this up, Paul. I'm sorry.
No,
You're
there
making
is
that
a
up.
law. There is a law that says
Give me a
if
chapter.
soldiers look after, I wish I could find it. I'm looking for it. But
Okay.
there is some form of repayment that you are to look after the soldiers who look after you.
Now,
And if the
making that
soldiers
up,
look
Paul, I
after
can't
you.
let you get away with it.
Okay. But
Abram was already rich when he left Egypt. He was rich because of Sarah. So he
Yeah.
wasn't a poor guy.
That's right.
And when you tithe, what tithe does, when you tithe something, your first fruits, if you do it
First
properly, if you tithe the first fruits,
But
then,
Abram wasn't going out to give first fruits. He was coming back from war with a bunch of
right.
booty.
And I think that the Lord Melchizedek blessed him in his when he won against those, and he realized it. Abraham realized that the Lord blessed him. And I think he came out with a lot of booty, and he took all of that 10% of that booty. When he gave that to Melchizedek or Yeshua, it basically changed everything that he had gotten, and it made it from mammon to not necessarily holy, but it purged everything else that he owned. So that's why you give the first fruits. That's why you always do that, is because the rest that you hold on to is it basically purifies it. That's why they had to give it to him at oh shoot, I can't remember the first city they took out. So you give the first city, you give everything to the Lord, and it purges the rest of what the Lord's going to bless you with. That's why you give the first fruits.
He wasn't out for booty. He was out for recovery for the other nations or
It
the
doesn't
other
mean
kings.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that God didn't bless him otherwise. You
Okay,
can't say he
let me
didn't.
get Rebecca in here. We're going around circles. Rebecca, go ahead.
About the stone of Melchizedek that we saw in September. I hope all of us in the group that were there realized, and I know we did, how special it was to be there at the stone of, I would say, Melech Tzaddik. I don't understand why the Jews don't say Melech Tzaddik, the righteous king. They say Melchizedek in any way. So we were there spreading around the Temple Zero area and to see the stone. Everybody took their picture with it. And I was in the top of those stairs that take you back to the Gihon Spring. And I was contemplating walking down, and you read my mind and you shook your head to me not to go down. So I want to bring up the Gihon Spring right there by the stone and Melech Tzaddik in Ezekiel 47, because it explains the location. So in Ezekiel 47, this special person that shows up and shows Ezekiel the location of the spring. He brought me back to the door of the temple, and behold, waters flowed out from under the threshold of the temple eastward. From the front of the temple faced toward the east. The waters came down from underneath, from the right side of the temple, on the south of the altar. Then he brought me out by the way of the gate northward, and led me around by the way outside to the outer gate, by the way of the gate that looks toward the east. Behold, waters ran out on the right side. You didn't let me walk down, Joe. I wanted to go down closer to these waters. But the point is that this is the what, because the Ezekiel is told to go in the water. The person showing was measuring the waters right there, and the water was getting deeper and deeper and deeper until Ezekiel says I had to swim. So it makes sense that the waters, the spring would fall into the valley and be right there becoming deeper and deeper. And then down in verse 8, or in verse 6, he said to me, Son of man, have you seen this? Then he brought me and caused me to return to the bank of the river. Now, when I had returned, behold, on the bank of the river were very many trees on the one side and on the other. Then he said to me, these waters flow out toward the eastern region and will go down into the Arabah. Then they will go toward the sea and flow into the sea, which will be made to flow out, and the water will be healed. It will happen that every living creature which runs in every place where the river comes will live. So how huge was it for us to be there with you in September on Temple Zero by Melchizedek stone, by the Gihon spring, because this is what is going to heal the sea, the waters out of the Gihon spring. And here in Ezekiel 47, it is the last part of the description of the temple that starts in chapter 40, following the same pattern as in the Torah when the temple is dedicated, so many chapters to be described. The same here, Ezekiel is shown starting in chapter 40, the temple, the new temple, and the same length explanation is dedicated to the temple. And here with the Gihon spring is the end of that explanation. And then the borders are explained and the inheritance to the tribes. And that's how the book of Ezekiel finishes. So I'm just saying it's so huge. It's been so huge to be there by the stone of this guy, Melchizedek, right by the Gihon spring. And what all of this implies is so much more than hits the eye into the biggest picture.
It's huge. It's huge. And, you know, we don't normally go to all these tourist trap areas, and we take you to these special spots. And, you know, Steve was asking me where we're supposed to flee before we started the service today. And you flee through the same valley this river is going to go out on. It's called the Azazel Valley. So it goes down the Kidron Valley, then takes a left through the Azazel Valley, and that flows all the way down to the Dead Sea. So yeah, this is huge. And on either side are all these trees of life. And you can read the same description about the same body of water in Revelation, I think it's 20 to 22, somewhere in there. Ella, go ahead. Thank you, Rebecca.
Verse 22, but Abram answered the king of Sodom, I've raised my hand in an oath to Adonai Elyon, maker of heaven and earth, that I will not take so much as a thread or a sandal thong of anything that is yours, so that you won't be able to say, I made Abram rich. So if he had made that pledge that he was not going to take anything, I would think not just from that one king, but from all of them, why would he receive something from Melchizedek, king of Salem?
Melchizedek.
Melchizedek, yeah. Why would he take, if it's meaning that he was giving him a tithe, why would he accept it?
He would accept it from him because he's a king of righteousness. He's the king of peace. He's not accepting it from the other one. Again, like, I don't have to accept your money. I'll accept his because I like that guy. I don't have to accept yours. So I just see it as a preference that he made there. But then that goes back to what we've already disqualified as he learned Torah with Shem under Noah's tutelage. But, I can't prove that other than going to a heretical book. I don't know.
It doesn't say anywhere there that he received a tithe from him, from Melchizedek.
Well, that's what I'm arguing that verse 20 is saying.
Yeah. Okay.
So, Brian.
These days we'll know it all.
So
One
what?
of these days.
What's that, Ella? I'm
One
sorry.
of these days we'll know and understand. One of these days we'll know and understand it all. The truth of everything. I think there's going to be a day. Maybe that's the 30 minutes of silence when we get there, because all of a sudden we're going to realize,
right.
I didn't
Joe
know
was
anything.
Right. Joe was right. Oh man,
I didn't know anything. We didn't know anything. I've come to believe that with all the different issues of calendar and everything else, everybody cannot be right, but there is a possibility that everybody could be wrong.
Yes.
Father knows.
It's
He's
about
got the
how
bottom line.
it's a test on how we treat each other regarding all the differences. And if we do that, that's what he's doing.
It's all about the love, dear. It's love. It's love. It's loving one another.
Shane,
regardless of differences.
Shane's got a picture of the stone. If you want to throw that up there, and Brian, go ahead. You can speak next.
Now? Did you want to say something now, or you want to wait?
No, go ahead. No, this is just the Melchizedek stone. It's the standing stone that's right beside the altar. So that's what it looks like. This stone.
I got a couple of those in my yard.
No, but this one, you can see that it's got stones underneath it to keep it in place. There's also this like an altar, but it's it's protected area. But this whole area was covered in sand. Now, the rest of the excavations they're doing are not covered in sand. They're covered in debris and rocks and buildings. But this area was covered in sand to protect it, which is what Solomon did when he went to build the temple. He filled this in, filled in the Milo, covered this area, and built the temple above it. Thank you, Shane. Go ahead, Brian. You there, Brian, or are you not?
Sorry about that. I'm moving myself. The name Melchizedek does not mean king of righteousness. I just came across this past week. Melchizedek does not mean king of righteousness. It says the word Malchi contains a possessive personal pronoun, so the name should be translated my king of righteousness. If Shem is my king of righteousness, it doesn't apply because there's only one person in all of history, and I contribute that to Yeshua, that I can refer to as my king of righteousness. So the title Melchizedek is my king of righteousness. Shem doesn't apply to that term, but Yeshua does.
So you're getting that from a Christian perspective. What does the Jewish translation of this word mean?
That's what I'm saying. Malchi means it's a possessive personal pronoun in Hebrew. In the Hebrew.
So my king of righteousness would not be applied to Shem. Is that what you're saying?
I wouldn't refer to him as my king of righteousness. I would refer to Yeshua as my king of righteousness. Would you? Would you refer to Shem as my king of righteousness?
If I was back then, I think I would. Because
no, I'm talking about that 2024. Would you refer to Shem as my king of righteousness?
Well, that kingdom has been passed down to.
I'm
many-
now, don't dodge the question. Now I'm asking, yes,
My
would
king
you,
is Jehovah.
and would you refer to Shem as my king of righteousness?
If I was alive and he was alive, I refer to him as my king, yes.
You would refer to Shem as your king of righteousness?
If he was the king of righteousness at the time, yes.
I'm talking about today.
Can you read Hebrews? Read Hebrews 7, 1 through 4. Explains that. It says that he's king of righteousness. It says that Abraham also gave tithe to Melchizedek. Read it. Hebrews 7, 1 through 4.
Read it.
Read it, 1 through
Kurt-
4.
Kurt is the wordsmith here. Kurt is going to answer.
Joseph is dodging the question again. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it.
Right. There's a day Joe's dodging the question and he's going to refer to me on it. That's just not a good idea. Okay. So what does anybody else here find it interesting that we started out the day talking about the Zadok calendar. And now we happen to be talking about Melchizedek. The two words Zedek and Zadok have exactly the same Hebrew letters. So there must be something in common to start with. But so Melchizedek is Strong's number 4442. Melchizedek from 4428 and 6664. The definition of Melchizedek is king of right. Melchizedek, an early king in Palestine, I guess, Melchizedek. So 4428 is Melech, Mem Lamed Kaf,
king.
From 4427, a king, royal. 4427, Malach, primary root, to reign, to ascend to the throne, positively to induct into royalty, hence to take counsel, and consult indeed, be made set up king, be made queen, begin to make reign. Okay, so 6664, so it's all about a king. 6664 is Zedek, Zadi, Dalet, Kuf. So Zadi, Dalet, Kuf, and Zadok introduces a Vav between the Dalet and Kuf. So also from 6663, the right. Also abstractly, equity, prosperity. And the other word involved 6663. To be right. Klein says righteousness. It also introduces the word salvation in Zadi Dalet Kuf. The word salvation is in there. So it's a king of righteousness, justice. But I do find it very interesting that the two Zedek and Zadok that we're talking about here have some very distinct similarities.
And it also connects to the word Sadducee.
And Sadducee, yes, exactly. That's almost like an anglicization of the word Zadok, like Zadoki or something.
Exactly.
Very interesting. And Zadok was a son of Aaron, was he not?
Zadok, well, yeah, there's one. There's also one in King David, I think. I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
and he's connected back to Aaron.
So they're calling themselves righteous kings.
Well,
And
somebody's calling them that.
If I'm in front of a king and I'm pleading to a king, I mean, and it has to do with my case or my issue, I'm certainly going to address him as, "Oh, righteous king, I beseech you," whatever. You're going to say those words because you're hoping he is a righteous king and not a tyrant, like most of them are now.
Okay, so we're gonna leave this hot topic that I just love stirring it up.
This is a good one.
But before we do, we're going to move on to Judges here, verse 7 with Eric. But before we do that, we're going to have Rebecca. She's got some more pictures that she'd like to show you about the Melchizedek stone and where we were. And if she wants to do that now, and I see Eric's got his hand up, go ahead, Eric, while she's getting set up. As you've got share screen, Rebecca?
I was good. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Eric, while she's getting set up.
You never referred to, you could never call a priest a king. You never did that. He separated those things out.
Until we got to the Maccabees, I would say okay, but the Maccabees, we had both priest and king.
Yeah, well, priest and king, and so far as what do the Maccabees do?
The Maccabees were both high priests and kings at the same time. And that's what caused a lot of the problems where the Essenes come from.
Yeah, well, that'd be a problem for me too, because he separated out the kings, priests, and the prophets. That's what he did that on purpose.
Always suspected you were Essene at root.
I'm saying that there's a reason why we have three different parts of our government. So if one gets corrupt, the other two can beat up on it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not working too well these days.
Go ahead,
they're all
Rebecca.
becoming corrupt at the same time.
Go ahead,
Well,
Rebecca.
this is from above, and you can explain as you go. There are not too many pictures, so this is from above, looking down into the remains of Temple Zero.
Now, Rebecca, we're just seeing all your pictures here all at once. So are you trying to show one at a time, or what are you doing?
Oh, I had already selected. Sorry. Okay. You still don't see a full screen one?
My screen is black.
Oh. Okay. Let's do it again. Okay. There. So you see the thumbnails now?
I see a whole bunch of thumbnails.
Okay, so now I'm selecting. Do you see now the close-up?
No.
Oh, not even now?
No.
That's a bummer. What's wrong?
I have one from above, Rebecca, if you want.
How about now?
I got nothing, Rebecca.
Oh. Okay, go ahead, Shane. Too bad. I can see you sideways.
So Shane, do you want to explain it, or you want me to explain it?
No, go ahead. I thought, yeah. I was
Okay,
just
so
showing it.
the picture is sideways. If you were to rotate the picture and look at from the bottom, where the staircase is going across there. Hang on, am I looking at this the right way?
We're on the tunnel, I think right by the tunnel.
It's a bird's eye view right now.
Yeah, it's a bird's eye view. So on where the boxed in section on the left-hand side, that is a room, a storage room. And to the south of it, or just below that, is another room, which I just opened up this past year. And it was also a storage room. And in there, I believe, you might have found the ashes of the red heifer. They found a bunch of jars and stuff in there, but no one's said anything about anything else like that. In front of that room is the
Let me change pictures.
yeah, please, because you got me turned around here. I'm trying to look for the stone. I'm not seeing it.
Very top is the oil press, and then just below it was the stone, or beside it.
Okay, so here's there's the room in the back where they just opened up this past year. The V's on the ground, we believe, we don't know what they are for, but we believe they might be stanchions, where you put them in the ground and then you can put the animals in to hold them in place while you slaughter them. Next one. That's on the right-hand side is the new center they've just built for this place. Okay. Next one. You're going backwards.
I don't have any more, actually. I just have video of it.
Oh, that's the scene you were looking down from. Yeah, right there. Down in that
Go
shaft.
down one more.
I don't remember what that one was.
What's that? Is that the stone? That's a bug. There's the stone.
More video probably than pictures of this, so.
That's amazing. They got all this built on top of that. That's just crazy.
You can rotate that picture. There's a button right on top that says rotate. Right there, yeah. There you go.
Now what?
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
Good one.
You can see the V's right down, right in the middle there.
So there's the V's in the middle, and there's the steel box they put over top of the stone in the next chamber in the middle there. And to the left of that one is the olive press area. And you can see where they press, no, the next to that is the altar area. And then beside that to the far left is the olive press area. So that channel going through the middle is where the blood would drain out and they would capture the blood. So that is the whole sacrificial area at Temple Zero. Now, this building that you see on top of the picture is brand new. They're building that so you can view this because they know this is an important site. We've been able to go down and up close and personal with it the past 3 times I've taken people there, but that will soon stop. Behind this building and to the left of this building is the entrance into the Kidron Valley for the Gihon Spring. Below this olive press area and to the left of it is where the Gihon Spring comes out of the ground. So it's right there. It's all within a short walking distance. Even up and down, it's not like 25 steps at the most. So it's all right there. And above this is the whole of the city of David, or what became the city of David, which would have been to where the staircase is going down would have been to the right-hand side. So what I believe, if you go from Temple Zero, where the steel box is in the middle, you go 75 yards or 75 cubits to the south or to the north, you will find the stones to the temple that Solomon built, roughly. And just outside those stones, you'll find the entrance to the city, not the city, to the cave of David and Solomon, where that Yehovah built with his own hands. So that's how close everything is right there. You could almost spit and hit all the most important things. Okay. Hope.
Excellent.
Last one, Hope, and then we're going to start reading with Eric.
Yeah, the verse is in Hebrews 7:4, where it tells you who is who in the Melchizedek. But I was just wondering if you were like just trying to bait people or something, because you do that, you know.
Not me. I don't do that.
Well, in Hebrews 7:4 does it pretty clear.
We've read Hebrews 7 a few times already.
Yeah, so then what's the debate about?
Well, because Hebrews wasn't written when Genesis was written, and when Genesis was written, it was saying that Melchizedek gave a tithe to Abraham.
That's commentary by the disciples or whoever wrote Hebrews based on what their reading is of the verses we were reading.
Yeah, I never read it that way.
Okay.
Even the patriarch gave him a tenth of the plunder. If they had that understanding, then that's what they wrote down, and that's what we believe.
We also have the apostles reading from the book of Enoch. And we know that the
So
book
did
of Enoch.
Yeshua. He quoted it at least twice.
Yeshua never quoted Enoch.
First one
No,
is
no, he quoted the other one, which the other one that they're using.
Book of Jubilee.
Yeah, Jubilee. Yeah, that's been mentioned twice in the scripture. So they were reading that too.
The book of Joshua was, but we don't know whether that's the true one at the moment.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Judges, chapter 7. Eric Townsley, sir, thank you.
All right. So then Jerubbaal, that is Gideon, and all the people who were with him rose early and encamped beside the well of Harod, so that the camp of the Midianites was on the north side of them by the hill of Moreh in the valley. And Yehovah said to Gideon, the people who are with you are too many for me to give the Midianites into their hands, lest Israel claim glory for itself against me, saying, my own hand has saved me. But therefore proclaim in the hearing of the people, saying, whoever is fearful and afraid, let him turn and depart at once from Mount Gilead. And 22,000 of the people returned, and 10,000 remained. But Yehovah said to Gideon, the people are still too many. Bring them down to the water, and I will test them for you there. Then it will be that of whom I say to you, this one shall go with you, the same shall go with you, and of whoever I say to you, this one shall not go with you, the same shall not go. So he brought the people down to the water. And Yehovah said to Gideon, everyone who laps from the water with his tongue as a dog laps, you shall set apart by himself. Likewise, everyone who gets down on his knees to drink. And the number of those who lapped, putting their hands to their mouth, was 300 men. But all the rest of the people got down on their knees to drink water. Then Yehovah said to Gideon, by the 300 men who lapped, I will save you, and deliver the Midianites into your hand. Let all the other people go, every man to his place. So the people took provisions and their trumpets in their hands, and he sent away all the rest of Israel, every man to his tent, and retained those 300 men. Now the camp of Midian was below him in the valley. It happened on the same night that Yehovah said to him, arise, go down against the camp, for I have delivered it into your hand. But if you are afraid to go down to the camp with Purah, your servant, and you shall hear what they say. And afterwards your hands shall be strengthened to go down against the camp. And he went down with Purah, his servant, to the outpost of the armed men who were in the camp. Now the Midianites and the Amalekites, all the people of the east were lying in the valley, as numerous as locusts, and their camels were without number by the sand of the seashore in multitude. And when Gideon had come, there was a man telling a dream to his companion. He said, I have had a dream. To my surprise, a loaf of barley bread tumbled into the camp of Midian. It came to a tent and struck it so that it fell and overturned, and the tent collapsed. Then his companion answered and said, this is nothing else but the sword of Gideon, the son of Joash, a man of Israel. Into the hand of God was delivered Midian and the whole camp. And so it was, when Gideon heard the telling of the dream and its interpretation, that he worshipped. He returned to the camp of Israel and said, arise, for Yehovah has delivered the camp of Midian into your hand. Then he divided the 300 men into 3 companies, and he put a trumpet into every man's hand, with empty pitchers and torches inside the pitchers. And he said to them, look at me and do likewise. Watch, and when I come to the edge of the camp, you shall do as I do. When I blow the trumpet, I and all who are with me, then you also blow the trumpets on every side of the whole camp, and say, the sword of Yehovah and of Gideon. So Gideon and the 100 men who were with him came to the outpost of the camp at the beginning of the middle watch, just as they had posted the watch. And they blew the trumpets and broke the pitchers that were in their hands. Then the three companies blew the trumpets and broke the pitchers. They held the torches in their left hands and the trumpets in their right hands for blowing. And they cried, "The sword of Yehovah and of Gideon." And every man stood in his place all around the camp. And the whole army ran and cried out and fled when the 300 blew the trumpets. Yehovah set every man's sword against his companion throughout the whole camp, and the army fled to Beth Achaia toward Zerah, and as far as the border of Abel Meholam by Tabbath. And the men of Israel gathered together from Naphtali, Asher, and all Manasseh, and pursued the Midianites. Then Gideon sent messengers throughout all the mountains of Ephraim, saying, "Come down against the Midianites and seize from them the watering places as far as Beth Barah and the Jordan." Then all the men of Ephraim gathered together and seized the watering places as far as Beth Barah and the Jordan. And they captured two princes of the Midianites, Oreb and Zeb. They killed Oreb at the rocks of Oreb, and Zeb they killed at the winepress of Zeb. They pursued Midian and brought the heads of Oreb and Zeb to Gideon on the other side of the Jordan.
Let's read chapter 8 before we start talking about Brian. Okay, go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I wanted to show something regarding verses 5 and 6. It's important to look at that, and I put my video on because I want to demonstrate something to you, which says, "Everyone who laps from the water with his tongue as a dog laps, you shall set apart by himself. Likewise, everyone who gets down on his knees to drink." And the number of those who lapped by putting their hand to their mouth was 300 men, but all the rest of the people got down on their knees to drink water. And it's really a picture of our vigilance, us being watchmen on a wall, even to us today, because demonstrating if there are people were down drinking water, their heads were down and they couldn't see what was going on visually, what was going on, being vigilant around them. They were too busy drinking water, whereas those that were lapping water with their hands, they could still see. That's a perfect picture of who we are today. We should be feasting on the word, the Torah, but also being vigilant and looking around and being aware of our circumstances and our surroundings, and not just being consumed about our own personal needs, looking down, but also to be drinking water, but looking around as those men were. So that's a beautiful picture of us today, how we should be vigilant and act as watchmen on a wall. I put my video on for that particular explanation. So.
Yeah, it's like a rooster watching the hens. It's like a buck watching its harem.
If you see a bunch of geese, there's always one that's got his head looking around while the other ones are feeding. So, yeah.
Very good. Thank you, Brian. Before we get into much more discussion on this, let's read chapter 8 and we'll put them both together here. And who's that? Glenn.
Yeah.
Glenn, you got chapter 8.
Yeah. And the men of Ephraim said to him, what is this you have done to us by not calling us when you went to fight with Midian? And they contended with him sharply. And he said to them, what have I done as compared with you? Are the gleanings of Ephraim not better than the grape harvest of Abiezer? Elohim has given into your hands the princes of Midian, Oreb and Zeb. And what was I able to do as compared with you? And when he had said that, their rage toward him subsided. And Gideon and the 300 men who were with him came to the Jordan, passing over, weary yet pursuing. And he said to the men of Succoth, please give loaves of bread to the people who follow me, for they are weary, and I am pursuing Zebah and Salmunna, sovereigns of Midian. And by the leaders of Succoth said, are the hands of Zebah and Salmunna now in your hand, that we should give bread to your army? And Gideon said, because of this, when Yehovah has given Zebah and Salmunna into my hand. I shall tear your flesh with the thorns of the wilderness and with briars. And he went up from there to Penuel and spoke to them in the same way. And the men of Penuel answered him as the men of Succoth had answered him. And so he spoke also to the men of Penuel, saying, when I come back in peace, I shall break down this tower. And Zebah and Salmunna were at Karkor, and their armies with them, about 15,000 men, all who were left of all the army of the people of the east. Now those who had fallen were 120,000 men who drew the sword. And Gideon went up by the way of those who dwell in tents on the east of Nobah and Yobehah, and he smote the camp while the camp was at ease. And Zebah and Salmunna fled, and he pursued them and captured the two sovereigns of Midian, Zebah and Salmunna, and shuttered the entire army. And Gideon, son of Joash, returned from battle from the ascent of Heres, and captured a youth of the men of Succoth, and questioned him. And he wrote down for him the leaders of Succoth and its elders, 77 men. And he came to the men of Succoth and said, see, Zebah and Salmunna, about whom you taunted me, saying, are the hands of Zebah and Salmunna now in your hand, that we should give bread to your men who are weary? And he took the elders of the city and thorns of the wilderness and briars, and with them he taught the men of Succoth a lesson. And he broke down the tower of Penuel and slew the men of the city. And he said to Zebah and Salmunna, how were the men when you killed at Tabor? So they answered, they were like you, each one looked like the son of a sovereign. And he said, they were my brothers, the sons of my mother, and Yehovah lives. If you had let them live, I would not slay you. And he said to Yether, his firstborn, rise, slay them. But the youth would not draw his sword, for he was afraid, because he was still a youth. Then Zebah and Salmunna said, rise yourself and fall on us, for as a man is, so is his might. So Gideon arose and slew Zebah and Salmunna, and took the crescent ornaments which were on their camels' necks. So the men of Israel said to Gideon, rule over us, both you and your son, also your son's sons, for you have saved us from the hand of Midian. But Gideon said to them, I do not rule over you, nor does my son rule over you. Yehovah rules over you. And Gideon said to them, I have a request to make of you, that each of you give me the ring from his spoil. For they had rings of gold, because they were Ishmaelites. And they said, we shall certainly give them. And they spread out a garment, and each man threw into it the ring from their spoil. And the weight of the gold rings that he requested was 1,700 pieces of gold, besides the crescent ornaments and the pendants and purple robes which were on the sovereigns of Midian, and besides the chains that were around their camels' necks. And Gideon made it into a shoulder garment and put it up in his city, Ophrah. And all Israel went whoring after it there. And it became a snare to Gideon and to his house. Thus Midian was humbled before the children of Israel, and they lifted their heads no more. And the land had rest for 40 years in the days of Gideon. And Jerubbaal, son of Joash, went and dwelt in his own house. And Gideon had 70 sons who were his own offspring, for he had many wives. And his concubine who was in Shechem also bore him a son, and he gave him the name Abimelech. And Gideon, son of Joash, died at a good old age, and was buried in the tomb of Joash his father, in Ophrah of the Abiezrites. And it came to be when Gideon was dead that the children of Israel again went whoring after the Baals, and made Baal Berith their mighty one. And thus the children of Israel did not remember Yehovah their Elohim, who had delivered them from the hands of all their enemies round about, nor did they show kindness in the house of Jerubbaal. Gideon according to all the good which he did for Israel.
Thank you, Glenn. And Glenn normally just blasts right through all these difficult names, but he can't say Zalmunna today.
I know, right?
Very good. Okay, so in chapter 7, chapter 8, anyone got any comments they want to make? I got a question in chapter 8, verse 27. Then Gideon made it into an ephod. An ephod is a thing they put on the front of your chest, like the high priest, and set it up in his city, Ophrah. And I don't know where Ophrah is. And all Israel played the harlot with it. It became a snare to Gideon and to his house. This is like the snake that Moses made.
Worship.
And the people went a whoring after it.
Man, they can't learn, can they? I mean, it's just the same story over and over and over and over.
It is. It is. You know, you go back to verse 23 of chapter 8. And the Lord shall rule over you. They wanted to make Gideon and his sons kings, but Gideon wouldn't have any part of it. Same as Samuel wouldn't have any part of it. But Yehovah told Samuel, it's time. Let them do it. Yehovah is the king. Yehovah is the king. We are doing the exact same thing today. Yehovah is the king, yet we won't listen to him. We're going to go worship the Zadok calendar or the Enoch calendar or whatever calendar we've devised and figured out on our own, because there is no king ruling over us, and every man did what was right in his own eyes. This is talking about us today. Hope, go ahead.
It's about the question I had, when you were talking about the two witnesses, because it's been my understanding always that that God's two witnesses, or Jehovah's two witnesses, is Israel, the people, and Israel, the country. And Israel, the people, no matter what you try to do to get rid of them, and Israel, the country, it has always been belonging to them, and it's coming into fruition now. So do the things that talk about the two witnesses not apply to those two witnesses?
Well, we weren't talking about the two witnesses as far as I remember. The Israel is the state or the northern 10 tribes, and the southern tribes are Judah. And they have been separated since the time of King Solomon. During the time of Judges that we're talking about here, there was 12 tribes, there was 12 independent kingdoms. There is not one unified king, because as we just read, Gideon called for the tribes of each of those kingdoms to come and help him fight the Midianites after they got routed. So there's 12 different kingdoms at this time. They're not known as the kingdom of Israel. They were not unified.
Well, I thought there was only two, that it was the 10 tribes and then the two tribes, with
But that
Levi being
doesn't take
split
place
among
until
them.
after Solomon dies. So we're not even up to the time when King David was born yet. So, you know, this is the 12 tribes of Israel.
Judges.
Yeah, this is the time of Judges. It's way before the two tribes developed.
They're going to be reunited.
But they're not even split apart yet.
Yeah, they were split apart after Solomon, and I forget.
Solomon's not even born yet.
What's that got to do with anything?
Well, what's that to do? Because we're talking about chapter 7 and chapter 8.
Chapter 7 and chapter 8 of what?
Of Judges.
What's that say?
Well, we just read it. That's what we're talking about.
I'm not talking about what we're talking about. I'm talking about the two witnesses that you were talking about at the very beginning, whenever I said I had a question, and you didn't want me to ask the question, you want me to wait till later. So now it's later. Because those are what I've always believed to be two witnesses of God, is the people, the 12 tribes of Israel, and the country of Israel. Because it's always belonged to God, even though it's been, had other occupiers. It never had, like right now it's the Israel and the Jewish people. It belongs to them. So I always thought that people were a witness and the land is the witness.
But then how do you reconcile Revelation where two witnesses get killed? It has to
Well,
be
that's
two
why I
people.
said there's none of that. That was my question. Do none of what the two witnesses in the Revelation are talking about can apply to the two witnesses being Israel? Because I hear all these other stuff. Yeah, well, he comes out of Turkey and he's blah, blah, blah. And okay, how do you know that? And does none of those things apply to the two witnesses of the people of Israel and the land of Israel? Because those are such strong indicators of God that you can't deny them. They're two witnesses. So do they not, there's no connection between the two? There's no connection between the two witnesses, is my question.
Between the land of Israel and the
No,
the
between
people of Israel?
No, between the land of Israel and the people of Israel being one, and then whatever you say are that, or people believe that are the two witnesses, which is different than that.
Well, Hope, I don't know what you're reading. I don't know where you're getting this from, but I don't teach that. I don't believe that. I believe the two witnesses are two people, two human beings, two real people that are going to be witnessing in the end of this age. And they will be killed and they will rise up. You cannot kill a land. You cannot kill and have it come back to life. So whoever you're listening to or teaching from about that, you have to go and ask them, because I don't teach that.
You're not answering my question, but okay, I understand.
Well, I'm not sure exactly what you're asking.
Okay.
Okay, Eric, go ahead, sir.
I have to agree with you. We only have one king we look to, Melchizedek, king of righteousness, king of Salem.
Okay.
Yeah, the other point I would probably offer up as a possibility is when Hasatan is cast to earth in Revelation 12. Let me see here. 12:13, it says, "Now when the dragon saw that he'd been cast to earth, he persecuted the woman who gave birth to the male child," believing that's Israel. "But the woman was given two wings of a great eagle that she might fly into the wilderness to her place, and she's nourished for times and half a time in the presence of the serpent." I believe that that's the bride. And then it says, "So the serpent spewed water out of his mouth like a flood after the woman, that he might cause her to be carried away by the flood. But the earth helped the woman, and the earth opened its mouth and swallowed the flood, which the dragon spewed out of his mouth." But then in 17, it says, "And the dragon was enraged with the woman," I think it's the one that got away, "and he went to make war with the rest of her offspring." So I'm looking at these as two different groups who keep the commandments of God. That would be the house of Judah. And that have a testimony of Jesus Christ. That would be the house of Israel. So these could be the two witnesses that die or put to death because of their witness of Yehovah, either through the Father, because they kept the commandments of God, or through the Son, which is majority of them are Christians. But there's two separate houses there. There's two different women there, really. So that's a possibility of what I'm saying. Could the witnesses be including both Jews and Christians witnessing of the same God, but from a different perspective, one from the Father and one from the Son? But that's just how I'm looking at that. That could be the possibility of the two witnesses being killed.
Okay.
And I'm not saying that there's not going to be an individual that show up. The question is, there's a huge debate on who those two individuals are. I don't know.
Has this got anything to do with Judges chapter 7 and 8?
Well, I do like the Judges 7 and 8. I love the way that Yehovah in 7 basically says, I love the way he does this. Okay, we got too many people here. You guys are going to get the glory. I'm going to narrow it down some even more. So he makes it smaller and smaller and smaller to where it gets down to 300 of them, and they're going to take out this encampment. And I'm not too sure. Does it say how many that they're going to be fighting? But basically, he gets it to where it's
150,000 died by the sword, I thought I read.
Is that what it is? Well, I couldn't remember what exact number was, but think about it. 300 kill 150,000. And there's no way they could.
Actually, they didn't kill 150,000.
They killed themselves, right? A lot of them
They
did
killed
that.
themselves.
Right. But the thing is, though, it's 300 against 150,000. What are the odds of that, of them coming out unscathed?
What a perfect setup, though. You think about it. They had their torches in a hidden.
Right.
They
Right.
surrounded the community, and then they pulled the covers off, and they made it look like there was 1 million people surrounding them.
Right.
And they caused pandemonium.
Right.
Perfect.
And Yehovah even helped Gideon and said, hey, I'll tell you what, let me strengthen you a little bit. Why don't you go down there and listen to what these guys are saying? And they were scared to death. And it kind of emboldened Gideon to say, we've got these guys.
Can I just interrupt here?
Yeah.
Hope is just putting aside here, saying my question was what I heard someone say implies that I have no brain of my own. Hope, we are talking about Judges chapter 7 and chapter 8. I did not hear your question beforehand because we were about to start singing the music at 12:45, as we always do. And you were interrupted, and I interrupted you so that we can continue with our schedule and you can ask the question at the end. I did not know what you're talking about here because I'm talking about chapter 7, chapter 8 of Judges, and you're talking about the two witnesses, and I don't know where you're coming from. Do not get your nose in a joint or out of joint because I don't understand your question. You had your chance to ask it. I still didn't understand what you're saying. Do not go in the chat and start saying you don't have a brain. That's not true. Everyone here has a opinion that they are allowed to view. I argue with Eric and Brian and Glenn, and I stir things up. But I do not shut people down because they don't have a brain. I've never done that. Please don't start any of that BS here. You are more than welcome to ask your question. But we are talking about Judges right now, and your question comes out of left field, and I didn't know what you're talking about. So if you want to try and re-ask your question so that we can understand what you're talking about, I'm now tuned in. I do not believe it's a land, and I do not believe it's a group of people. I believe it's one person or two people. Eric believes it could be the land and two different groups of people. Fine, that's his belief. I don't know if that helps answer your question.
That was fine too. That wasn't it. It's when you said that it wasn't, it was because that my question I was asking you is because I heard something from someone else that you,
Well, I
said, I
didn't
don't
know
know
where
who
the
you're
question was
listening
coming
to.
from.
That's why.
I did not know where your question was coming from.
Okay. That was that's different than saying that I heard it from somewhere else.
Well,
okay,
did you get that? Because I don't teach that the two witnesses are the nations and the land. So that's obviously not one of my teachings. But you've got that teaching from somebody else.
Wow.
Well, okay, then you've made up that teaching on your own. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying you don't got a brain.
Okay, thank you.
Paul, go ahead.
Gideon wanted food supplied in his endeavor to chase, and people didn't supply it. The same applies to Abraham, and it was supplied. The tithe was paid back. Food is a tithe to look after your army. If you're being protected by your country and army,
it's not a tithe.
No, but it is
here
how you look after your army. If you do not look after the army that's looking after you, you'll end up dead. You know, this is what happened. It's a blessing. It's a
the people in Sukkot who refused to give them bread, like, who are you that we should feed you? Okay, they didn't give a tithe. They were of the same tribes of Israel. Yeah. When he came back, he didn't kill them. The people of what's the other town? Bethuel? Whatever the other town is called. He comes back and destroys the tower and kills the people there.
Yeah, that's right.
Now, so like you're making blanket assumptions here, and that's what I'm objecting to.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's, you know,
it's just
you got to have a scripture to back up what you're saying, that you have to tithe in order to support the army, and you don't have the scripture.
Yeah, I'm still looking for it. It's all right. I'm working on it.
I know. I
Thank
don't
you.
think you're going to find it because I've read this a few times. I don't think I ever saw it.
Okay, we can always miss something. Thank you.
Well, if you can come up with a scripture, then I'll look at it again. But the tithe was for the Levites to maintain the temple, to maintain the Levitical priesthood, and that was their inheritance in the land. The armies, you know, that was something else. The Levites didn't organize the armies. The Levites didn't, I don't even know if they participated in the armies, but the armies were done by the king. So it's two different things. Eric.
Yeah, the idea behind the tithing, I think we're kind of missing or skewing the point is basically you tithe to God to redeem the rest of what you own. And the way that God set up the pattern is we should be tithing our first fruits to him because he gave us his first fruits through Yeshua. And not only does he, not only is it a salvation issue, it's a redemption and lifelong issue. So when God sits there and says, I'm going to tithe my son unto you, he is the first fruits of the dead. Without his death, none of us could live. So when we understand the principle behind the tithing, it's not just giving what's left over. You give the first fruits, and out of that, everything else you own is blessed by it or redeemed by it. So it's no longer considered mammon. And that's why it was so with Jericho. That's why it was so important with Jericho. When he took that city, basically God said, everything that comes from that city is mine, because it's the first fruits and it blesses the rest of what God was going to give to all of Israel throughout the land. So tithing is something only God can do for us in a way that we return. I mean, how much is your life eternally worth as compared to what we give to God, our first fruits and everything he's provided for us? And we're giving him the first fruit. So the tithing principle is something only between, you know, man and God. So I just want to point that out. The whole principle of tithing is so.
Okay. Okay, let's, I think we can maybe get Psalms in here. Let's see, it's, we're okay. We're going to get Bree to read Psalms chapter 31.
Oh, I'm 32. I love to hear Bree.
Yes, ma'am, you're 32.
Is it 30? Did I write? Is it 30?
Okay, has 32. Bree has 31. So, yep.
Okay.
Psalm 31, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Psalm 31. In you, O Yahweh, I have taken refuge. Let me never be ashamed. Deliver me in your righteousness. Incline your ear to me. Deliver me speedily. Be a rock of refuge to me, a house of defense to save me. For you are my rock and my stronghold. For your name's sake, lead me and guide me. Bring me out of the net which they have hidden for me. For you are my stronghold. Into your hand I commit my spirit. You have redeemed me, O Yahweh, El of truth. I have hated those who observe lying vanities, but I trust in Yahweh. I exalt and rejoice in your loving commitment. For you have seen my affliction. You have known the distresses of my life, and you have not shut me up into the hand of the enemy. You have set my feet in a large place. Show me favor, O Yahweh, for I am in distress. My being and my body have become old with grief, for my life is consumed in sorrow, and my years in sighing. My strength fails because of my crookedness, and my bones have become old. I am reproached among all my adversaries, but most of all among all my neighbors, and a dread to my friends. Those who see me outside flee from me. I have been forgotten like someone dead from the heart. I have been like a missing vessel, for I hear the evil report of many. Fear is from all around. When they take counsel together against me, they plot to take away my life. But I have put my trust in you, O Yahweh. I have said, you are my Elohim. My times are in your hand. Deliver me from the hand of my enemies and from those who pursue me. Make your face shine upon your servant. Save me in your loving commitment. Do not let me be ashamed, O Yahweh, for I have called upon you. Let the wrong be ashamed. Let them be silenced in Sheol. Let lips of falsehood be stilled, which speak recklessly against the righteous with pride and scorn. How great is your goodness, which you have laid up for those fearing you, which you have prepared for those taking refuge in you, in the sight of the sons of men. In the secrecy of your presence, you shall hide me from the plots of man. You shelter them in a booth from the strife of tongues. Blessed be Yahweh, for he has made marvelous his loving commitment to me in a strong city. And I have said in my haste, I am cut off from before your eyes. Yet you heard the voice of my prayers when I cried out to you. Love Yahweh, all you his lovingly committed ones. For Yahweh guards the trustworthy ones and exceedingly repays the doer of pride. Be strong and let him fortify your heart, all you who are waiting for Yahweh. Amen.
Thank you, Bree. Okay, can I get you to read chapter 32? Okay, are you there? Okay, we've lost Kay.
Okay, Kay, she found me. I
Okay.
hit a wrong button, sorry. 32. Of David, I don't need to read that song. Blessed is the one whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is pardoned. Blessed is the one whose guilt Yehovah does not count, and in whose spirit there is no deceit. When I kept silent, my bones became brittle through my groaning all day long. For day and night your hand was heavy upon me. My strength was drained as in the droughts of summer. Selah. Then I acknowledged my sin to you and did not hide my iniquity. I said, I confess my transgressions to Yehovah, and you forgave the guilt of my sin. Selah. So let everyone who is godly pray to you in a time when you may be found. When great floodwaters rise, they will not reach him. You are my hiding place. You will protect me from distress. You surround me with songs of deliverance. Selah. I will instruct you and teach you in the way you should go. I will give counsel. My eye is on you. Do not be like the horse or the mule, which have no understanding, and must be held in with bit and bridle, or they will not come to you. Many are the sorrows of the wicked, but loving kindness surrounds the one who trusts in Yehovah. Be glad in Yehovah and rejoice, you righteous, and shout for joy, all who are upright in heart.
Thank you, Kay. I find it interesting that we're reading these two together. One is, Psalm 32 is very consoling, very appealing. And then in Psalm 31, we're condemning all these other people and praying for them to go to hell. Doesn't sound like the loving God that we're taught in Christianity. Is that just me?
No, brother, you're right. I came out of that. I know what Christianity is, and Jehovah's nowhere to be found there, brother. So, these chapters are just beautiful. Are you kidding me? Telling Gideon, no, I want all the credit, Gideon. Now it's time for just 300 because you're not getting the credit. That's the kind of God we serve. I mean, who would not want this God? Who wants to believe somebody else out there that, flies, whatever? Stop. This is the ultimate God. What's wrong with you people?
Verse 6. Sorry.
Yeah, and we are supposed to give him all the glory, every bit of it. It doesn't come from us. We think it does, and that's the problem. That's the stumbling block we have. You got to give him all the glory from the heart.
Everything.
Something going on in Houston that we need to know about? You guys got a thing going on there right now, or what?
That was Janet's posting. We just had floods and so many people. I can't remember how many she posted. I have kids in Houston, have no power still from a couple of days ago. It's really bad. Flooded homes, can't get here and there.
Still about 900,000.
Hey, Joe, I want to tell you, I started preparing to teach your charts, and I feel real inadequate because your brain blows me away. Bobby and I are just sitting here going, Lord have mercy. How does he do this? I started reading the prophecies of Abraham for the second time. It's been a couple of years or so since I read it.
Okay, can we save this till after so we can get the
No,
Torah
it's a
portion
point.
today?
It's if I'm making a point. Hold
Okay,
on.
go ahead.
So in chapter 32, getting to my point, it says, then I acknowledged my sin to you and did not hide my iniquity. I confessed my transgressions and you forgave the guilt of my sin. And that's what you said in the prophecy of Abraham on your testimony before you started the book. In the preface, you said this, and God gave you this. And you turned to Daniel and the prophecies of Abraham and said that's when God gave him those visions, is when he repented of his sin and the sin of Israel. And you did the same thing. So I don't even know if you remember you wrote that, but when I read it reminded me of you. And then, so the next in verse 6, it says, so let everyone who's godly pray to you in a time when you may be found. So that same message in your book is going out. Now everybody's reading the prophecies of Abraham. Sometimes, like me, we're reading it for the second time. And it just reminded me of that. That's a good message.
That was my most favorite book, and it still is.
I think that's one of my worst books. But
I love
it. What Kay just brought up is really important. And thank you, Kay, that blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven. A lot of you pray and think your prayers only go to the heaven or the ceiling. They never get to heaven. And I'm not trying to sound righteous or be righteous. I am a screw up, and I've screwed up, and I will screw up again. I can almost guarantee it. But I also have a Father who's working with me, who's disciplining me, who's punishing me, but is also blessing me in insights and understanding and other things here in life as I repent and as I grow closer to him, as I draw closer to him and keeping the holidays. I repented before I understood the sabbatical and Jubilee years. I asked forgiveness, back then, because I just come into the understanding of the crescent moon and the barley. And until I seen Michael Rood and Amy Gordon talk about it, I had no clue. I was in the Churches of God. And then I learned that God had a name. I had no clue. I was so excited. That was in 2005. When, back in 1981, I learned that the Sabbath was a real Sabbath, not Sunday. I couldn't believe it. As you repent and begin to obey what you're taught, and by repenting means turning to teshuva, 180 degree, going in the other direction, and obeying God, he'll forgive you. And then he will bless you with more understanding, more insights, and more shalom in your life. But you got to acknowledge, your sins. And, a lot of us think we're perfect. You're not. I'm not. We got to acknowledge our sins. And as you do that, that's what Daniel 9 starts off. He acknowledges the sins of Israel. And when he did that, then he's revealed the Daniel 9 prophecy. Who's that?
Joe?
Yeah.
I also wanted to say that in chapter 32, it says, the answer to that prayer is, you surround me with songs of deliverance, and I will instruct you and teach you in the way you should go. I will give counsel. My eye is on you. And I love that so much, because when you take baby steps toward Yehovah in repentance, teshuvah, then he starts changing you, and he finds teachers for you, and he opens up his word. He breathes on you to where you understand the scriptures, and he uses people like you and everybody in this group. He has used you and everyone in this group to disciple me. And I know the name of Yehovah too. I know how to prove it to people. I know that we get a mark on our forehead and hand if we keep the Sabbath, that honors him, and that we're his. That's his mark that proved that we're here. I learned so much, even from an entire, let's see, from 12 to 5:20 now here, Texas time, arguing, all the arguing that's been going on today.
Well, that's not my fault. That's all Eric.
But I've learned I've learned different views and figured out none of y'all know. And so it's just been a great day today. And you know what? Today's my birthday. And
Happy birthday, Kay.
the doorbell's been ringing with steaks from Omaha and fruit from family, and the phone's ringing, and I go, I can't talk. I'm Shabbat Shaloming. And I have had the best day with y'all, this spiritual family of mine that I've learned so much from. And, when you learn things like the 10 tribes back in 2009, where I first ran into you, and all these other things that you've taught, it ignites you. And then you want to go to the place in Beaumont where the messianics meet, and they tell you, you can't say Yehovah, and you can't talk about the 10 lost tribes. And you go, I have to come back to Sighted Moon. They're the only ones that allow you to share and teach. And so, oh my goodness, y'all are my happy birthday present. Thank you.
Thank
Hey,
you, Kay.
we're more important than the steaks from, what was the name of those steaks?
Nebraska.
Hello, are you from America? Omaha Steaks?
That's it, Omaha. I couldn't remember which city it was from, but
Oh yeah, Omaha, Nebraska.
you're someone when you're more important than the Omaha steaks.
Yeah, and they're Wagyu filet mignon. So hey.
Right.
It's almost supper time.
Okay, Barry, get in here. Help me. These Americans are trying to take over.
I've got 3 words I want to look at, and Psalm 32, verse 5, which we think have similar meanings, but they're different. So we've got the word sin, iniquity, and transgressions.
I acknowledge
So
my sin to you
Yep.
and my iniquity. I have not hidden, and I will confess my transgressions.
Exactly. So the first word for sin is the word chatat. The second word for iniquity is avon, and the word for transgression is pesha. So it's worth for students to just dig deeper. I won't go into it because it's going to take too much time, but to dig deeper, that there are differences within these three words: sin, iniquity, and transgressions, and each one needs to be addressed individually, I believe. So I just want to leave it at that. It's
No,
something
you
with
can't leave it like that. No, you can't come in here and
Okay.
do it that way. What are you talking about here? What's the difference? What's okay?
Alright, okay.
I acknowledge my sin to you. Okay, tell us the
Okay.
difference.
Yep, sin as it's a chatat. Okay, so we know in the book of Leviticus there are offerings for your two mandatory offerings is the guilt offering and the sin offering. So this is sin that is done perhaps not in a willful manner, but in a manner that is unintentional sin. So some of them could be ceremonial uncleanness, for example. I'll just leave it at that. So we've got that there. The second one is avon, which is the word for iniquity. And iniquity is a perversity or a depravity. This is from the concordance more. A guilt or punishment of iniquity. So it doesn't really explain what that is. So a condition of guilt. So I'm not able to explain it deeper than that. How would you commit one of these depravities? Separate from chatat, an unintentional sin. I think they're close, but they're different. So again, I don't know it well and deep enough. It's something that is avon comes from the word ana, which is something is to bend or to twist or to distort, to do perversely, to commit iniquity, to do wrong, to pervert, to commit iniquity. So things that we do wrong, but not necessarily intentional, I don't believe. Whereas the word for transgression, it's the word pesha, and pesha is willful transgression, rebellion. And it's against individuals, against a nation, against Elohim. And it continues in the concordance in general as recognized by a sinner. Guilt of transgression. So I think this is more on the willful extent. So it is rebellion. And as far as I understand from the offerings or the sacrifices, if you like to call them, in Leviticus 1-5 is there is no offering for transgression or willful rebellion. So again, that's something that only Messiah was able to deal with, was he was able to take our transgressions. And this is where Messiah's sacrifice supersedes those of Torah. Not necessarily does away with them, but supersedes it, encompasses that aspect of willful rebellion, which none of the offerings in Leviticus 1-5 actually covers. Help me out, guys.
Willful rebellion, it borders blasphemy. And
Rebellion happened in the garden, but it was, in a sense, rebellion, but it still was covered. But when you get to Leviticus, for the nation, when they were coming out of Egypt, they were given the olah, the mincha, so you've got your burnt offering and your grain offering, and then your peace offering. They are all voluntary. So none of that is covering sin in a sense of what's written here. Chatat, avon, and pesha. And then you've got your two mandatory ones, which are offerings in Leviticus 4-5, which is then your chatat, your sin offering, and then your guilt offering. But again, none of those covers the rebellion act of willful transgression. But yes, you are correct. It is idolatry when we go against Elohim's commands.
Exactly. Yeah.
So,
Thank you for that. I thought they were all the same. Appreciate the breakdown.
it's important to, yeah, as we learn and dig deep. I'm still learning this one because I've got a group to teach the difference between these when we get further on in the Torah, is that there's differences here, and it's good to recognize these and good to bear them in mind. And again, it just puts more emphasis on Messiah, who's able to actually cover Pesha, which is transgression, which is rebellion.
Very good. Thank you, Barry. Eric.
Yeah, I was there's certain sacrifices I know in Leviticus that basically the initial ones that he offers up or he tells us about are the voluntary ones. But I'm not too sure if it covers the chatat or the different sins that are in there. But I know there's some sins that Eli actually tells his sons, and I wanted to find that where Eli's sons basically, I think it's Numbers 18. Let me see if I can pull this up. Numbers 18:25. There's a sin that Eli actually, let's see here. Numbers. Where did it go? I had it up. Here it is. I think it's in 1 Samuel. And basically, he makes this point, which is kind of interesting because he says in 1 Samuel 2:12, it says, now the sons of Eli were corrupt. They did not know the Lord. So that kind of gives you a heads up with what is about ready to happen. And the priest's custom with the people was that when any man offered a sacrifice, the priest's servant would come with a 3-pronged flesh hook in his hand while the meat was boiling. Then he would thrust it into the pan or kettle or cauldron or pot, and the priest would take for himself all that the flesh hook brought up. So they did in Shiloh to the Israelites who came there. Also, before they burned the fat, the priest's servant would come to say to the man who sacrificed, give meat for roasting to the priest, for he will not take bull meat from you, but raw. And if the man said to them, they should really burn the fat first, then you may take as much as your heart desires. He would then answer them, no, but you must give it now, and if not, I will take it by force. So these are Eli's sons doing this. Therefore, the sin of the young man was very great before the Lord, for men abhorred the offering of the Lord. And then it goes on to say, but Samuel ministered before the Lord even as a child, wearing a linen ephod. Moreover, his mother used to make a little robe. But then on down in 22, it says, now Eli was very old, and he heard everything his sons did to all of Israel, and how they lay with women who assembled at the door of the tabernacle of meeting. So he said to them, why do you do such things? For I hear of your evil dealings from all the people. No, my sons, for it is not a good report that I hear. You make the Lord's people transgress.
What's this got to do with Psalms?
Well, no, I was just talking about, he had brought up the sin offering. I just wanted to say there's in the sins in here, the transgressions, it's talking about how God covers these things. And I think Eli is making a point here where he says, if one man sins against another, God will judge him. But if a man sins against the Lord, who will intercede for him? Nevertheless, they did not hear their father, because the Lord desired to kill them, which is kind of interesting because it's telling you right here, God's out to get these guys. God is basically targeted them, and he makes them to where they would not heed the voice of their father. So this loving, kind God is saying, because the Lord desired to kill them. And it's kind of interesting that, this God we're talking about, he's merciful, he's kind, he's just, but at a certain point, it's like he reaches his end, and it's like, okay, guys, you had enough. I've extended my mercy here, and you're causing my people to actually sin before me. I'm coming to get you now. So that, I'm saying he's long suffering, he's merciful, but at a certain point, you keep walking down this road, you're going to be in trouble.
It comes to an end.
Right. It comes to an end. I had to set all this up because I don't know if anyone's read this before, but basically it says at the very end, because the Lord desired to kill them. That's the Lord. That's our God. He's saying, I'm going to take you guys out because of what you're doing.
And that's what I was pointing out here between Psalm 31 and Psalm 32. There's,
Right.
okay.
Yeah,
point.
it's just another side. It's just another side of God that a lot of people, we don't want to talk about this stuff because this may scare me. If God's, when he casts down those hailstones, I don't think he misses. I don't care if you jump around all you want. He already knows where you're going to be, and that hailstone will track you like a smart weapon.
Okay, let's, Sombra, I'll give you the last word. Miss, what's her name? And then we're going to move on to Matthew chapter 19.
So I just wanted to say those three words, sin, transgression, and iniquity, or sin, iniquity, and transgression. So sin is a lack of skill. The word for sin, hatat, is a rope that you use to measure how far you've missed the bullseye target. So this rope has different knots at different intervals. And so if you aim and you miss that bullseye, they're going to take that rope and they're going to measure how far you missed the bullseye using this rope. So that's the picture that we're looking at, which means a little bit of coaching and correction, you can change where you're aiming at and you can make it so that you're hitting the bullseye. And so we tend to use that word sin as an accusation, you sinned. Well, okay, but it's really just a lack of skill. You can fix that easily. All you have to do is just listen to your coach and take the instruction that your coach is giving you. But then you have that word iniquity, and iniquity is the concept of twisting. And that's kind of like what Satan did, right? Or what Eve fell for. Eve fell for the twisting of the word of God. It's either a misunderstanding because you're not educated enough, or it's a misunderstanding because you don't want to do what you're told to do. But it's that twisting of the word of God. And so when you're not doing it correctly just because you just don't want to, but then you've got this thing of transgression, and transgression is really an issue of the heart. Transgression is this concept. Let me just. So that word, what is it? Pasha, it's a spreading apart. It's like, I don't want to. I'm just going to go straight through it. Like imagine a curtain, you just go straight through it. I don't care. There's a boundary there. I don't care. I'm just going to go straight through that boundary. It doesn't, I don't want to have anything to do with it. I'm not going to obey it. I'm not going to respect it. I'm just going to go straight through it. Jimmy, you're sharing your drawing. That's funny. Anyhow, there's, when we understand these differences, the worst one really is this word transgression, this spreading apart. There is a boundary and I don't care. Okay. It's different than misunderstanding or having somebody else twist it and you heed a twisted instruction, or just a lack of skill. And the worst part is when we hear that word sin, we've been taught in our churches, God hates sin and God is just looking for an opportunity to smite you. No, he's not. He's looking for an opportunity to teach you and correct you because he loves you. And that's what this whole next 10 years is going to be all about, and we're a whole family and we've already learned a lot of things, and we've learned to heed the coaching, and we've learned to correct some of our skill set. We've learned to listen for the twisting and recognize it and reject the twisting. And most of us have got to the point where we recognize there's a boundary and we're not willing to go through the boundary. But there are others of us in our family, in the world around us, our neighbors, who haven't heard that message yet. And so God is trying to get everybody's attention so that everybody can be brought back into the covenant. Everybody can get eternity with him. But we're going to have to suffer the consequences along with all of those who need to be taught these things in this next little while, because time is short and it's urgency. Time is of the essence. So God's got to, smack some butts and get some people to pay attention to what's going on. But it's not because he hates us. And it's certainly not because he's just looking for an opportunity to smite us. Elias, shh.
I didn't say
Anyhow.
anything.
And those people that take that word either deliberately, I'm not too sure if it's deliberately or unintentionally, when they take that word and they twist it, he calls them wicked. The only thing that he has that the wicked are good for is burning. So you got to be careful whether or not you do it intentionally or not. So
yeah.
Okay, thank you, Sombra. Let's move on. We're going to be able to finish it today. We'll finish the Torah portion, and Nick Caron is going to read Matthew 19 to chapter.
Wait a minute. Shabbat Shalom. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Matthew chapter 19. And it happened when Yeshua had finished these sayings that he departed from Galilee and came into the borders of Judea beyond Jordan. And great crowds followed him, and he healed them there. And the Pharisees came to him, tempting him, and saying to him, Is it lawful for a man to put away his wife for every cause? And he answered and said to them, Have you not read that he who made them at the beginning made them male and female? And said, For this cause a man shall leave father and mother, and shall cling to his wife, and the two of them shall be one flesh. Therefore they are no longer two, but one flesh. Therefore what God has joined together, let not man put asunder. They said to him, Why did Moses then command to give a bill of divorce and to put her away? He said to them, Because of your hard-heartedness, Moses allowed you to put away your wives, but from the beginning it was not so. And I say to you, whoever shall put away his wife, except for fornication, and shall marry another, commits adultery. And whoever marries her who is put away commits adultery. His disciples said to him, If this is the case of the man with his wife, it is not good to marry. But he said to them, Not all receive this word, except those to whom it is given. For there are some eunuchs who are born so from their mother's womb, and there are some eunuchs who are made eunuchs by men, and there are eunuchs who have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake. He who is able to receive it, let him receive it. Then little children were brought to him, that he should put his hands on them and pray. And the disciples rebuked them. But Yeshua said, Allow the little children to come to me, and do not forbid them, for of such is the kingdom of heaven. And he laid his hands on them, and departed from there. And behold, one came and said to him, Good master, what good thing shall I do that I may have eternal life? And he said to him, Why do you call me good? There is none good but one, that is God. But if you want to enter into life, keep the commandments. And he said to him, Which? Yeshua said, You shall not murder, you shall not commit adultery, you shall not steal, you shall not bear false witness. Honor your father and mother, and you shall love your neighbor as yourself. The young man said to him, I have kept all these things from my youth up. What do I lack yet? Yeshua said to him, If you want to be perfect, go sell what you have and give to the poor, and you shall have treasure in heaven. And come follow me. But when the young man heard that saying, he went away sorrowful, for he had great possessions. Then Yeshua said to his disciples, Truly I say to you, that a rich man will with great difficulty enter into the kingdom of heaven. And again I say to you, it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter into the kingdom of God. When his disciples heard, they were exceedingly amazed, saying, Who then can be saved? But Yeshua looked on them and said to them, With men this is impossible, but with God all things are possible. Then answering Peter said to him, Behold, we have forsaken all and have followed you. Therefore what shall we have? And Yeshua said to them, Truly I say to you that you have followed me. In the regeneration, when the Son of Man shall sit in the throne of his glory, you also shall sit on 12 thrones, judging the 12 tribes of Israel. And everyone who left houses, or brothers, or sisters, or father, or mother, or wife, or children, or lands for my name's sake, shall receive 100-fold, and shall inherit everlasting life. But many who are first shall be last, and the last shall be first.
Are you going to continue to verse 16 or? is
Yep,
someone-
yep, yep, yep. For the kingdom of heaven is like a man, a housemaster, who went out early in the morning to hire laborers into his vineyard. And when he had agreed with the laborers for a denarius a day, he sent them into his vineyard. And he went out about the third hour and saw others standing idle in the marketplace. And he said to them, "You also go into the vineyard, and whatever is right I will give you." And they went their way. And he went out about the 6th and the 9th hour and did likewise. And about the 11th hour he went out and found others standing idle, and said to them, "Why do you stand here all day idle?" They said to him, "Because no one has hired us." He said to them, "You also go into the vineyard, and you shall receive whatever is right." So when evening had come, the Lord of the vineyard said to his steward, "Call the laborers and give them their hire, beginning from the last to the first." And when they who were hired about the 11th hour came, they each one received a denarius. But when the first came, they supposed that they should have received more. And they also each one received a denarius. And receiving it, they murmured against the master of the house, saying, "These last have worked only 1 hour, and you have made them equal to us who have borne the burden and the heat of the day." But he answered one of them and said, "Friend, I do you no wrong. Did you not agree with me for a denarius? Take yours and go your way. I will give to this last one the same as to you. Is it not lawful for me to do what I want with my own? Is your evil I because I am good? So the last shall be first and the first last, for many are called, but few are chosen."
Thank you, Nick. I'm just waiting for Eric to jump in here.
His was right. His actually says, "Can you put away your wife for any reason?" Most of the scriptures say, "Can you divorce your wife for any reason?" So his version is right.
Okay, read the chapter and verse so people know what you're talking about.
Let me see here. It says the question is, everything here is set up by the question. I have the New King James, so if you go to 19 verse 3, the Pharisees also came to him saying, testing him and saying, "Is it lawful for a man to divorce his wife for just any reason?" And that's not what it says in the Greek. The Greek says, "Can you put away your wife for any reason?" But his read correctly.
And I've got the New King James and mine says divorce. So the divorce word should be put away.
Yeah, put away is correct. And then at the very bottom down there, it
Just
says
for those listening, what does put away mean?
separating.
It's more than separation.
No, it's just it's basically separation of your spouse. Like if you were contemplating divorce and your wife went and stayed with a friend or she's out of the house, but you don't have a get a divorce yet. It's not final.
What's a get?
A get would actually be a contract that you basically hand your wife saying, "I'm divorcing you, allowing you to marry someone else."
So you just said it yourself, putting away is actually on the process of getting a divorce.
There's 2 witnesses to everything that God wants you to do. There's 2 witnesses. So the 2 witnesses are, you put them away and you give them a get a divorce, which is what God did with the house of Israel. He gave them a get a divorce and he kicked the 10 tribes out of the northern part of Israel. He did both.
Yep. Okay. I heard
someone else said something. I didn't hear.
Yeah, I don't know who that was.
Okay. So anyways, the whole point here at the very bottom right here, this is what really bothers me. It says, he said to them, "Moses, because the hardness of your heart permitted you to divorce your wives from the beginning, it was not so." And I think that one says put away. "And I say to you, whoever puts away his wife."
You're in chapter 19, verse 9?
Yeah, downer towards verse 9. It says, "Whoever puts away his wife except for sexual immorality." I think his read fornication, and fornication is not this stuff.
Nick, you still there? Nick, can you read that chapter 9 or chapter 19, verse 9? Are you still there?
Yep. Yeah. "And I say to you, whoever shall put away his wife except for fornication and shall marry another commits adultery."
Now that one's off. In other words,
modern King James.
Yeah. Everything else, it sounds like was spot on with everything else, but the fornication is not this stuff. Fornication is what Phineas killed Cosby and Zimri for. So in that case, he didn't get in trouble. But in this case, it says whoever puts away his wife except for adultery and marries another commits adultery. If you just put away your wife and you don't give her a divorce, and she marries another, in God's eyes, you're still married. And people don't understand what the saying here. So a lot of people today.
Just hold on, Eric, just to make sure that people understand what you're saying.
Right.
If you get a divorce or you separate, but you don't have a contract that you have been separated, which is called in biblical terms a get.
Right.
If you don't have that, you're still married.
In God's eyes, because that's who you're concerned about. You're not concerned about man. You're concerned about what God thinks, not what men think.
Yeah.
So in this case,
I'm just making sure people understand what you're saying. That's what I'm saying.
right. In this case, if you separate from your wife, like today, if I was separated from my wife and then she married someone else, she's technically committing adultery by being married to someone else. And the whole reason why you give someone a get, the reason why you give the woman a get is if I coupon a woman and she has children, I'm going to assume that she at one point in her life was married. But the assumption is, so in other words, if I'm going to pursue her as a possible mate, I want to see that get of divorce. I will ask to see that. That would be a normal thing to do. And if I see that, hey, she's divorced from her husband, we're not going to be committing adultery. So, these guys in, I think it's Malachi, where he says, God hates divorce, doesn't say that. They mistranslated that, I think, on purpose. It actually says God hates putting away, because the men of Israel were putting away their wives for burning the food, for not submitting to them the way they want. I mean, you come up with all these different reasons, and that's one of the reasons why the Pharisees are testing Yeshua, is because the putting away of wives was very controversial in this day. Which still is today.
Eric, can you define for them what the difference is between fornication and adultery, so we can?
Adultery is.
Eric, you lost your mic, Eric.
Sorry, how's that? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Adultery is if you're receiving the seed from your husband, you should only receive the seed from your husband. If you receive the seed from another man, that's considered adultery without having been divorced. The fornication issue is where if a man were to go to the Hellenistic temples and they would lay with the prostitutes, and I think, quite frankly, when men go to institutions today and they go to prostitutes today, they're doing the exact same thing. They're not only possibly, if they're married, committing adultery on their wife, but they're also committing fornication, where you would lay with the temple prostitute and have an intimate relationship with them to worship their God.
Because it's an initiation into the worship of that God.
Exactly. And that's what I think. Personally, I think the form we see it today is when men go to prostitutes and pay for, one time, whatever they're doing there. They're intimate with the prostitutes, and basically there's no commitment there at all. So that's why we go back to when Phineas killed Cosby and Zimri. Had that been any other case, bare minimum, Phineas should have been charged with manslaughter. But guess what? Because Phineas did what he did, and he was the guard of the temple door there, he basically, because I think what Zimri and Cosby were trying to do was worship our God the way the Moabites worship their God. And that's what God started killing all the Israelites. And that came from Balaam. Balaam's the one that taught them to do this. So basically, when Phineas did that, God stopped killing his own people. And then he turned to Phineas, and he doesn't say because Phineas was obedient. He says because the zeal of Phineas is such that it is, I'm going to give you and your descendants a covenant of peace, which we don't have yet. We're not going to get it until Yeshua returns. So whatever he did correctly.
Okay, let me get Barry in here. Go ahead, Barry.
Yeah, just to add to that conversation. So in the English, it's to put away. In the Hebrew, it's to actually send out, to send away, to extend, to send away. So in Jeremiah 3:8, I saw when, for this very cause that backsliding Israel had committed adultery, I had put her away, sent her away, and given her a bill of divorce, yet treacherous Judah and her sister didn't fear. Okay, and it continues. So we've got it sending out. It's the same word that Moses uses with Pharaoh to let his people go. It's the same thing, to let them go, is to send them out. Shalach. So it's a good word to remember.
And the other one too, the word in Greek is the root word of apostasia, or to fall away from the truth. So when you get a divorce, when God gives you a divorce, he's basically saying, I'm showing you the status of what you are. You have fallen away from me. You have fallen away from your husband. You have fallen away from the truth. Therefore, I'm going to divorce you because that's where you're at right now. And I think that was the key thing with the Samaritan woman and why he asked certain questions of that Samaritan woman. You know, you've had 5 previous husbands. I think the 5 previous husbands was Yeshua, who is the Torah, divorced him. And he goes, the man you're living with right now is not your husband. In other words, God's there, but he has no relationship with his people. He said, but in my death, when I die, him being the 7th that came into this woman's life, when I die, you'll be able to come back into covenant with me, because if the husband dies after the charge of adultery is put against a woman, it's that woman, and every generation comes after that is the charge of adultery. Just like when Adam sinned, it affected all of us. But when Yeshua came and he died, the charge of adultery against those people was dropped. It was done away with. And then he's resurrected 3 days later. You can now betroth yourself back to God 3 days later, because he took the charge of adultery away. And Romans 7:1 talks about this. But the problem, though, in Romans 7, though, is people think it's the entire law. The only law it's talking about is the charge of adultery against the nation of Israel at that time, the 10 tribes. So when he is resurrected, he says, now I want you to go after everyone, Jerusalem, Judea, Samaria, and the world, because at that time, the 10 tribes were scattered throughout the world.
Okay. I knew Eric was going to talk about this for some reason. I want to bring up a question here about chapter 19, verse 12. For there are eunuchs who were born thus from their mother's womb, and there are eunuchs who are made eunuchs by men, and there are eunuchs who have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake. He who is able to accept it, let him accept it. What does that mean? What is he saying here? Ella, you get your hand up for this or something else?
Something else. My question was, does the man need to get a get from the woman to be remarried?
According to the Torah, no.
No, because men could have more than one wife.
That's correct. Doesn't mean they should, though. I want to qualify that. Doesn't mean you should. I always qualify when I say, don't go, because every time they get a second wife, there's always problems. So I would highly recommend you don't get a second wife, or a third, or fourth, or 700, the way Solomon did. So I wouldn't recommend.
You can't diminish your second wife or your first wife.
You cannot diminish conjugal rights, food, or shelter. And I think Solomon was rich enough to take care of 700 wives, but I still don't recommend it.
Okay, Ella?
Yes.
Okay, Hope.
What?
I wanted to answer your question. If you
Ella,
wouldn't mind.
hang on, Hope. Is Ella, are you done? Did I cut you off?
Yes, I was done.
Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Hope.
I was going to answer your question. If you wouldn't mind restating it, please.
Okay, Exodus, Matthew 19, verse 12. For there are eunuchs who were born thus, and from their mother's womb. There are eunuchs who were made eunuchs by men, and there are eunuchs who have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake. He who is able to accept it, let him accept it. What is he talking about here? What does this mean?
So eunuchs that you have made yourself for the kingdom, isn't that like what Paul was talking about? Was like, if you can be single, stay single, because you can concentrate more on the kingdom of God. So that would be that one. And then obviously, if you're born from your mother's womb, a eunuch, you know, there are what's the word? You know, and kids are born and they're like
Hermaphrodite.
don't have all the right parts. What? What?
Hermaphrodite.
Hermaphrodite, I think she's saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so
And
is this
then
saying that
there
is
was
this
the
saying,
king's men.
right?
They were eunuchs, right? That's the other one you asked. Where the king made them eunuchs so that they didn't have to worry about their wife, the queen.
Well, he's talking about eunuchs here, whether they're man-made, born that way, or chose that way. And he who is able to accept it, let him accept it. What does that mean? What's he talking about here? Is it better to be a eunuch and not get married?
According to Paul, I believe he said it was. I personally don't think so. I think being married is, would enhance your ability to do things for the kingdom too. So I don't know.
Yeah, but in the case of Paul, he actually expounds on that, and he says, in a paraphrase, he says it can become a distraction if your focus is Yehovah and you have a wife and children. Now you're dealing with more than yourself. You're dealing with the needs of the others, and therefore can't focus fully on God because of those responsibilities. Not saying that's bad, but if you have a zeal for God, you're going to neglect your family, or whatever that is. It could be anything. It could be a hobby. It could be anything. People get, they take over in their hobbies or whatever. It's a passion. So if your passion is for God and not taking care of yourself and family, you can focus more. So some people have that ability, others do not. So you've got men who are forced into eunuchs to become eunuchs by, like you said, the king or other men doing it. Then there's those born that way. Well, then you can't do anything about the ones that are born that way. You can't do anything about the ones who are forced into it. But then if you have a choice and you can live with it, then accept it, and there you go. That's how I see it.
Okay.
I think it also is because I think God also saw that there would be a very powerful religious zealots that would be raised up saying, if you're going to be priest, you can't be married. I think he saw that also.
Yeah, and that's happening.
Right. And he's trying to encourage those monks that take this vow that they're still okay to be able to do that. But the other thing is you can use, if you have an enemy, and I think this is something that God did with Ezekiel, he basically says, I'm about ready to take your wife away. If God does something like that, I think the reason why he could be doing that, not saying it is for sure, is if you have an enemy, they're going to go after your weak spot. If they can't get you, they may go after your wife and children, or threaten to go after your wife and children. You may compromise because of that. So it's something else to think about.
Thank you. Go ahead, Steve.
Why? And you said in one of these verses, and Jesus said unto him, why callest me thou good? There is none good but one, that is God. What does he mean by that? If Yeshua's Yehovah?
Okay, I'll ask the same question because I got it on my list.
But Yeshua didn't say, don't call me good. He wanted to know if he knew who he was talking to.
He says, why do you call me good?
Right. He doesn't say don't call me good.
No one is good but one.
Right.
And that is Yehovah.
Right. So he's saying, do you know why you're calling me good? Because he's asking him, why are you calling me good? He doesn't say don't call him good. He wants to know if he knows who he is. Good point. Then in the conversation, he tells the man everything that he had kept, every one of them that he kept, but he didn't mention all of them. Not all of them are mentioned. Not all of them that are related to God are all mentioned. So he basically told the man everything he had kept. It wasn't just guessing. He was telling him. And the last thing was, he says, sell all. I think does he say sell all or just sell your goods and give to the poor? He doesn't say sell to the point that you have nothing left. He just says sell what you have and give to the poor. He doesn't tell him how much.
In that case, why does he say, Eli, Eli, why hast thou forsaken me?
Because I think the Father at that point turned away from the Son.
That's also a verse, is it not, that he was quoting?
Psalm 22, I believe, he's quoting.
I think he forsook his Son so he wouldn't have to forsake us. That's my personal opinion.
Brian, go ahead.
Let me unmute myself. I was talking about, I'm going to change the subject here on a different verse. I was looking at chapter 20, verse 16, where it says, "For many are called, but few chosen." It's often been a discrepancy in that verse. People say, well, that's predestination. Those that are chosen by God, those are the ones that are going to be saved. But if you look at the actual translation, that's not the word chosen, but the word is to choose. So many are called, but few choose. We are all called to follow Yehovah, to keep Torah, to keep the Shabbat, but there's only a few that actually choose to keep the Shabbat, to keep the Torah, to keep the commandments and feasts. So that's the discrepancy there.
Hang on, we got to change the movie from The Chosen to The Choose?
Yeah, well, that's a different. That's not my call, but that's the reason why you got a discrepancy in that verse.
Okay, are you sure about that, Brian? Because
Yeah.
that sounds very good.
Isn't that Aramaic translation, I believe?
I forget, but I saw some. If you look at the translation for the word chosen, it actually, there's another definition there which says choose.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, oh, Ella's got a hand up. Go ahead, Ella.
Just my translation again says, well, hang on. A man approached Yeshua and said, "Rabbi, what good thing should I do in order to have eternal life?" And he said to him, "Why are you asking me about good? There is one who is good, but if you want to obtain eternal life, observe the mitzvah." So I don't have the King James in front of me, and it does read, does it say that does he call Yeshua good? Because he's saying, why are you, he just asked him, what good thing should I do? In this version.
Mine is a modern King James. "Now behold, one came and said to him, 'Good teacher.'" Now I got an asterisk beside the word good, and this is verse 16. So it doesn't say good. Mine says, okay, so it's supposed to say teacher. "Now behold, one came to him and said, 'Teacher, what good thing shall I do that I may have eternal life?'"
Yeah, mine says, "Rabbi, what good thing?" But he
Yeah.
doesn't call him good in this version.
Okay, what does yours say in verse 17? "Why do you call me good?"
Yes, it's, why are you asking me about good?
Hold on, I got something else there. I can't see what it
It
is.
says there is one who is good.
Where are we? "Why do you call me?" I got another asterisk at that one. Verse, what was that? That is
16,
17. Reads, so in my notes at the bottom, it says, "Why do you ask me about what is good?" Is that what you just said, Ella?
Yeah, so no, he says, "Why are you asking me about good?" He says, "What good thing should I do in order to obtain eternal life?"
Yeah, so my
And then he
notes at
says,
the
"What
bottom
good
here-
thing?"
Sorry.
Yeah. Why asking you?
Yeah, so my notes at the bottom say, "Why do you ask me about what is good?" It doesn't say, "Why do you call me good?" It's a different
No.
meaning there. Wow,
Right.
okay,
Right.
very good.
He wasn't calling him good. He was asking about what's the good thing to do. How do you get, how do you get to heaven?
So there's
Yeah.
different interpretations of what's being said here, isn't it?
Well, it's not interpretations. The English has added the word good in, and my notes at the bottom of my King James Bible says the word good is not even there. And in the second part, it's not there again. So it changes the meaning of the what we understand. Kay, go ahead.
Yes, in that verse where it says, many are called, but few are chosen. I was going to teach that.
Well, it doesn't say that. It says many are called, but few choose.
No, it doesn't say that. I mean, it might say
Brian just
that.
showed us.
What?
Okay, so hang on, that's what Brian just showed us. And I
He
thought that
didn't
was
show
very
us,
good.
he just said it. And it's been said a couple of times here, and I was fixing to go teach that, but I wanted to check it
Let's
before I
check it.
did.
We're gonna check it right now.
And so I've checked it, and the actual word is electos, and in the Greek, it's Strong's G 1586.
Give me a second here to catch up to you. Matthew 19. What
G
verse?
1588. Sorry, G 1588. Maybe the root word is,
I'm
but
in verse
anyway.
16.
But
Hang
it,
on,
but,
I haven't caught up to you yet. Okay, wait.
okay.
Okay.
I just want to settle this.
No, I'm in wrong. Where am I in? That's Genesis. I want Matthew
Yeah.
20, verse 16.
Because I want it to say choose. I want to agree, but when I look at,
Well, Brian brought it up. I just accepted it. Normally we don't do that. We check everything, and we didn't check. So
I
maybe
learned that
chosen.
I learned that it means choose to be chosen. We choose
Eclectos. Okay. Okay.
to
Go
be
ahead.
chosen.
and it's used 16 times as elect and 7 times as chosen.
Right
But-
there, Eric.
So I
Joe?
need help. Sell me on it.
Let me
somebody.
show you right where it says choice.
It doesn't
There's a
say choice.
Yes, it does. Look at that. Electus. Read through there. Chosen
What-
out,
what are your
selected.
notes and mounts?
Okay,
keep
where
going.
are you? Where are you reading? I'm
Are you
on
looking at the
Blue Letter
screen?
Bible.
On the screen, on the screen.
Okay, sorry, I was looking at my Bible. I
It
mean,
says choice. There's choice in there.
Okay, Brian, you got the floor. Go ahead.
In that where you've got your cursor, if you slide down in that before the line, it says choice, precious. There's a choice that you should make.
okay.
Select. Next group is select. Pick. Well, scroll down. There might be another.
Picked out, chosen by God, obtained salvation through Christ, chosen or elect, appointed by God to the most exalted office conceivable, choice, but then it goes select. So whose choice? The best of its kind or class, excellent, preeminent, applied to a certain individual, Christians.
Your ability to choose is given to you by God. He gives everyone a measure of faith. The question is,
Okay.
do you choose to believe in him?
So
That's the choice. That's the choice everyone has to make is, do you exercise your faith and believe in him? Now, you can exercise your faith and not believe in God, or you can exercise your faith and believe in all the other gods. God has given you the ability to believe in him because no one will be able to stand before him and say, I couldn't believe in you. I didn't have the ability. God says, nope, I gave everyone a measure of faith.
So we all wonder how come, so-and-so can't understand the simple, plain English of what this verse is saying. And we walk away saying, what is the matter with them? It's because they chose not to listen. They made a choice they weren't going to obey. You obey and you're given more. You disobey and it's taken away. And so I think Brian's got a very good point here.
I like that. I just wish it said choose and maybe just elect one time down at the bottom.
Yeah.
But it does seem to say elect or chosen, 18 times and choose once.
just imagine, let's take this a little bit further. Let's say Yehovah's up there and he's looking down. I'm going to pick all those people over there. I'm only going to choose them. Well, those people didn't want him, but he chose them anyway. Now, let's take this other group of people over here, and he's not really choosing them, but he's giving them an opportunity, and they chose Yehovah. Which group would you want? Right? It's like that parable about the
boy that said, I will go out and do your desire, and the other one said, I won't. Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Which one does he want?
You want the one that actually does it.
Right. And he basically said initially, I don't want to do it. and then he does it.
That's right. So I didn't, I didn't want to do this Bible stuff. I wanted nothing to do with religion. I was quite content going to hell in a handbasket and smiling all the way there. Then I started to read the Bible, and I chose to obey the Sabbath. I wasn't forced. God didn't make me do it. I chose. When I did that, then he revealed the holy days. Man, I got to take more time off of work. What is the matter with this religion? But I chose to do it. And it wasn't fun. It wasn't easy. It was hard because I kept compromising. It got harder as I compromised more until the point came where I actually chose to keep the whole commandment and keep the whole day holy, that it actually got easier. I certainly didn't want to teach. I certainly didn't want to teach people who know the Bible more than me. What have I got to contribute? And here I am teaching, doing exactly the thing I don't want to do because I chose to show up here today. I chose to get ready for what I presented today. I chose Yehovah.
But isn't that also the next parable in 20? They're choosing to join him in his work, right? In the vineyard. It's a choice.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to that part.
20.
In sideline. Like I've been doing this since 1981.
Here's another verse.
What?
Here's another verse in Ezekiel 36. And I'm not arguing with you. I'm just, help me. Okay, it says.
I'm sorry, Kay, I've missed the first part of what you said. I don't know what you're talking about. What?
Ezekiel 36. It says, you know this by memory, Joe.
No, I don't.
Moreover, I will give you a new heart. I will put a new spirit within you. I will remove the stony heart from your flesh and give you a heart of flesh. I will put my ruach within you. Then I will cause you to walk in my laws. So you will keep my rulings and do them.
Who's he
And so,
talking to?
are you saying there's no election at all? It's all our choice, like free will versus.
So why, okay, so going back to 1980, why did he, or 81, whichever year it started, why did he reach down and tap me on the head?
Because you can't reach up and tap him on the head.
Like I wasn't interested. I wasn't even looking. I didn't care. In fact, at that time, I was a foreman on the pipeline, and I remember this guy wanting Saturday off, and I raked him over the coals. I gave him such a hard time. I don't even remember his name. Don't even know if he was keeping the Sabbath. I just know that I needed him to come to work on Saturday so that we could do the job that I had to do. If that guy went home and prayed about me, that's why I'm here, because he prayed about this pagan who wouldn't keep the Sabbath. I don't know. I don't know the answer. Is there pre-selection? I don't know. Could be.
There's
yeah.
pre-knowledge. There's pre-knowledge. There's not pre-selection.
What do you mean by pre-knowledge?
God already knows the end from the beginning. He already knows who and who is not going to choose him. If you don't have absolute free will, then he can't hold you absolutely accountable.
Which goes back to what we were saying before about the two sons, right?
Right. But the thing is, what they acted on is what he looks upon. The one that said, I'll do it and doesn't, he goes, he didn't do it. It's the same thing with the, the talents.
Yeah.
He gives 5, 2, and 1. What are you going to do with those talents? I gave you this stuff. What are you going to do with it?
So, and this goes back to what we're talking about, chapter, what are we in here? Chapter 19. Or no, chapter 20. These guys worked all day in the vineyard. I've been busting my tail teaching you people for almost 20 years.
Yeah, but I want you to look what they're working for.
I get the same pay as Eric.
Yeah, but look at this.
That's not fair.
A denarius for a day. A denarius. What day are we talking about? We're talking about the 8th day.
No, we're not talking about the 8th day. We're talking about today.
No. I'm talking about the ultimate. The kingdom of heaven is like a landowner. In other words, you're joining him in his work, but the reward is a denarius. It's a single day. It's that 8th day. That's what you're working for.
Hold on. Back up. Are you saying the denarius represents the 8th millennium?
I believe it represents just a single day, but that day is so important for all of us. The goal is that day.
Okay, so this sounds like an Archaeology thing.
Okay, prove me wrong.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying, okay, this is different.
But think about it, though. They all worked. Some worked harder than others. You know, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob were put to a greater test than we are right now today. But think about some of the fathers of the faith. They went through a lot of hardship that we have yet to see. Not to say that we won't. I'm just saying there has been a lot of people that have been tested at different levels and different amounts, but yet the reward is we get to be with our King.
Which is, and you're saying that Daenerys is the 8th millennium when we get to
I believe that's the reward. The reward is him. That he comes with his reward. He's the reward. That's our goal.
Very good. Nick, get in here.
Yeah, so regarding the parable of the vineyard, I think it's interesting that he agrees with the first laborers to a denarius, but the others that come later, that he goes out to later, he just agrees to whatever is right. At least that's what it is in the modern King James.
They're going to get the same wage. So like Eric or Nick, well, you're getting the same wage I get.
Yeah. And they labored in the heat of the day through all the tribulation and the, you know.
I've gone through all this crap, putting up with all these people all these years, and yet here you are coming in at
at the 11th hour,
and you get the same wage.
Yeah.
Now, just so everyone knows, if you see the video of the what was that video about recommending one of our books, Eric is the one, or Nick is the one on here holding the mic talking about. You should come and listen to what we're teaching. So.
My wife loves it.
I like the way that Yeshua turns this around, this parable around, where the people have a hard time with the others getting the same reward they're getting. And he goes, you know, I have a right to do with whatever I want with my money and my wages. Am I doing wrong, or is your eye evil? So he kind of turns it back on them, saying, we expected more. And he goes, so are you saying I'm unjust? I don't think
the evil eye represent, though.
Yeah, I don't think you want to call God unjust. I don't think that's our position.
Does anyone know what the evil eye is?
Is that looking upon something through a distorted view?
No, it's stinginess. It's being stingy with your money. Stinginess.
Yeah, it's the Hebrew idiom. Go ahead, Brian.
That's all I was going to say. It's a stinginess. It's the being greedy with your money and not being generous.
So, where does it say this? So verse 15, is it not lawful for me to do what I wish with my own things? Or is your stinginess, your cheapness, because I'm evil because I'm good? Which is, that's what he's saying exactly. It's you're so evil that you can't be generous. Whereas I'm being generous with my reward here, even to those people who are just coming versus the people who agreed in the contract to work for one denarius. They're all going to get the same wage. And I like what Eric's saying about it being the 8th millennium.
You'll notice they don't answer him either.
Well, it's a parable, right?
Yeah, I know, but it's kind of like, and they said nothing.
Yeah. Go ahead, Steve.
The way I see it is that God has total sovereignty over creation. He knows the end from the beginning, right? So with all these contentions, the way I'm interpreting or seeing it is that what's this all about? It's all about his bride, right? So he's using every leverage he can to make his bride perfect. But he already knows he's going to make his bride perfect. It's already accounted for. It's just his bride doesn't know it. But he knows it because he's God, because he knows everything. And he's running us through this tribulatory process to perfect us. It's as simple as that.
I think, yes, I think I agree with that. Anyone else got any comments here? We're late. We're going to wrap this up. No more comments? Okay. And Randy told me, but I forgot who's closing for the Torah readers.
We have Shane closing the Torah, and Ella will do closing prayer.
Who?
Ella will do closing prayer.
Okay, thank you.
All right, here we go. Etzaim hi lama kazim kimba vetomeka meushar daracheha terenoam vekol netivotecha shalom. Hashivenu Yehovah Eleka v'nashuva Hadesh Hadesh Yameinu Hadesh Yameinu Kekedem. A tree of life to those who hold fast to it, and all who cling to find happiness. In ways are ways of pleasantness, and all his paths are peace. Help us and guide us, inspire us and provide us with the wisdom your Torah can show. Cause us to learn, renew, and return, just as in the days of old. Yes, Brian, you still have a job.
No, you did very good. I'm very impressed. Thank you.
Very good. Very good job.
I messed up.
No, it's a good job.
So we're about to wrap up, folks. So I thank y'all for joining us today. Those of you that are watching, you can, if you want to chime in, you want to throw in your 2 cents worth here, leave a comment. Don't write me personally. Put a comment at the bottom of the video so that everyone can see your comments. And I appreciate you doing that. So thank you for doing it. Again, the other big news is we have now the ability to translate every written article on our website at the flip of a button to any language that you want to read it in. German, Chinese, Russian, Ukrainian, Korean, Urdu, even Australian. All you have to do is push the flag at the upper right-hand corner of SighTheMoon.com, and every article is now in that language of your choosing. I find this exciting that the technology is catching up to us. And here we are now, because we're coming to the end of this age. It's a 10 days of Oz showing us. And how are we going to reach those multiple millions, the innumerable multitude that Revelation 7 talks about? And now we have that opportunity. So now you can share these messages to other people in any language, anywhere around the world. All you got to do is start doing it. You don't have to invent the wheel. You don't have to invent the car. All you have to do is share the work. And like the laborers at the end, what a segue. The laborers that come in the end, they get the same wages. So get out there and do your work, even if it's just for an hour. Just do it and encourage other people to learn the things that we're learning here. The teaching about Zadok, share that in any language, anywhere around the world with people you know. That's what you can do. And if there's anything else that Sight of Moon or our website can do to help you do this work, let us know and we'll see what we can do. We're here to help. Ella is going to close us up today.
Father, Avinu Malkeinu, our Father, our King, every day that you give us life is special. It's a new day. We can look around and see all the blessings, hear the birds sing, see the beauty of the day, the rainbow after the rain. Father, your presence with us is amazing on some days. Sabbath is a special day, and I thank you for that. I thank you for the time that I can come and join with my friends as family, and then we can study together and to talk and discuss about your word and try to come to the truth of it. Today, Father, there's so many voices. We have so many choices. Father, just like the scripture today reminds us, and my prayer has always been, let me hear that still small voice that says, this is the way, walk in it. That's what I want to hear. That's my prayer. I want to be close to you enough that I can feel your presence, that nudge to say, go this way, do this. Father, there are many in our midst I know are having issues with health, many with sorrow. Let your presence just be felt in every need that's here today. Wrap your arms around each one of us. Let us continue to feel and know that you're the only one that we can depend upon, and we can depend upon you. We can choose that blessing that you've given us of choice. You called, many are called, but few choose. Help us each one here to continue to choose your way and to be able to share it, Father, with others who are in desperate need of a Savior, desperate need of a way out of the trouble and tribulations that they're in now and that are going to come. I thank you, Father, for your goodness. Each one of us ask you to continue to bless Sighted Moon, the ministry that Joe has, and the work that he does, the hours he puts in to listen to you and to stand up for your truth. Bless all those who stand behind the scenes with him. Again, Father, bless every person that's here today. I pray in the name of Yeshua. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Ella. And thank you all, that participate today. And for those that are new, the one rule that we have here is that, a couple rules, but the one rule we have is that at the end of this meeting, we are still family and friends and are able to walk away and come back next week to take out a sword and swing it as hard as we can about the scriptures. We may not agree on all subjects, but we are going to love each other. And if you can't do that, then don't come here. But that's a great thing that we have here. I give everybody a chance to say most times. Some people I got to cut off, Eric, every once in a while, but we love each other at the end, and we learn from each other. It's not just the Joe show. So I thank all of you for making that possible, and you people make this midrash that we do, you make it work. So thank you all for doing that. And with that, Randy, that's it, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Shalom, everyone. See you next week. Bye-bye.